great. They felt like a change was needed. Flash forward to, what, a couple of days later? And we get a little bit of juicy intel that maybe Hopi was being dropped. Hopi was in fact dropped from the Chiefs. Now, I know what you're thinking, that's impossible. Hopi can't be dropped from the Chiefs. He's been with the Chiefs forever. When you think of Chiefs, you think of Hopi. Well, those days are gone. Eminence took the spot, and happily, Chiefs have been flying high ever since off the back of a 2K win. But this match, ladies and germs, is the one to watch. Prodigy Esports versus the Chiefs. What more can we ask for? It's the revenge story. Or is it a kind of, I don't know, what's the opposite of a revenge story? It's all going to happen here, though, boys. I mean, look, what do you think about this one?
Well, personally, I think, this is a huge opportunity for Hopi to really show his mettle, and I think that he's the one who really wants to prove, he said it in that post-game interview at the end of the last series, that he really wants to show Chiefs what they're missing. Conversely, obviously, Reef from that's Eminence, now on the Chiefs who replaced Hopi, just wants to show, well, Hopi, we're about to show you why you were dropped, friend.
Yeah, I know. I've actually got a little bit of inside gossip from the
here
guys.
we go.
Here we go. So I spoke to the Chiefs guys, and funnily enough, they're actually joking about dropping Hopi for Eminence beforehand, and just sort of all just jostling each other, just stirring each other up, and it actually happened. I don't think Hopi's too pleased about that. He's gotten pretty salty. Sort of a friendly little bit of banter happening when the guys met up yesterday. Pretty amusing to watch them, and got a little bit of a perspective from Hopi's pod as well. Basically, he sort of disagreed with the team's playstyle, and they had sort of a few arguments over how they should be playing. He wanted to play more aggressively, and I think we've seen that out of Hopi this weekend. He's done some serious numbers.
Look, when there's trouble in paradise, sometimes you've got to ruffle the feathers of that beautiful exotic bird. And we'll deal with that. Let's have a quick look at the Chiefs and see what that lineup looks like now. I mean, you know them at home, really, but if we go through them with a fine-tooth comb, we've got Dean, Eminence, Chief Reef, the latest addition to the squad, Fate, and Lakey. Now, guys, the Chiefs have been around for a really long time, but the changes made, it seems to have been paying off for them. Have you guys got any thoughts there on where the Chiefs can go from here, or how these playstyles have been helping them?
I'm interested to see how this goes out, because I know I've followed Dean play for a very long time now, back from Advanced Warfare. I'm very impressed with how he plays. Sort of the strong, silent type. Probably a bit like your Callum Swanee from the EU. Pretty impressed by him. I've followed Eminence probably since Black Ops 2. I think I sort of found him just sort of playing, and we played some scrims together, and he filled in for us, and basically just watched him develop from an amateur into the pro scene and traveling internationally. It's really impressive.
I've never seen someone with as much drive as Eminence. He set out to be a pro when he wasn't. He made himself become one. He's the kind of person that really shows that dedication and hard work really pay off. And, it's that old argument, right, about natural talent versus dedication. When you combine them both, you get Eminence.
It's a beautiful combo and a cocktail I certainly would like to have a sip of. The Eminence. It could be pink with a flower in the top. Oh, that sounds great. Let's have a quick look at their opponents who they'll be going up against in this game. Prodigy Esports will be in the blue corner of the stage. Gydra, Hopi, Killerpie, and Scrism. 3 players there who really don't need an introduction, but you guys tell me a little bit about Scrism. He's not been around forever, has he?
I can't believe the guy's only 18. Going by that, he looks like he's done time, but no, joking, of course. He just looks like he's weathered by some such intense Call of Duty action. When they took these photos, it just shows they came ready to really duke it out.
Mate, that weathering is actually from 2 years of being underage. And basically just like bantering on Twitter about how much better he is than all the 18+ players.
You know that meme of that guy holding it in with the veiny red-faced guy? That was him counting down the clock for his birthday when he turned 18.
He turned 18 like 2 days ago.
Yeah,
oh,
man.
Wow.
It's actually crazy. And
perfect.
Here he is. I know, right?
It's perfect because you could have actually planned this entire event around the fact that, don't worry, I'm going to be 18 by the time it comes out. I mean, I don't know the logistics. Could you buy the ticket with the full knowledge that, like, you're not 18, but you're going to be 18 by the time the event rolls around? Oh, man, the perils of being underage. Really. I haven't had those perils for about 20 years now. Really. I know.
Is that all,
I know what
Miles?
you're thinking.
Is that all?
No, I'm an old ass man. Oh, guys, well, look, both teams have got them lined up. Any sort of takeaways from how you've seen them play today? Of course, we saw Prodigy. They've been on stage all day. They've been hogging it, quite frankly. We saw them up against Tainted Minds. We saw them just take down Unveil Nova. Hope you got a Warden. Have you guys got any sort of takeaways from how you've seen them playing today?
Yeah, definitely. I saw a little bit of Chiefs out in the other room. They played pretty well, but it was a little bit of a tight series early on against Validate Red on Hardpoint Throwback. But it looks like their late game sort of paid off for them, and that's something that I know that Prodigy sort of struggles at.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them fall apart in their earlier series, you know, up against Tainted Minds, and that started very early with that hard point where they were ahead by 100 points, and then towards the end, Tainted Minds ended up coming steamrolling home. So Prodigy, if they can keep it together, keep their emotions in check, I think they've got a really good shot. And when I say emotions in check, you could almost say it's quite the opposite for Hopey in this particular scenario.
Oh,
going up against Cheese, I'm expecting them to go Super Saiyan.
Super Saiyan, maybe. I mean, Hopey, he's not got too much hair, so what does it do? Does eyebrows just go gold? What happens? I don't know. I'm not a Dragon Ball Z-ologist, but, you know, maybe this is the case. Look, I'm being unfair to Hopey. If you want a donation, I've got plenty. I'm telling you, man, I've got a lot of it. Guys, let's have a quick look at the series overview and see what maps these teams were playing against. This is the championship bracket round 1, guys. We've made it that far. Pools are over. We have our winners and our losers bracket lined up, and this is where we sit. Up next, lo and behold, it's going to be a Scorch hardpoint. Following that, we've got Throwback, Search and Destroy, which frankly is always good to watch. Frost uplink will be game 3 should we need it. And then after that, guys, I mean, let's face it, we haven't seen too many games 4 or 5 thus far in the series, but in the entire competition so far. But how do you feel about these two teams going up against each other?
You know, it's a bit of an unknown now with Scorch in the mix. Obviously, we had a few issues with this map, but now we're going to be getting underway on it. I'm just pumped to see how they both play on this one. Overall, looking at that, it's going to be a throwback S&D, which we've seen a few times today, then a Frost uplink. I think, obviously, the first map's going to really define the pace of this series and how they both teams may progress.
Yeah, definitely, Josh. I think this is going to be a pretty interesting map. This is the first time we've really seen this map this weekend. I honestly think both teams are going to be pretty evenly matched. They've got pretty good aggression. They've got pretty good solid AR players. So I think this is going to be fun to see.
Guys, with Search and Destroy on the horizon, I mean, we've seen how these guys play this one out. You know what? I'm going to let you guys take this one away from us. Take us into this game, guys. Hardpoint was going to be the very first game here on Scorch. It's Prodigy versus the Chiefs. It's a grudge match if ever I've seen one.
I am absolutely pumped, Miles. Thank you very much. Prodigy versus Chiefs. What a way, ladies and gentlemen, to kick off the championship bracket here of CWL Sydney Open 1, presented by PS4, and with thanks to Astro and ViewSonic. Scorch hardpoint up first. Our first time, Kyle, seeing this map in the rotation for this competition. What, in your eyes, do you think can we expect from this? And have you seen these guys scrim this map?
No, I haven't actually seen both of these rosters scrim this map just yet, so I think this could be pretty tight. I know a lot of the rotations going to be pretty important here. I'd like to see, hopefully, Prodigy not sort of committing too late to a lot of scrap time, even though it can sort of work out a little bit here on this map. So I really will be looking towards seeing them rotate nice and early, getting things locked down for the maximum amount of points they could possibly gain off of each hardpoint.
Now, we've obviously hyped up Hopey so much, but we need to look at the broader roster as well. You know, Scrism, Gydra, Killerpie, all of these guys with so much experience.
Definitely.
And those names, you know, especially Gydra and Killerpie, a wealth of knowledge of not only this game, but just competitive COD in general. All of that experience that came from the Call of Duty World League 2016 in both Stage 1 and Stage 2 is going to be invaluable in this competition.
Yeah, definitely. I think Gydra and Killerpie have spent a fair bit of time sort of on and off with each other. I know they've both come up pretty clutch in a lot of the respawns, and as well as the S&Ds. I mean, Killerpie's scope has been pretty flawless. Gydra's been coming up clutch just about every single time with that payload. I think there's only been really 1 or 2 times where he's been really let down by camo. I'd like to see what he can pull off here on this map. Should be pretty easy for him to pull off some clutch plays, sort of sneaking through a lot of the harder, smaller doorways through this map.
Let's see these guys get underway. That's Lakey on your screen right now, and he is laser focused. Both teams there, smiles yet concentrated. We've got the hat inside by a couple of the boys over there on Prodigy. You know, just keeping it calm, relaxed, and I think we're going to be seeing some very intense hardpoint action. Guys at home, and especially here in the studio, I want to hear what you're thinking about Prodigy versus Chiefs. We're getting hyped. The championship bracket of CWL Sydney Open 1 is underway, and we're kicking it off with the new addition here to the Chiefs. It's Chief Reef. We've got Eminence. He's throwing that nade straight out, and he's going to be trying to get control initially off the start, and he picks up the 2-piece, one of them on Hopey to kick off this hardpoint match.
Eminence playing pretty flawlessly there. Looks like the team of Prodigy all opted to just push out a top lab. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that much of a stack. They pretty much just fed Reef pretty easily there.
There goes Hopi down once again as well. 0-2 to kick things off here. His teammate Guider is going to be in here trying to slay out a few shaky shots, but he ends up picking up the kill, and he's going to be just holding down the middle hard point at the start of this Scorch hard point. Now, he's got his team coming in as well. That's actually Hopi in there with him. He was full red, taking a bit of damage, and he goes down once again. Slow start for Hopi. Look for him to pick up later as Prodigy have now got the lead, but only just. I want to jump over to Scrism as he's off spawn. Going to try and get that kill, and indeed he does, but he also takes down Killerpie, his teammate, along the way. Makes up for it by taking down Fate as well, and that's going to be a nice little lead at the start here for Prodigy.
Yeah, Chiefs did a really excellent job of maintaining spawns throughout that hard point. I think Prodigy probably should have committed someone to potentially get a bit of a flank on. I know I was speaking to Excite earlier, and he's kind of disappointed that no one's really pinching. You can send 3 people to a hard point and have that one last person pinch around and sort of just flip spawns out. I'd like to see that a little bit more from Prodigy here.
Well, here's what we're seeing, exactly what you just said. They're all just coming down that one lane, and Lakey's just going to be able to hold it down. He's got the backup of Fate as well. The player flying gracefully through the air, though, is going to be taken down. Killer Pie is now going to be moving in. Scrism now on the point. Scrism picked up one with that shockwave.
Yeah,
he's taken
finally
down. Chiefs now in control of this hard point once again, and 47 points in climbing. Challenged right here. Lots of shots out, but still contested. Eminence goes down, which leaves Lakey and Dean alive. Dean's in there, hotly contested, staying alive, and he picks up 2. He just destroyed.
Get that 4-piece, boy.
Oh. Whoa.
If he got that last kill off that head glitch, that would have been a bloody play of the weekend, mate. That was incredible.
That was insane. Beautiful stuff here. 5 seconds for the rotation, and they're currently battling for it here. Let's check it out. Fate going to be down in the boulders, and Lakey's inside. He's secured the position as the rotations happen. Now, obviously vital for Chiefs to maintain control of this map, to hold inside here. Shots ringing out. Fate picks up Scrism, so that's some nice work there, and he's on a 2-kill streak, but so is Hopi. Hopefully, heating up here in this hard point. Fate goes down. Lakey's going to get some nades coming in for him as Prodigy try to push in, but as you can see there, Kyle, 3 players taken down.
Yeah, that was pretty rough from Prodigy there. They did do the pinch, which was necessary around that rock side to come in the side of Hangar, but it doesn't really work if there's only 2 of you versing the entire other team of Chiefs. They need to wait for each other. They're only 40 points down. I mean, this could be way closer if they're waiting a little bit more.
20 seconds left in this hard point, and it has been completely dominated by the Chiefs. Now, Prodigy with some signs of life. Killerpie picks up a kill before he's dropped immediately as well. Hopi pushing in, trying to bring the cavalry, but with 9 seconds until the rotation, they're going to be setting up for this one. Hopi's going to be stunned up, pushing back. Guider's going to be hopefully trying to back him up as well. Let's go back over to Hopi's point of view as he secures the hard point over at Drill. Gets some shots ringing out towards from that wall run, and now he's going to be taken down. Killerpie as well now on the other opposing wall run. Nades ringing out, and here we go. Picks up one. Dean and Fate got another for their team, though. Conversely, Killerpie now pushing into this hard point. Lots of nades. 3 members of Chiefs are in here. Lakey, Eminence, who just went down, and Dean. Now Lakey and Fate holding it down on their own. Wow, and Lakey, what a job. 2 shots out. Fate and Lakey, the wombo combo for Chiefs, locking it down solely on their own.
Absolutely flawless play there. There's a great...
behind the Chiefs.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the kills coming in from Chiefs are mainly just on hardpoint. Like, look at Dean's stats. He's 14-7, and he's got some of the most hill time in the game. They're playing really well on these rotations and just picking up the kills where they matter in hill and just letting Dean just sit on head glitches just like this.
Dean, 40 able to collapse in on this hardpoint. But, you know, I mean, we're about halfway through it, so they need to start focusing ahead as well, as all of Prodigy we just cleaned out and left. Killerpie is the only one alive, and Chiefs, again, racking up all of the points as they hit the 160 mark and are going to be more than twice the score of their opposition.
Yeah, Prodigy are playing nice and defensive here. They have set up for this rotation, and they really aren't pushing into that scrap, which was a huge sort of flaw they made in their earlier game against TM, and something I sort of called them out for. So I'm glad they've learned from their mistakes, and they're rotating nice and early. But still, again, they've just let one of their players just basically spawn out. I'm a little bit frustrated by that. They know that that shouldn't be happening, and at least they should be pushing back down and pinching the other team out. Because Chiefs are just going to have numbers here on the bottom of the map, and they're going to start flipping Prodigy across the map. And you can see that's already happening. Second player there, Guider, has already been flipped out to lab, but it's not going to matter because they pick up the frags and they manage to maintain control of the hardpoint.
There was actually a really nice flank there by Hopi. You know, there was a couple of mistakes by both teams, but in the end, Prodigy was able to hold on with a whole lot of time still in this hardpoint. It's worth fighting for, but then nades raining in. Prodigy challenged hard, but all 4 players from Chiefs were down. They're going to be getting those rock spawns over on that opposing side of the map with 23 seconds left. What's the decision-making coming out of Chiefs right now? It looks like they're setting up for this rotation.
Yeah, already. There was 25 seconds left, and they were just leaving one person on hill. That's a pretty good play there. It's really smart that they did that, because Chiefs had actually started rotating for the new hardpoint. So they made the perfect decision at the perfect time, and it's going to allow them to pretty much get an easy 25 points off that. Gydra's literally had to do nothing but sit in the corner.
Scrism rotated very early for Prodigy as well to try and maintain control, but he was cleaned out, so was Gydra. So we're going to be seeing him try and push in here through the ledge. Now, he might actually go in from the bottom as is a usual approach, checking corners. He's going to be waiting for his team to back him up. Hope he's going to be going along Cat. He gets the nade, follows it up with a beautiful two-piece. Killer Pie backing him up as well.
Yep,
Fate fighting, but yeah, the flip's in there. And Prodigy are actually in a great position. And this could be the start of some kind of comeback, but Chiefs stacking up in this entrance.
No, Hope absolutely had to pick up that kill there. He did a great job of breaking that hill and sort of just forcing the spawns out a little bit. Oh my god, is that a 4 down again?
That was another 4 down. Kyle, so many times we've seen Chiefs get 4 down, and it's really punishing them now. Prodigy have just got basically been given a free walk to catch up in this hard point.
Yeah, pretty much Chiefs just got spawn trapped while maintaining the better spawns by 2 players from Prodigy. That was awesome. Good plays from them. I think this is going to start to get a little bit closer right now as we finish in the last 3.5 minutes of this game.
Going over to Drill shortly. Lakey, I want to watch him as he's going to be moving out towards this Drill hard point. He's got one player challenging him. He's got the numbers though. Fate and Dean both pick it up, and Lakey's going to be in here as well. So let's have a quick look. Actually, Lakey just pushed out, picked up a kill before being traded out. Dean's looking for more as well, as he just saw his teammate go down. Hopey and then Fate both traded out. Eminence picking up another kill right here as Chiefs hit the 200 mark. Prodigy under a lot of pressure now, as there's only 40 seconds left for the Chiefs required to take out the win.
I mean, look at those KDs right now. Across the board, things are pretty similar, minus Lakey there, and a little bit of an 11 and 17 deficit, but he has been sort of the hill player, playing a little bit passively. So we're going to start to see payloads come online for both teams pretty much at the same time. Killer Pie's going to have his FTL, and Gydra's going to be very close to that camo that we know he's been absolutely clutch with this entire weekend.
Indeed he has. Scrism, Killer Pie both teaming up to hold down the remaining points of Drill, but obviously it's about the setting up for the rotation towards mid. You can see Dean in the top side of the map and the spawner, which is going to be Eminence coming out to try and get control. We'll go over to Dean as we just saw a nice kill come out. Lakey picked up Hobie. 3 players down for Chiefs. Once again, it's up to Fate to challenge his hard point, and he does secure it. Picks up Scrism in the process. Contested, picks up another. What a great push there by the Chiefs. Prodigy doing their best to fight it out, and indeed they are, and are holding on to the points here in this mid hard point.
They got a really important kill on Scrism there, pushing him back because he has that reactive armor, and this can pretty much hold them the hill. Looks like he may have popped it here. Yes, he has, but it's just going to get broken down and deleted by Eminence, who picks up another 2-piece as well.
Great stuff there by Eminence. Even up against the payload, he was able just to mow it down with the support of his teammates, and you can see such a hectic hard point right here. Prodigy looking to hit the 200 mark, and they will. Killer Pie, Hopey, Scrism, all teaming up to get the kills. Last player, they clean it out. Those all 4 players, the Chiefs taking it out. We've still got 15 seconds left here on the bridge hard point, and we're going to be rotating, and this is going to be absolutely vital for both teams.
Josh, those kills right then and there were probably some of the most important kills in the entire game, because it's basically maintained Prodigy 4 spawns rotating to this this turbine hardpoint. So it's pretty much going to set them up. Though we see Camo coming out from Eminence, he's going to sneak in, needs to clear out this head glitch, and he gets a nice free kill on the player in the back there. If he picks up this 2-piece, this will be absolutely huge.
He needs it, and he gets it. Eminence, beautiful work there to break that. That was going to be vital, and he follows it up with the assist as well. Prodigy, they're spawning cross map. They need to get over here as soon as they can. Scrism on the wall run. He's pushing in as Chiefs hit 230. 20 seconds required. Let's look at it from the defender's point of view. Lakey on the head glitch. Fate's in here with him. This should be a very strong defense coming out of the Chiefs if they're ready for it. 25 seconds, and Chiefs only need 8. It's the last few seconds. Gydra, he's popped his camo. He's coming in to clear it out. Picks up 1. That's the assist there. Great trades coming out from this team. Nade as well. Not only do they need to secure this,
that's 4 down.
All 4 down.
10 seconds. They absolutely have to rotate. Look at Killer Pie right now. He's number 4 on the top of your screen. He's pretty much going to be the one that has to clinch out this game. If he doesn't get these kills here, this is Chiefs are going to win, basically, right now.
Scrism's over here. He's challenging and waiting for it. He was instantly cleared out. Eminence is holding it down. Clears it out. And Hopey's coming in. Hopey, he's on the 3.
Yes,
4 kill streak. Hopey, what a monster. Absolutely cleaned it out.
In the back. They're spawning in the back. This is a huge fight now. Eminence and Dean both pick up the early frags, and a nade comes out from Dean. It's all on Scrism here.
Lakey, last one here for Chiefs. He's pushing in along the cat. Let's see if he can pick up the kills. He's slayed out as well. Scrism on the 4-kill streak. We're heading towards 240,
Prodigy
and
can
he's
win this.
trying to hold it down. Challenged here by the Chiefs. Face instantly dropped. Hopey and Gydra in here. Hopey's still alive.
Come on,
He's got a
Hopey.
2-kill
Win us
streak
this game, mate.
again. Picks it up
Huge
again.
kills,
3
Hopey.
kills in a
Oh,
row.
gets straight up on
Going
Lakey.
down to the last few seconds here.
They can have this.
Prodigy,
They're going to take
turn it
Yes,
around.
Josh. What a huge game.
250 to 247. The exact same thing that happened to
Wow.
Prodigy against Tainted Minds. They flipped the script, they flipped the table like I'm about to do as well. And Chiefs go down by a mere 3 points.
Oh my god. Well, we wanted the revenge story. That was chapter 1, and I'm not putting this book down anytime soon. Good God. What a way to start the series. Hardpoint Scorch. Whew, I am covered in goosebumps. Like I almost fell over at the end of that game. Guys, what a phenomenal way to start this one. And it's getting a little too hot on the stage there as Hopey has obviously got choice words for his former teammates. But so far, so good if you're in Camp Hopey. You know, sometimes when you get the divorce or, you know, you break up from your girlfriend and you have 2 sets of friends, you know, you team Hopey or you team Chiefs. Let's see how this one pans out. Guys, let's just go through that real quick. There's a couple of big takeaways from that one, but, you know, let's break it down slow. You know, there was a lot to take in, frankly.
Look, I just think I need a moment. I hit my precipice and I just, you know, I'm in the refractory period right now, Miles.
I mean, we saw the game open up with 2 pieces of plenty. You know, Eminence was playing out of his mind. 2 pieces of plenty for him. Dean was going insane. Where did it change for the Chiefs?
There was 2 pieces coming out left and right. You're asking where it changed? Well, they went the 2-piece, they went the 3-piece, they got the whole bucket and they put it on the Chiefs' head.
That's a family bucket if ever you've seen one. Here's a couple of highlights from that one. Eminence's 2 pieces, as mentioned. I mean, really, another thing that struck me as very interesting about this game was the management of payloads. I mean, we saw a very clutch play from Gydra. Were there any other big payload plays that came into play for you guys? You talked a little bit about Prism. I mean, where were the mistakes and the sort of big wins, the major value being won from those payloads?
I think one of them, Kyle, would have to be the Chiefs, how they utilized the active camo on that second last hard point, completely broke it. They got within, what, about 10 seconds of winning, and it was all thanks to that huge camo play, great teamwork, but somehow, with Prodigy hiding behind that little piece of the map there where the head glitch is, they held on against a camo, against nades, and they actually got that and then also clutched the rotation, but I think there were also more camo players.
Yeah, definitely. Looking back on how Gydra played that map, it sort of popped camo. It wasn't quite as flawless as it could have been. They sort of, he used it instead of sort of contesting the players up on that head glitch, he used it to sort of solidify a kill that would have allowed his teammates to push into that hard point, which he did, and it was the right play at the right time. So he sort of burned camo a little bit, but he did the right thing, and he got contest early onto that hill.
Another thing to discuss quickly was the mistakes made by both teams, and we saw a couple of misplays here and there. A couple of toes were stepped on. Not too many, you know, friendly fire incidents, but it felt like Prodigy, they were just better at capitalizing on those mistakes made. They seem to be on the winning end of all those bad things.
Yeah, definitely. They got some nice rotations from that middle hill to Turbine. They sort of messed it up early game, but they actually cleaned up their late game, which is something I've been talking about a fair amount here. So they maintained spawns, but then they lost them to camo, which was kind of frustrating, but they then managed to just re-break it with camo of their own, which is very impressive, honestly.
Now, Josh, the climax of that game, it all happened there in the final hard point. I mean, really, from the kills happening on your screen here, what the hell happened, man?
I have no idea. I'm just glad you can only see me from the waist up because what a game it was. I think in the end, it was just the pressure and that last rotation got to the Chiefs. To be honest, I really must say it was their game to give away and they really tied a bow on it for Chiefs at the end. But it must be said, Scrism and Hopey had some of the best performances of their career at the end of that hard point.
Not much more can be said. I mean, that's just an all-star performance from the 2 lads on your screen there. Hopey on the right-hand side, that's Scrism on the left. Both got to be feeling very, very good after winning a game like that. Now, of course, that's chapter 1 in the books, but the next match coming up is going to be an S&D on Throwback. Quite a different affair altogether, guys. Now, for those of you just joining us, you've missed a stunning first game. This is an extremely exciting series to be catching us on. It is the Chiefs versus Prodigy, and, you know, there's a little bit of bad blood between these two, so there's quite the grudge match happening. Guys, S&D coming up next. it is an entirely different game type altogether. That fast, furious, very frantic gameplay we just saw on Scorch Hardpoint. I mean, how different is Throwback going to be in comparison?
Well, it's going to be a little bit slow because obviously it's S&D, so I'd like to see a nice slow breakout and then maybe just pick up the pace sort of maybe midway through the game as they start to do some more aggression through middle. I mean, I keep coming back to E United and their aggression on Throwback, and I think that can definitely work here, especially with Hopey just outslaying. He went 32 and 26 that last map. No one on the team of Chiefs could even match that. I think they were barely positive, honestly. So if Hopey wants to keep being aggressive, then I say go for it.
I think that works as well. He needs to watch himself in the S&D though, because their last big match on the main stage, and they were in similar scenario. They didn't actually win the first round against Tatum Mines, but they also lost the S&D. Now they were able to clutch up in the uplink, so I'm kind of feeling, you know, potentially we're up against a different roster here, but if they can get an S&D here, they have a very real chance of taking out the uplink as well. But do not underestimate the team of Chiefs, because they are some beasts there as well.
Hope you're dropping 30 bombs. That is the ratio of a man who has just been dropped. Incredibly exciting series so far, guys. The rig draft is underway. S&D will be our next game, and boy, will it be a screamer.
It's going to be absolutely amazing, and we're getting into it right now with the rig draft. Nothing really standing out of the ordinary. You got the typical stuff, your active camo, reactive armor, Centurion, and the faster than light jump. Look, Kyle, getting into this one, Throwback, Search and Destroy. I've got the adrenaline running through my veins. This can go either way. It's kind of a cliche to say that, but I don't feel like I've ever told a truer truth.
No, I completely agree with you. I mean, look at that last match. It looked like it was a Chiefs game from the start, but I mean, it went back and forth right at the end, and Prodigy was able to clean up, and I think they can honestly do the same here again. I really think that the whole difference here is going to be Killerpie's scope. He's sort of warmed up across the weekend. He's sort of hit more shots as we've come along. I think if he can heat up, I'm not sure if anyone from Chiefs is going to scope back in return, but if Killerpie can get some early picks, I think that really may throw Chiefs' game off and tilt them.
Potentially, and we've also seen that go very downhill very, very quickly, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that. Ladies and gentlemen, the CWL Sydney Open 1 presented by PS4 is a gift that keeps on giving, and I can't believe we've got another one coming up in 2 months. It's going to be awesome stuff. Make sure you check out all the details on that as well, and thank you very much for tuning in live on mlg.tv/COD. Remember, guys, you can join the fun. You can be competing here. Make sure you get your Game Battles account as well, and then come along and play. I tell you what, though, make sure you bring your A game if you plan on coming up against these fellas. Chiefs versus Prodigy, 250 to 247, and it was an amazing comeback. I really feel good for Prodigy as well. After that series they had against Tatum Mines, and they basically gifted the hardpoint, I'm glad they can have some kind of redemption there as well, Carl.
Yeah, looking back on that series actually versus TM, that was a 250 to 244, so that's so close. That's 3 points. It's insane.
This is going to be a very tight search and destroy. I'm feeling it as well. Will it go to a round 11, or would we see a whitewash? I don't know how Chiefs are feeling after losing against, look, the team that has the player that they dropped. We shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 2 here. It is winners bracket round 1. We're in the championship bracket, baby, here at CWL Sydney Open 1. Let's get into it, and we're going to be kicking things off here with, let's go over to the attacking squad as we do. It's Scrism running the OBJ, and you're already going to have one player on the far side just outside of food court, and let's have a look at how Gydra's going to be playing this.
This is exactly what we need. He's playing this map pretty much perfectly. By taking this ground, he sort of splices Chiefs sort of set up in half, so anyone that pushes up, he should be able to get a free trade here as long as he doesn't get flanked. So this should be pretty sneaky. I like the look of it, and that bomb should be going down hopefully sometime soon, but Eminence managed to put down bomb carrier just under there.
Killerfly's going to be moving out, and you can see he's going to be stunned up as well. Hope he's getting some shots ringing out in the middle. Gydra takes out Eminence. Lakey on Hopey as well. Now these shots are coming out. Lakey actually picked up 2, which leaves Killerpie all alone for Prodigy. 1v3. We've already seen scenarios like this. 1 against the odds today. Can Killerpie do the same? He does have bombs, so he's got that advantage. Shots ringing out. They're going to know exactly where he is, and he just swallows those bullets. He really took them ones like a chump, but unfortunately, 1v3, there wasn't much he could do in that scenario.
He had really, really poor ground. I think he made the right decision by going up top here, but I mean, he basically just puts himself in a situation where he has literally no cover whatsoever, and they can just sort of jump out and contest him as they feel like it, and just lock him in there. I mean, he has bomb, but he's got to plan it. It doesn't really matter.
Prodigy. Let's see what they can do on the comeback. Now, Chiefs, I think this is going to be a very, very, a very hard one for Prodigy to come back from. I really can't pick up Kyle because, wow, actually, there we go. We got 2 down already, traded out for Fate, though. Killer Pie and Scrism left against the 3 players on Chiefs, and a bomb already planted at A.
I mean, if you're going to be aggressive in middle, you actually have to push it. And if you're going to be defending A, you actually have to defend it. They sent no one to A, didn't aggress middle hard enough to really stop the other team. That's pretty questionable in all honesty.
Shots ringing out from Tickets. That's going to be Eminence up there. You've got Killer Pie and Scrism both coming in. Killer Pie, he did challenge that, and he does pick up the kill there. Killer Pie drops Eminence. There we go,
1v1.
forcing the 1v1. Scrism versus Dean. Kyle, we're watching the movement right now. Both players need to be very careful. Scrism might catch him. He does get the shots out. Trying to get the wall bang. Doesn't quite get it. Needs the reload. This is intense. Can he get it? 1v1. He actually gets turned on there after all that damage. Whoa. That was a bit of a turnaround.
That was honestly a good, solid veteran play from Dean there. He knows the fence is wall bangable, so he just drops prone, sits behind the bricks, and forces the other player of Scrism to basically have to contest him. And Scrism second-guessed himself. He didn't push that. You don't have a choice in that sort of situation. And that's where the experience and the knowledge that comes in. So Dean absolutely dominated that gunfight, but playing slow there. And all Scrism had to do was just run at him. That's all he's good at, so why not do it?
We're going to be seeing Prodigy on the attack now. Scrism with that OBJ once again. Hopey. Slow start, kind of like what we saw in the hard point there with no kills after the first 2 rounds, trying to look for his first. He gets that nade out. Gydra working around on the unders as well. Scrism, he's just going to be looking out towards mid, moving towards A. We know that's going to be a player on the other side once again. That is Eminence. Shots ringing out. Eminence should be feeling pretty good. He knows where that player is. Scrism needs to be very, very careful because obviously a couple of players here we do have on the other side of the map. Dean looking towards a sneak towards B in case it happens. Now we go in. Scrism, he's got the backup of Gydra. He's right next to him. You can see there Eminence expecting a plant. Shots do ring out and Eminence picks up the kill. We're going to have a look here. Who's backing him up? Killer Pie right up the back with that scope. Spots one on their headshot and boom! There we go.
Nice.
Eminence gets dropped. Another one cross map. That one's a little wild, but he did hit the one to even things up. And once again, the bomb has been planted. Gydra sets the trap. Will it be sprung?
This is a nice little setup here from Gydra. I think Killer Pie needed to play a little bit more passive in that situation. Gydra picks up a kill, but he gets traded out in the back, and it's just going to be down to Hopey in a 1v2 with 15 seconds to go. Let's see what happens here. Hopey gets the read on the bomb planter, but Fate cleans him up very easily. I would have liked to see Hopey go a little bit slower there and just sort of just peek around from a corner first instead of just sort of YOLOing into bomb. He had time to win that, and I mean, he knew what side bomb was planted on, so why not check the other side instead of making it so difficult for himself to fight that gunfight?
Dean now 4-0 and also has the Scarab and 250 away from the Trinity Rocket after only 3 rounds, all 3 of which have gone to the Chiefs, which is obviously going to be huge for later rounds.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out as well that they've got Scrism carrying bomb. I don't understand that. Scrism should be their aggressive player making kills. Put Hopey or one of the guys like Gydra on bomb carrying, basically. They should be able to clutch up and know when to plant, because I doubt Scrism has the experience in getting these bombs down.
Eminence moving out here. He's got the support of his team going for that fast plant. Decides to check the sides instead, but you can see as he spotted that other player who's going to be dropped. Oh, shaky shots from Lakey. Let's see if he can recover. He's just going to be holding the fort down behind the fences. Fate, he does pick up bomb, working back. Lakey, he does have that FTL jump ready for when he wants to use that, but as you can see, all the battling taken down. Dean is actually going to spot Killer Pie, who was working his way around. So we've got Dean and Lakey in a 2v2 versus Hopey and Gydra, and they're both sticking together here. Lakey's actually going to be wrapping around onto Gydra. Will he spot him just inside the fences? They actually don't. This is going to be crazy. Gydra, where's he going to make the move? He actually hangs out there. Lakey, he's going to be over on the van. Let's see what he can do. And look at this. It all slows down. Will they spot each other? He's just around the corner. Lakey's surely going to be spotted, and indeed he does. Gydra picks up the kill. That's going to leave Dean all alone in a 1v2, and he needs to stay alive. He's only 50 away from that Trinity Rocket.
Yeah, this is really important for Dean to pick up a kill here. There's 2 players left up. There's 20 seconds left. He's absolutely not going to be able to get this plant. He just needs to work these streaks. I don't necessarily agree with him just sprinting around the map like this. I think he needs to slow things down, make sure he has his gun up, and just sort of know that like he's got bomb down on that bomb side. One of his teammates would have called it out, and Gydra and the rest of the the rest of the Prodigy players are going to be set up camping that bomb.
I don't know why he's challenging here. It was lucky that it was the very last second. That was He stayed alive, Kyle, but that was an unnecessary risk.
It was so risky, every single play, just the way he was moving around the map as well. I think this could be some nerves starting to get to the guys at Chiefs right now.
With the advantage they had, a 3-0 lead, there's no way he should be risking streaks like that. Nevertheless, he stayed alive. Let's have a look and see how Prodigy are going to attack this one. And instead of Scrism running the bomb, they must have heard you, because now it's Gydra moving towards that B plant, and the Chiefs are expecting it. Fate, he's going to be training towards that window nade, bringing out, and he does even hit some wall bangs here. No one down just yet. Lakey, again, he's going to be hiding up just inside of silos. Spots a couple of players, one including in the window. Now a wrap happening towards A. As you can see here on your mini-map, all 4 players, bottom right here for Prodigy Esports, going to be wrapping around that way, and they're already over on A.
That was a pretty big error from whoever that was from Chiefs. From Prodigy, that jumped out of blue. Like, he could have just walked low and not been spotted behind that fence, and basically just announced to Chiefs that, hey, we're rotating to the other bomb site.
Gydra also pushed out there while he was bomb carrier. Luckily, it is picked up by Hopi, but he's in a very aggressive position, forced into this engagement, and luckily for him, he picks up Eminence. Now we've got a 3v3. Hopi looking to plant, but Fate, he sets the trap, takes up Killer Pie. They're going to be traded out. Lakey as well is going to be looking for this defuse as Prodigy do get that plant down. Hopi, Scrism up against the lone Lakey. Lakey needs to get 2 and the defuse. Let's see what he can do. 30 seconds left. Chiefs up 3-1 so far. This is going to be a big round for Prodigy if they can hold it. Lakey just as big for him as well if he can somehow clutch this round.
No, I don't have a lot of faith in Lakey. He's been way too slow. He's sort of going way too deep. He just needs to be flying straight at these players. He just doesn't have time to fight these gunfights. I mean, hope he's going to be sitting back on the other side of the map based on where the bomb has been planted.
Giving away some free points in that round. Prodigy feeling a little bit better, and Scrism definitely feeling good as well as he cleans up Lakey at the end of that one. As you can see there, 4 kills now. Same for his teammate Gydra as he scores 3-2. And Prodigy, what was looking like a whitewash of 3-0, are now coming back in this S&D. Again, they are 1-0 in this series, and a vital series it is as winners bracket round 1. There's only going to be 3 rounds in the winners bracket in this format, this 16-team double elimination bracket. 20 teams actually if you include the open bracket teams that came through. So let's have a look here and see how this one plays out. Eminence going for the fast plant with Lakey up the back as well. Eminence actually got dropped, but not before he got the bomb down. So that's still an alright play. As you can see, these players basically trained against each other. I just want to quickly, if I may, jump over to Hopi. He's mid-map, but just the way he's routed through tunnel and then just having a look at unders, he's in an interesting position here to move out with his teammates here, Gydra and Killer Pie as well, and a 3v2 scenario versus Fate and Dean.
Yeah, Hopi's play there, he just actually jumped over the doorway and just baited both of Fate and Dean out of the bomb site into more awkward ground here. That was a really excellent play from Hope. It looks like it's going to come down to a 1v1 Hopi versus the man of Fate. This is the guy that basically dropped him, and he loses the gunfight. That's disappointing.
That is pretty disappointing indeed, but good for Chiefs to turn that around as Prodigy were just gaining their momentum. Dean and Fate getting shots on this final player and are now 2 rounds away from tying up this series.
Just then, I just noticed that Hopi contested when he was weak. I know he had to be aggressive there, but he could have waited just that couple of seconds just to get his health back to actually fight that fight effectively.
I just want to see who's picking up bomb here, and it will be Gydra once again.
Good
Killer
choice.
Pie. We're going to be following him as well. He's got that NV4. Now, this should be Gydra and Scrism making their move towards bomb. Shots rigging up towards mid as that's where Dean's going to be. Dean, is he getting aggressive? He's going to be getting shots out towards that player in tickets, and he does pick up the kill. That was big. Gydra still with bomb in hand, trying to make his way under bridge. His teammate Scrism goes down. He doesn't have the support right here. Spots one in the corner, needs to turn left immediately. Instead, he's going to cost some shots in the back. He should go down, leaving Hopi only one alive against Lakey and Dean, who both also have their rigs. Going to have a Centurion here and Lakey with that FTL jump. Still, let's have a look at Hopi and see how he plays this 1v2 scenario.
As soon as his teammate died there, Hopi just sprang into play. I think this is what he lives for, these 1v2 clutches. He's being very decisive here. I like his aggression, though he is sort of putting himself in a little bit of awkward position here, knowing that probably the Chiefs players are going to be grouped up like they should be.
This should be easy pickings for the Chiefs. They know exactly where he is, and Hopi caught against a rock and a hard place. Lakey and Dean, excellent teamwork here and great communication. As you can tell, Hopi, he could still pull off a miracle. As you can see, 20 seconds left. It is going to be very, very tough. He needs the 2 kills. Spots one, doesn't get it. He gets dropped, and now Chiefs 1 round away from winning this S&D here on Throwback.
I think Hopi's going to be a little bit frustrated with these plays. I know I've noticed that Chiefs have some pretty bad grouping. I mean, in these clutches, all you really need to do in a 2v1 is stand together and you're guaranteed to trade a kill. I mean, you're not going to be sitting in a place where you can get basically just sandwiched and spit roasted. It's just not going to happen. And I think that's what caught Hopey off guard there. They really spread out and just sort of made things awkward for him.
Eminence here once again, going to be the bomb carrier, and they make a standard push towards B. I want to watch this one from the defender's point of view. Killer Pie, shots ringing out. You're going to have Hopey here as well. Let's just watch Killer Pie and how he works this one. You're going to have, I believe, Gydra working alongside him, and here you can see, excuse me, was it Killer Pie? It was actually Hopey out with this Scarab. He does get a shot, but he knows the bomb's going down, which is obviously going to be vital information. Active camo ready for Eminence, but he gets dropped. Lakey's going to be right back on statue. Fate's going to be inside tickets. Prodigy with the advantage here. Fate's got some shots ringing out as Hopey gets taken down. Gydra going to be defending this bomb area as well as Dean gets dropped. Scrism, Gydra, Killer Pie, they're up against Lakey and Fate from the Chiefs. They need this one to stay alive. Can Lakey close it out? He picks up one, forces a 2v2 scenario. Shots ringing out. They know exactly where he is. His teammate gets dropped. Lakey, 1v2 to clutch up the victory here against the Chiefs. Obviously ahead by 3. They can afford to lose this one. Uses the FTL, gets the defender.
He clutched it. He absolutely clutched it. What a boss usage of FTL. That was absolutely amazing.
I am dumbstruck, and just because of that one FTL play, it is going to be the Chiefs wrapping it up 6 rounds to 2. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how you utilize the FTL jump.
FTL stands for faster than light, or does it mean freaking timing, Lakey?
Pretty good, Miles.
That's what I think it stands for anyway. Wow. What a way to close that one out. Game 2 goes to the Chiefs. We're all tied up 1-1 in this one. While the hard point was as close as they come. S&D a little bit different, guys. Chiefs looking better when they slow down. They like that slow play.
They were in a worse position, though, when they were up against Tenet Mines, and they were still able to manage to clutch the uplink. And it's only 1-1 in this series, so I'm keen to see how they progress throughout this series. But yeah, to bring us back to the search and destroy, a lot of things Chiefs did right, a lot of things that Prodigy kind of did wrong as well. So I think they kind of, not only did Chiefs play well, Prodigy fed them a couple of rounds. There was a couple of questionable movements, which Kyle, I know you could tell us more about. And yeah, I think there are some big errors that could have been easily avoided by Prodigy in some areas.
Now, guys, one thing I noticed, though, you talked about a little bit, was Scrism running the bomb. Now, we had seen in pretty much every series so far, Gydra being the main bomb runner for Prodigy and being the shot caller there. Do you think that was a big mistake in those opening rounds, and do you think that was part of what cost them those rounds?
Miles, yeah, that was just huge. What a huge flaw. Like, I basically brought Hopey up playing S&D with myself, and he watched me carry bomb for a good, 2 or 3 years? He should be the one carrying bomb. He knows how to plant that. And like we watched Scrism, basically he would push towards the bomb site and just sort of contest things in the air without really that much support. And I think that's really what lost him there. He just doesn't know when to plant bomb, but Hopey should know that, and that's what he should be doing.
Yeah, it's interesting you say Scrism's such an aggressive player. We saw him playing there, he's running the reactive armor, so he's typically a player that gets in dirty and likes to get those kills, so possibly a big fumble on the side of Prodigy. Either way, what a fantastic change of pace to this series. The Chiefs now tied this one up. A couple of mistakes here and then, and this was the final moment. What a spectacular use of FTL. Freaking timing, Lakey. That's it, man. I'm down. I want to get a t-shirt made. Freaking timing, Lakey.
Freaking timing. I'd buy that shirt.
Oh, look at that face. He's so cool about that. He was like, yeah, boys, no worries. I got the bomb carrier. Yeah, no worries, man. No defuse. Wow. What an amazing way to continue this series. We've got an uplink coming up next. I still have to kind of compose myself, boys. It's been quite something here on the desk with you guys. Uplink, though, I mean, Frost is a tricky map, to say the least, for most of these teams. With the way that this series is ebbing and flowing, both teams have had their respective victories. They've been spectacular in their own right. How do we go into Uplink, and what do you feel like they're going to bring to the table here, Carl?
Well, this was a sort of mirror match of what we saw with Prodigy versus TM. I mean, that first map, versus TM, Prodigy only barely lost that, but what was it, like 6 points? And then the S&D was pretty rough, much like this one was. And then they came back and they absolutely decimated TM and then uplink Frost. And it was Frost as well. They had full map control off the break, and for basically about 7 minutes, they went unanswered, basically to TM. So I've got full faith in Prodigy to bring things back this next map.
I know that Eminence specifically is an excellent uplink player, though, as is the rest of the Chiefs. Now, as they go up against this newly constructed Prodigy lineup, I think it might be a challenge. But as I've talked to him up before, Gydra and indeed the rest of the squad, I really think that there's a lot of uplink talent over on that squad. And, you know, they clutched it up against Tainted Minds. Everyone, or not everyone, but a lot of people say Tainted Minds are a stronger squad than Chiefs, arguable at this stage. But if they could take one away against Tainted Minds, I think Prodigy are looking good here against the Chiefs as well.
I don't think we can ask for much more if we can see a Game 4, which is going to be another hard point, which frankly was as close as they come, and we can get a Game 5 out of this one. Boy, what a story that would be. On your screen, guys, that's Lakey, the man who literally saved the universe with his FTL jump there in that last one. I'm sure that play will be on competitive comp Reddit. Players will be looking at that one going, ah, cool, so that's how you use FTL. That's a great way to use that one. Hopey there, chatting to the players, shot calling, boys. I mean, the way that Hopey played on the Chiefs, now he was a shot caller for his team. He was the guy playing from the top down, making decisions for the boys. Do you feel like he's doing exactly the same thing now for Prodigy?
I did have a chat with him, and I think, look, obviously right then and there, yes, that's what he's doing. He's got a lot of sort of experience in these clutch moments where you absolutely have to win this next map. But, I mean, he's sort of relinquished his role as captain here, and he's just sort of focusing on himself, and we've seen that. Probably not so much in the S&D. I think he had a little bit of a rough KD, but basically played pretty solid in the hardpoint, and I'm expecting him to play well in another respawn.
Whether as a shot caller or not, Hopey's always going to be a great addition to a squad, especially when he's fired up and hungry for the win here. And Kyle, you know, there's never a time that a player is more determined than when they're dropped by a team. And especially when you go up against that team on the CWL main stage, there's no other kind of motivation to get a W.
Oh, definitely not. We watched that little 1v1 there between Fate and Hopey, and I know they've got a lot of history both together and against each other. So I think Hopey's going to definitely want some serious vengeance coming into this Frost.
So keen to see how this one is going to unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in the winners bracket, and it's the championship bracket as well. Things are finally underway as winners bracket round 1. And what a way to have it. Chiefs vs Prodigy. We're 1-1 in the series, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Once again, thank you for tuning in. It is brought to you by PlayStation 4, with thanks as well to the guys over at Astro and ViewSonic for supporting us and helping us put this event together. We're live from the ESL studio in, I'd usually say sunny Sydney, but it's been pretty horrid weather over the last couple of days. But luckily, we're all warm and cozy in here as we're checking out some awesome Call of Duty action as Chiefs vs Prodigy are about to hit their uplink. And there was your man on a mission, Lakey, there. And like, what a mission it was. I love how he played it, just completely ignored the second player, used the FTL jump to get right in there, take down the bomb carrier, so there was no time left for Prodigy to do anything.
Well, I mean, he made the exact right play. I would have expected sort of, he would have expected the defensive player to be sitting on the other side of the bridge to be able to properly cut his teammate. So I think if that Prodigy player was actually behind, properly covering the bomb site, he would have been able to see top, he would have been able to see bottom of the bridge, and probably would have saved that from happening. But I mean, it forced Lakey to basically clutch up hard, and he did.
Now onto this uplink, as we talked about, it's on Frost. Kyle, we've had the pleasure of seeing both of these teams play on this map and game time, and I know both of them can play it very, very well. As I've already discussed, Prodigy able to take the win on this. I believe it was a 6-4, if my memory serves correct, against Tainted Minds. How do you think this one's going to go? In which way, if you just had to pick a team, are you feeling Prodigy, or do you think the Chiefs are going to hold out here?
Look, I'm really confident in Prodigy. They play this map flawlessly. I think if they can break out hard like they did before and get a nice aggressive push through middle and get that early 1 or 2 points down, I think they're definitely a shoo-in for this victory.
Erad busted out for Hopey at the beginning of this one. Obviously has the ability to be this aggressive sub player, as we always love to see. The meta of Infinite Warfare obviously is K-Bar and NV4. And it's always great when you can get this Erad out. And he picked up a nice long range kill before being dropped there as well by Lakey. Gydra moving forward for the Prodigy lineup. The drone is still yet to move. Both teams just vying and jockeying for position on the map.
Yeah, I think Hopey did an excellent job of pushing up early. All he had to have was his teammates actually just pick up 1 or 2 kills and be able to pass that ball straight up to him. And that would have been a 1 point straightaway like we saw against TM.
Now this is a great push up here by Hopey. There's going to be one player in front. It's Fate. The throw didn't get to go out. Nade's coming in. Fate's going to throw it out for the reset. Gydra was the only one live there for a moment for Prodigy. He's just desperately trying to stay alive and hold on to it so Chiefs can't respond and wait for his team to come up.
Again, it's a story of just resetting ball when you have kills. There was absolutely no reason for Fate to do that. I mean, I suppose there could have been one Prodigy player there, but it was pretty obvious that there was no one else. He could have just run that ball straight up the thing, straight up through ship, and basically just got a point.
I cannot wait to see how this map's going to unfold. There's been a lot of action already. Prodigy, they just lost the S&D, looking to get a W here, and there is a lot of talk on main stage. Let's listen to the fire itself coming out of Prodigy.
One shot underpass.
Let's roll away.
I'm just. Wait, wall run middle.
Three there.
Cut left.
Alright, ball one shot, going cliff side. I'm pretty sure it's close, fade dead. One here. Tag, Lakey, one shot. Let's do that.
Yeah, two.
Trouble.
Yeah, two pushing up. Pre-aim.
They could go blue here, I'm gonna back up. I need ice. And blue,
Spawning out.
One blue. Right here.
Lakey's bottom. Nice.
Yeah, left does up. Nice.
Ah, come on, fight!
That's ready.
Nice, Jay. Good job.
I'm gonna throw it down.
We just stay here. I'm gonna
throw me tag, rip dead.
Nice. I'm wall running through middle.
You backed up.
One's crates.
Pinch the middle. Ball's on left side. Playing crates.
Go crates. Underpass. Fate's underpass.
Yeah, he's gonna kill me.
Two underpass. Both of them. Wait. Safe one.
Oh, space, give me Lakey. Lakey's crates. Oh, yeah, two crates. Oh, we're on high, guys.
Yeah,
I need help right side, Yeah, I'm coming run. Yeah, good. Go around wall. Go on. Might get you one day. Hit Warren, eh? I'm heading for one. Yeah, one. He got me. One blue. You're big here, guys. Play ball. Tag. Get it, nice. Nice.
Two. He threw it cliff side.
He's PCs. Go back to base.
Watching PC.
Yeah, one's gonna try and wrap here.
Yeah, I'm nading.
I spawn PCs.
Yo, he just base tag. Take one shot. No base. Hey, Lakey, weak. I go to base. One
go on.
One was blue. One to blue. Blue might flank you.
Stay alive here, Ryan.
Yeah,
Blue, you guys.
Yeah, one's flying Ryan. Head gun.
Dozer.
I'm playing
Ice.
Two. Let's go. Let's go fast.
Yo, they're gonna spawn on base.
Yeah, we have to play wave. Maybe a 1 point.
We're gonna get one. Let's go. Up close. Hey, close. We're gonna hit. Stay together. Carry the wall. Nice.
Crates.
Today.
That was some intense communication coming out of Prodigy, and you can see great teamwork as well. But it actually fell apart a little bit as Chiefs were able to get in for 2 points. Prodigy slaying Mad Kyle. It just couldn't come together for them, though.
Look, what I noticed there in their comms, there's a little bit of shakiness to their voices, and it's showing in their composure. They aren't quite playing as tightly as they could have been. Hopey, right then, they had 4 down. They knew they were going to be spawning their base, and Hopey saw one guy in front of him, and he was the first person up with ball, didn't let any lead blockers push, and he just got taken out easily when that could have been easy points and full map control again for the team of Prodigy.
Is this pressure or communication? Because their comms seemed on point.
They were on point, but yet again, they're not calling names, which is so important to know who's on the map and who's where, so you can keep track of the enemy team and be able to push up effectively. I'm a little bit disappointed. Hope you should know better than that from our time with Benno.
Hopey is screaming. He is dumb lit, as the young'uns say these days. Killer Pie 10-9 as well. Not too bad. However, the only score that counts is the uplink scoreboard, and currently it's 2-1 with Chiefs in front. Let's check out Fate. He's got an E-Rat of his own. He's going to take it to his grave as he gets dropped. Lakey, the last defender alive as that drone's pushing up. Scrism looking to make it work here. He's got the support of his teammates eventually backing him up. Hope he's got it in hand. Forced to throw forward. He's got the E-Rat out. That stun was going to be huge. Had to turn around. He does get the turn on that one player. Killer Player last alive. Goes for 1. Goes for 2. Unfortunately, not going to get it. Last few seconds of the half. We're going to be finishing at 2-1. Kyle, look, they had so many opportunities, and sure, a few little hiccups here, but what I want to say is credit where credit is due. The Chiefs and their defense clutched up, especially with that intercept towards the end as well.
Oh, yeah.
What they needed to do, they got done.
Yeah, basically. I think Chiefs played pretty solidly on the rotations. They managed to stack up pretty nice and tight to prevent the team of Prodigy from basically just utilizing that ball armor and just sort of diving out and hit a 1. Because it looked like Prodigy were going for that, and their lead blockers were a little bit confused, a little bit slow, and didn't quite capitalize on that ground.
Eminence moving straight out onto the outside of the map. There is going to be one player on the wall run. It's going to be Scrism. Scrism shots out before he falls off the mat. Guydra dropped as well. Hopey once again rocking the E-Rat, as we'll see for pretty much the rest of the map. He's taken down. Killer Pie last alive, saving something for the team. And he is going to be picking up 1 kill. Follows it up with another as well. There's some nice shots. And that's all down for Chiefs. Prodigy with the opportunity to move forward. Guydra making a run. Obviously, I want to see the player on the assault. It's Killer Pie running point for the squad. Turns, that's COD timing definition right there as he gets taken down. Hopi and Scrism, now just Hopi left alive with this E-Rad. Shots ringing out. It was a tough spot for Hopi. That COD timing just ruined that push.
I know, that was really rough there. I like what Hopi did. He sort of played a little bit more passively. I think that was the right play. I think though, he could have just camped that just a little bit longer and forced basically the Chiefs team to slow down this push. But it's not going to matter. Ball got reset, and it's now a new fight in middle with Prodigy in control.
So much talk about Prodigy. We need to get it onto the Chiefs because their defense has been amazing. I really feel that Prodigy have been able to come together with their team shot a lot better than the Chiefs until it matters. Then we see Prodigy 3 down. We see Chiefs defense being awesome. All sorts of stuff coming out from them. And don't forget, they still have the lead. Eminence throwing this forward, getting kills as well. And tries to kneecap one, follows it up with more. Lakey's got support. This is at least one. Make it two. Chiefs 4-1 in the lead.
Right then and there, we saw Hopi was first up, but instead of just chilling out and playing slow, he just dives out and contests 4 people. Like, why do that, Hopi? You should be more composed like that. I'm disappointed.
With Chiefs in the lead and about to further it by another 2. Let's go to it. Astro listen in and the joyous calls from the Chiefs.
Two, crates, no one, Let's go, might be. I need help. I gotta come, I got a small trap. I'm very close to camera. This one, stay left, Reef. Oh, no, Ryan got me. Yeah, I think he's going crates. I almost have my camo, by the way. One crate, one robots. Hopes one shot. Two crates. I'm aiming crates. Wait, they could flank us easily. Wait, let's flank them here. Go left. Go. Scrism's weak there. He's one shot crates. I'm going us. Mid head. Scrism, one shot in front of you. Yeah, you got me. Let's try. There's two in mid. I push up hard. Nice. One's behind the box. Nice. One more mid. Nice. That's 3. One kill off camo. Crate's dead. Coop heads over as well. Yeah. I'll watch your hard left.
Don't, Scrism, watch out. He's the
I'm moving right.
They got me.
Crates door. Nice, good one. Good work, boys. Alright, get one more kill. I got camo, yeah? They could be in mid. I'm coming mid. They gonna push up ring. Nice, big kill, man. Mid headshot. Oh, wait, two on sub. Right. Jack. Go close, Jack right. Push back. He's going to crate alley on you. That's two. Re-slink. Three there. Scrism dead. They alive, Reef. Nice. Yeah, he put me in sub. He's 2 on crates. Ryan's weak mid. I got flank. Keep signing. Keep talking, guys. Mid weak. Oh yeah, I'm coming to us. I got mid. I'm pushing. Nice. We got left. I'm right. Jack, mid. Front blue. That's last guy. Front blue. Camo. He's got camo. Give Reef ball. I'm pushing left, hard. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm in a kinetic. Alright, you kinetic then. One's crates. Mid, cut back. I can get him. Go. Crates. I got him. I came out too. I'm slaying. You got me, he's tagged, Jack a mid. No, he shot me out, my camo.
They're going left on mid.
I'm pushing left, yeah.
I'm going into ship.
Yeah, I'm going left as well. Hope you could have camo soon. They could wrap it. I'm watching ice. I'm alright.
One nice, two nice, maybe. They're going harder.
Oh, dude, two push me. Both weak, one shot.
Last guy.
No one there.
Last guy.
Nice, good stop.
I'm gonna go left. Just hold it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop running. Just one.
And that was a huge push by Prodigy at the end, but great communication from the Chiefs and an awesome defense once again. They're now in front 7-1, and you can tell from the composure in their voice, they know this map is all but theirs.
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating. I think this huge deficit here is just all stemmed down to Hopi just suiciding in middle without any support. He's basically just allowed them to get 2 free dunks and make this win just absolutely unattainable.
Lakey goes down, but not before getting another point on the board. They know the map is done. 8-1, the score so far. Not done yet. Prodigy trying to save face. And you can see by the KDs, there's been a couple of stellar performances, particularly Fate, 30 and 22. But looking across the board, the KDs don't match up with the scoreboard for uplink. 8-1, Chiefs in the lead, and it just shows converting the kills into points is just better done by the Chiefs.
Yeah, definitely. It's just that one little tiny error which cost him everything. I'd like to see Scrism probably pick up his game a little bit more. He's only 26 and 25 to finish out that map. Game's going to end 8-1. Prodigy unfortunately losing that. How frustrating.
Prodigy going up in the series 2-1 as they take down uplink 8-1 in the final score. Well, boys, Chiefs just defensively too sound, or was the offensive capabilities of Prodigy just not quite there? Carl, what do you think?
I think Chiefs had some pretty solid rotations. They were playing like the old school CTF back in your boots on the ground games. They were rotating nicely back to their portal, grouping up pretty tight on the front line and making sure they had some good cover to basically contest off anyone from Prodigy that was pushing them. But I think a lot of that came down to Prodigy's own errors.
Prodigy just didn't seem, you know, as tight in that one. You'd say, you know, when we went to listen in, sure, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of fire in the belly, but if they don't bring it together, like you were saying halfway through or following up the listening, Kyle, that they weren't really specific with their call-outs. It seemed like a little bit of mayhem going on, to be fair.
Here's a couple of replays from that game, guys. Uplink was a big win for the Chiefs. Maybe a surprise to some, but certainly not to the boys in blue there. Hopi and co doing the best they can, but falling ever so short. Guys, I mean, we saw a couple of payload plays coming out. Eminence had a failed camouflage play, which didn't really pay off for them. Is there anything you want to say, I mean, probably particularly you, Carl, about like how the payloads were utilized? Were there any major fumbles? Was there anything you'd like to see different?
Yeah, Eminence popped his camo pretty early. I mean, he sort of snuck past a couple of players, but then when he got to an actual fight, which would have been the last player at the back line, he just sort of just whiffed it, just stood there, was like, he's shooting at me, what do I do? Instead of just going straight for the beatdown or just avoiding him, he just stood there and ate bullets.
You keep calling it decisive plays, you know, that's clearly, sadly, not a decisive play. Now, speaking of being decisive, you know, the Prodigy Esports, they you know, there was a lot of times where they were looking so good. You know, was that part of the indecision in their gameplay that was really hindering them?
Yeah, well, I mean, like I talked about Hopi in the S&D, just picking the right time to do things. Like as soon as something would happen, he would just rotate out and make his play and try to clutch up. But he didn't do that in this series. He just sort of YOLO'd on his own several times, both when he had support and when he didn't have any support at all.
Now, Carl, you said several times throughout that series, and I got a tally of at least 2, where you said, you know, Hopi's suicide out in the mid-map, and then you say, I'm disappointed in a very stern voice. I know you mean it. I know it's coming
Kyle
from the heart.
Kyle is everyone's dad in
I know,
the
and Papa Valsider really came out during this game, because in the first game, you know, you were very excited, and this one, God, it's just getting your goat now, I can tell.
Well, I've known Hopi for such a long time, and he's always been chasing that first place. He's always been second back in previous titles and things like that, but he's never nailed that first place. So I want to see him succeed, man. Like, he's just not done that here in COD at all.
Yeah, hard to keep that bias at bay, I can tell, but it's what makes this beautiful. It's the human side of COD that we love.
It is. And really, aren't we all winners, Miles?
Well,
no.
Well,
no is the answer.
It's hard to... you got to try and find the sort of the happy medium where it's like, well, I came to play and I tried my best. But, guys, look, Chiefs, defensive lineup means so solid. We saw a couple of attempts on goal. I mean, look at this. This highlight reel doesn't end, right? Has this is still going? It's basically a replay of the entire game. It was just so full of magic. I mean, Chiefs' defensive plays were out of this world. Like, they were watertight at times. Nothing got through, and if anything was getting through, you know, they reacted very, very well to it. How do you, I mean, do you see, let's try to sort of hypothetically compare them up against another team, you know, like Mindfreak, who offensively is so strong. You know, where do you weigh the Chiefs in the sort of region uplink-wise?
Uplink-wise, Mindfreak have always dominated in their uplinks, and I think that it's a very hard comparison to make without seeing them directly go against each other. I think definitely that they can make a run against Mindfreak. It would be very hard for me to call, though, just given the experience of what we're seeing from both teams in the scene.
Well, Josh, we saw a lot of times that Chiefs were on the back foot and sort of rotating their base. And like, looking at the KDs, they had more kills, but a lot of those kills were in their own base and not necessarily middle map where the fight needs to happen. And Mindfreak will just thrive off that. They'll just leave them in their base the entire time, keep them spawn trapped, and just keep relaying balls up through middle.
Put it this way, I think that when Chiefs really cemented their victory at the end of that, I think it was because Prodigy kind of let them win. At the beginning, there was so much pressure from Prodigy that Chiefs had to hold off. I think Chiefs only just held on for a lot of those defenses, and if they were up against the likes of Mindfreak, I don't think that defense would have held.
Well, guys, you've heard it here. It's been a screamer of a series so far. We're going to take a very quick break, and after that, we're going to give you Game 4. Don't go anywhere.
Team Envious are your 2016 Call of Duty World League champions. JCap, John, Slasher, and Apathy. This is the team that cemented themselves in the Call of Duty history books. But the true testament of a great team is their ability to build off success. And with a new game comes a new season. Since the inaugural Call of Duty World Championship in 2013, no team has ever won back-to-back championships, and only 2 players have. COD XP MVP John has proven he is among the best. Slasher has placed top 3 in every World Championship he has competed at, while Apathy has now had 2 top 5 finishes. Captain Jordan J. Kaplan won the 2 previous COD championships and looks to make it a 3rd. but more importantly, win a second title for his team. The new season will poise new teams and new challenges, but with their experience, a second title isn't far-fetched. Can Envy win back-to-back world championships and cement their legacy in the history books? Optic Gaming is currently considered one of the top teams in competitive Call of Duty. A crowd favorite, a media powerhouse, and tournament favorite in every competition. They have brought home championships from every major tournament in Call of Duty except the elusive Call of Duty Championship, which has yet to be placed in their trophy case. No one wants to be known as the best who have never won. They have the talent. Scump is regarded as the best player in the league. Crimsix and Karma are former COD World Champions, and Formal is one of the best slayers in the game. Each year they don't win, the pressure builds to succeed. This Optic Gaming squad has the potential to win it all. If they don't, could there be changes?
What makes Enigma 6 a special team is just their overall team chemistry, their confidence, and just the fact that they've been grinding much more than some of these other teams. Now you see them always in Pro Point tournaments, in matches on the GB ladder, and then you see them in the live event environment, and they do not back down from anybody. A very confident bunch makes them a very scary team.
For E6 weaknesses, the big thing that stands out to me is the experience on the main stage. A couple of these players haven't really been playing on that top level, in that big limelight that we've seen over the past couple of years. So for me, how are they going to react consistently being on the main stage? When you go back to Vegas, they reacted pretty well, and it was impressive to see. But can they keep that up for the rest?
Hidely ho, neighborinos. Welcome back to the CWL Open Sydney 1. It has been a scream of a day so far, and you've joined us at what is possibly the most exciting series of Call of Duty I have ever been present to. We've got a real grudge match on our hands here. It is Prodigy Esports up against the Chiefs. And there's no shortage of drama here on the desk. And joining me, of course, is In Maniac and Vilesider. Carl, Josh, how are you doing? I mean, it's been a special series.
There's heart palpitations going on. There's all sorts of bodily functions I'd rather not say on this stream, but I'm very excited to say the least.
Josh, I'm absolutely hyped. Like these have been incredible matches. I mean, I expected a little bit more from that last map, but everything's gone down to the wire so far.
Carl, we talked about it just briefly before the break. You've been disappointed in Hopi.
Yeah, I've been pretty frustrated in a lot of his plays there. I think basically the catalyst for that being like an 8-1 loss was just down to Hopi making a huge error with ball. They got 4 players down, and Hopi just decides to basically just push in on his own at the front of the pack, just not waiting for anyone at all. They even had them, the enemy team of Chiefs just staggered back in their base, and that was the reason that Chiefs were able to put 2 dunks in back to back, and that's why I'm so frustrated with him right now.
Now, Carl, for context, for those of you watching at home who maybe don't know why Carl is so emotionally invested in Hopi's gameplay, I mean, can you give us a little bit of background as to how you and Hopi have played through the years? I mean, we've described you as his dad for a while.
Yeah, that's pretty cute and kind of accurate. I mean, he's a bit of a kid, especially in the hotel rooms and things like that. I got to sort of baby him, but basically my history with Hopi was he'd come from a different title, had some pretty alright success, not really any first place games, and he came to COD and I sort of just taught him most of what he knows right now. We spent probably 2-3 years teaming together and sort of on and off after that. And I just expect so much from him here because he wants to win. He left me chasing that victory and he still hasn't gotten it even without me.
If Carl's his dad, I'm his mum. Don't ask how it works.
I'm not going to ask. Man, it's Mardi Gras today, baby. We're celebrating here in our own special way here at the ESL Studios in Sydney. And thanks to PlayStation 4 and to ViewSonic and Astral, their sponsors who are making this happen. It's been an incredible affair so far. But let's get on with it. You know, we're in the 4th chapter of this revenge story now. This is how it's played out so far. First game was a 250 to 247 Scorch hardpoint, for the love of God. Go back through the VODs and check that one out. It was insane. 6-2 Throwback Search and Destroy was very much the Chiefs with a particularly special finish. And just now, Frost uplink. Well, it was kind of 8-1. It was kind of 8-1. It was a bit of a smacking.
That's what happens when Hopey lets it go a little bit too far. So the trick now is to rein it back without halting it completely.
Yeah, I completely agree, Josh. I mean, we did hear a little bit of shakiness in the voices, and especially from Hopey. And like, I'm used to hearing him in my headset. He's used to just being really confident. And as soon as that shakiness comes in, I start to worry a little bit. And I know that I've got to really like slap him on the back and hype him up.
Now, we talk so much about Hopey. I mean, I just want to once again highlight the outstanding performances by Scrism, Gydra, and Killer Pie, which have all been outstanding today. In earlier series that they've played, Gydra's uplink performance has been insane. Killer Pie is basically your all-rounder. He's the guy that really just comes through clutch when you need it. We've seen that several times. And Scrism just pure brute force when it comes to displaying. So this entire squad has been brilliant. Now let's look at the Chiefs. Obviously, with Eminence stepping in, Eminence stepping into Hopey's shoes. They've won the previous 2K. They're feeling good coming into this. They had a relatively high seed, and here they are in winners bracket round 1, looking to make their way into round 2 if they can win this hardpoint.
Yeah, pretty impressed with a lot of play from the Chiefs in that last map. They held strong, they played pretty tightly together. I think Eminence is sort of filling the shoes of Hopey, but I sort of expected maybe a little bit more, a little bit of a bigger plays. I mean, for that sort of roster change this close to a LAN, I just expect the world of that 4th player being picked up.
Obviously, one of the most solid players in the scene, Eminence. Look for him to shine in this hardpoint as well. Now to shift the focus back to Prodigy, I must say, whether it's wins or losses, they have been so entertaining. They lost just to Tainted Minds, then they won just against Chiefs. I cannot wait to see what's coming out of this hardpoint. As you can see there, folks, we've got a packed studio here at the ESL Sydney studio. It's going to be absolutely awesome. Guys, get hyped. This could be the final map of the series if the Chiefs can hold out. Otherwise, it's Prodigy forcing a Game 5. If you're in the chat, holler at us. Let us know who you're cheering for. And if you are watching from home, or even if you're in the studio, get that trend in hashtag CWL Sydney and CWL PS4, the official hashtag of the Call of Duty World League presented by PS4. We're getting into map number 4, and it is going to be this hardpoint on Breakout. And again, so much excitement. It's the grudge match of all grudge matches here. Eminence replacing Hopey. They're head-to-head here in this hardpoint, and both key players for their squads. Who are we going to be starting things off here with, Kyle, as we get into this map?
Let's definitely stick on board with Eminence. I mean, he is the new star of the team. Let's see what he can pull off here. Looks like he's going to go for a bit of a wrap around to the elbow and onto Showers. Going to look for some early loading control, and it looks like we've got Lakey and Fate going to be aggressing early onto the middle of the hardpoint in this nice 2-2 split. Dean picks up early kill. Eminence with a nice little wrap around the back here. He's going to juggle himself off of map, and that's not quite what you want. That's pretty embarrassing, to be honest.
It was a nice little pickup before he did fall, and it would have been brilliant to wrap around for the flank if he managed to stay alive, but as you said, he didn't, and therefore Prodigy going to get the first couple of points here on the rooftop, looking back down towards the bottom, see if he can pick up anything. He knows where this player is. They were shaky shots. Scrism unfortunately dropped there. Gydra out on the floor. He's in the killing pit as he's picking up one right there with the smackdown on Fate before Dean answering back. Hopey here as well is going to be dropped now onto Killer Pie coming out of Showers. Prodigy have the early jump. It's just a case of if they can hold it.
Yeah, Prodigy has kept the spawns into this new rotation, and Chiefs just have made absolutely no effort towards the next one. I mean, there's sort of 15 seconds left on hill. They've stacked up middle, but they should have sent a player pinching around down spiral stairs, or at least the long flank up into medbay and garage. So it's a little bit annoying they've left it this late into the round. It's still going to cost them some early points off of cell block.
Now, Hopi here, he's just going to be holding down Laundry. Doesn't spot anyone so far. Gydra's holding down that back wall run. Let's have a quick look here at Killerpie, who was holding down the back. He gets dropped. Hopi's aware of it. Gydra still just watching the wall run. Squism goes down as well. Gydra now has to move. Force off, holding down that wall run. Picks up 1 kill, bouncing back as well. And look at the spawns. They're back on the wall run. Prodigy, they lost control of this hardpoint. Now trying to move back in and be in the same position the Chiefs were in moments ago.
Yeah, that early error there by not rotating has just basically cost the team of Chiefs a whole 30 points. And it's sort of taken them a little bit of time to wrap back around. But Eminence is in your hill now. He's grabbed this rotation. There's 12 seconds left. Looks like we've got a new battle going on at the next hill. That's a huge 2-piece from Lakey. He's basically won them early control of this hill. And this is absolutely huge. I would like to see him be a little bit more aggressive, but he is opting to wait for his teammates, which is very important.
Lakey's going to be holding on to this next hard point, but I actually want to jump over to Eminence if we may. He's on a 4-kill streak, obviously vital, and Eminence is the key player to watch out for here on the Chiefs. Obviously, as a new addition, he actually snapped to get that 5th. Dean holding down the points for the squad, and what a stonewall he is. He picked up 2, going for 3 as well. He doesn't quite get it. Unfortunate there. However, Lakey and Eminence are there to back him up. Eminence going huge, 9-4. Lakey's still got his back as well. The great combo coming out of the Chiefs. Prodigy, they're a bit slow out of the gate, but we know how hard they can come home.
Yeah, Dean's kill there was actually absolutely critical for them to maintain map control. If he didn't get that kill, his teammates basically would have spawned out. But instead, because of one of the players from Prodigy was pitching around, they all spawned up close on medbay on the hard
Hopi
point.
with the 3-piece there as well, looking for the spawners. He tags up one. If he got that, that would have been redonkulous. He does go down. Those Scrisms holding down onto these scrap points. Gydra, we're going to see him trying to get hold of Helipad because, of course, we know how important it is to hold down those spawns.
Yeah, these spawns are really split. Everyone on both teams are just really spread across the map. Some grouping starting to happen now, a little bit more from Prodigy as they push around. This is probably a little bit of an early play from Gydra to push this hard point, though he does have a teammate pinching in with him. They're not able to clean up. That's going to be a big kill from Killerpie coming in right there, right now, but he's going to get sandwiched and taken out and lose spawns. That's pretty frustrating there for the guys of Prodigy. They tried to pinch, but it just did not work out at all.
Obviously, spawning all the way over in Medi is going to be very frustrating. 10 seconds or so to get back over to this 4th hard point, and there's still 25 seconds left, so it is going to be very tough, and you will be seeing Chiefs walk away with a whole lot of points. Dean was left alone for a little bit, but he is going to pick up a kill before getting snapped from behind. With 15 seconds left, Prodigy should hold it, but it's actually still being challenged by the Chiefs here. They knew they had weak numbers. Chiefs, obviously with the advantage, they're able to clear that out, but they should be focusing on the rotation as Killerpie, he's pushing out a Laundry to try and get this rotation himself.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Josh. I just don't grasp why they would chase that scrap time. I mean, yeah, they sort of got early set up to the next hard point, but it's really not that great, and they're not getting any points off it. They could have easily had Prodigy spawn trap back with some sort of showers and loading control and hill control. It just didn't happen.
So Prodigy, that rotation worked brilliantly for him, and when Killerpie is on the 3-kill streak, that's obviously going to be very helpful as well. Killerpie hoping he had more kills though, considering he hasn't really got any hill time, but as we've seen, he's been one of those guys securing the spawns for the squad.
He was a little bit unnecessarily aggressive there. He did have his NV4 in hand, was sort of challenging at awkward K-bar range when he knew players would be coming around from that old commissary hill and contesting him.
Killerpie, he's coming down the stairs, picked up one and wisely backing off. They're going to know exactly where he is. That 3rd player on the Chiefs, which is Fate. He might catch him from behind, but he doesn't. Does get some shots out. Fate might turn around as he now is the only one left alive. 8 seconds for the rotation. And it looks like Fate, he might stay alive, but the rotation's still looking good here for Prodigy until just then. Fate, he's beaming.
Josh, that was incredible. I just looked at those spawns, and the entire team of Chiefs spawned cross-map with Prodigy getting good close spawns to this new hill, and Fate just single-handedly won them a little bit more control. Unfortunately, he isn't able to capitalize, but a pinch is going to come in onto this hard point for Chiefs.
Chiefs here holding this one down. There's 150 points on their scoreboard right now against Prodigy, and Lakey doing a brilliant job holding down this wall run as Dean's inside getting the points as well. Killerpie tries it towards mid. They can't do wall run. Can we do better at mid? Killerpie goes down. Can Hopi do any better? There are going to be 2 players here. Fate picks up Gydra. It's not looking good towards mid either until Hopi, 2 headshots. Go for 3, Hopi. He almost gets it. He's going to be maybe forced back. Picks up the kill on Dean with those nades. Now, as good as that individual performance was, Kyle, it doesn't mean anything when they lost every single point from that still hard point.
No, it was pretty rough. I mean, it looked fantastic from Hopi's POV, and it was pretty late in the rotation for them to sort of be contesting that. So he was doing his job okay, but it doesn't really mean much in the context of the game.
Killer Pie, he's going to be just inside the cave. Will he be the troll that Prodigy need? Chiefs have one player challenging. It's going to be Eminence, and Killer Pie trying to be the troll he knows he can be. Don't let your dreams be dreams, folks. If you want to be a troll, be a Killer Pie. Scrism, 16-13. He's picked up one, and Prodigy have actually held down a lot of points here. But let's talk about the context of the game. There's still half the points of the Chiefs, and I do want to focus on the Chiefs because their attack was very good. It's picked apart by Prodigy there, but they still have a very, very healthy lead.
Yeah, looking at the KDs as well, things are pretty even across the board. Chiefs are slightly ahead in the slaying department, though Fate looks like he's having a bit of a rough game, as Prodigy is all at least in the double digits now. We're going to see this rotation come out, 10 seconds left, and again, both teams are pretty slow to this commissary hill, though we do see, is that Killer Pie? Yes, Killer Pie has rotated down to this hill, and he does have his payload.
Now, I just want to watch this player moving in the middle of the map as well, because it's Dean here from the Chiefs. Obviously, this is going to be a vital spot for them. If he goes down here, it could mean nothing, but if he is able to get the jump on the players holding the spawns, it could be big. You can actually see his teammates already cleared it out. Hopey, he's going to be pushing out here, picks up one kill again. Hopey, an outstanding performance so far. Still dropping negs, but he's clutched up where needed. Killer Pie is going to be watching those spawns in the back. He wastes that FTL jump. It would have been good if he clutched it, but unfortunately it didn't happen. Gydra now here pushing in to back up his teammate Schism. Schism gets dropped. It's up to Gydra. He's on the wall run. This could be brilliant. Gets the jump. Tags one in the back. Spoiled for choice. He gets one. Unfortunately dropped. Dean too good. Composed and keeps it. And with 20 seconds left, there's a decision to be made by Prodigy of where they push.
Yeah, there's a play there from Gydra. Like, it looked pretty, but again, it's just in the context of the game. He's one person against the entire team set up on that side. And it's not going to matter. He's going to have to push in again and then finally clean up a two-piece when his team is actually there to support him. But going to this last rotation, we're going to see actually Prodigy in control. This has sort of worked out. This sort of scrappy battles at Commissary have sort of worked out in the favor of Prodigy, though in saying that, again, the map is just scrappy. Look at players just spawning everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the pressure coming in, but look at Fate. He's picking up one and goes for some more points. Less than 30 seconds away from victory, and not only this map, but the series. Chiefs looking to lock it down, but Prodigy, don't count him out just yet. Gydra's trying to be a man on a mission. He's caught in a pretty hard spot here. Activates the camo, picks up one, goes for two. He's taken down. I hope he needs to stay alive. He's got one. That's a 2-kill streak so far. Looking for more. He's got the support of Killer Pie,
nice.
And there we go, getting aggressive. They need to rack up the points. 20 seconds for the rotation, and arguably, Kyle, they just need to stay alive here so they can get the rotation over into cells.
Yeah, as you say that, again, Hobie makes a mistake where he just flies out at enemy players. He doesn't even see anyone there. He just jumps out in the open and just contests nothing and gets taken out because of it.
Pushing into showers or just outside of it onto Doc. He's going to be Lakey. Lakey getting a few more points here, but it's about the rotation, and it is going to be all Chiefs. Hopey and Gydra need to lock it down. Gydra picks up one. A couple players just outside. Very aggressive pushing here. Let's have a look from Fate's point of view. Fate's going to be pushing into Laundry, and he actually turns around to support his teammate. Last few seconds here, and it's in control of the Chiefs. 10 more seconds to win it. Let's watch the last push from Prodigy from Gydra's point of view. Pushes in, following the nades. He does get one. If he turns to the left, he can get another. Pre-fires out. Shots, picks up two before being dropped. Hope he did go down. It's up to Killer Pie. Last second, he challenges West Grism. Nowhere to be found. The last seconds are picked up, and the Chiefs take the series versus Prodigy, and what a way to do it there on that fourth map. Chiefs are going to be clutching up, and what a way to do it. They push it home. Hopey unfortunately misses out on the vengeance that he so desperately wanted, and we will be seeing them later on in the losers side of the championship bracket. We'll see them down there in, I believe, losers round 3 or 4. Chiefs, however, are about to have a really big fight, as I believe they're up against Mindfreak next.
Next match is going to be a big one, but let's not get ahead of ourselves, guys, just yet. As you can see on your screen, everyone's saying congratulations, fist bumps all around for the winners and losers aside. Of course, Chiefs will be advancing, but we are going to see a little bit more of that Prodigy Esports action. They've been a passionate team to watch. But what a fantastic series, guys. This was riddled with insanely exciting moments, some really great takeaway plays, and ultimately a lot of drama, maybe some tears for one side of the board, but for the other, it's got to be nothing but elation. Guys, what a magnificent finish. I mean, really, Fate had a bit of a slow start for his team. You know, he was on single-digit kills for almost the whole game. But still, even at those times, Chiefs had 100-point leads at some points.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the stats now, both KDs for both teams are pretty similar. We've got 26 and 26, 25 and 21, 20 and 20, like 16, 18. It's very similar. And a lot of the time, Chiefs weren't even the first team to rotate to a lot of these hills. I honestly think that was just a lot of Prodigy's errors and not trading properly.
Well, if you're not trading properly, you're not trading properly. It meant this is highlights just coming in from that final hard point on Breakout. The Chiefs will be walking away with the 3-1 victory. Ultimately, a extremely exciting game. Beautiful three-piece there we saw from Hopey, and almost making it a 4 as he gets shots on those players out back. I mean, really, guys, what a magnificent game. Where did it fall apart, Kyle? I mean, what was the sort of the turning point where the boys for the Chiefs, you know, they started to walk away with it? We know they had a big lead, but where did the Prodigy bend and break? What was that turning point?
I don't think it was like one exact moment. I think a lot of the map got pretty scrappy spawn-wise, and I think Chiefs came out in like some serious control, basically just pretty early on. From a lot of the scrappier fights. I mean, we see stuff like this from Lakey on your screen right now, where he's playing these clean little head glitches. And I mean, he didn't get a huge amount of kills in the end of the game, stats-wise. Wasn't so impressive, but it's those little kills there that buy your team so much time. So I think Chiefs did a far better job of sort of keeping Prodigy away from the hill from a distance and forcing them to just take really long jogs across the map.
It felt like, to me, Josh, the best setup that the Chiefs had. I mean, their cell block was just so damn hot. And we talked about Lakey being in that perfect position, laying prone, shooting through the gaps in the fence. I mean, aside from that, what else made the Chiefs so dominant in this series?
Well, I mean, just the fact that they were able to break hard points so well, because no one can argue that the Prodigy's rotations were actually superior. They seem to be in the better positions for majority of the time, but the way Chiefs were able to just break in there and pick it apart, I think the way that they worked in when they moved into the hard points and gunned as a team, that was what was superior and set them apart from the Prodigy lineup.
Here is the overall score, guys. Chiefs versus Prodigy. It was just as exciting as you'd expect. 250 to 247, Scorch hardpoint. Game 1 was a blinder, an incredible comeback from Prodigy there. 6-2 Throwback, Search and Destroy was also riveting. The final round, particularly very special from the Chiefs, amazing stuff. Frost uplink was a very open and shut case, 8-1, nothing too serious to take away there. And then Breakout hardpoint, while a valiant effort from Prodigy, it was not going to be enough as the Chiefs simply too strong. You can see the last 3 maps, they really scalped them, boys.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you there. Like, Prodigy played okay, but it's just a lot of little errors. I mean, I hope he could have done a lot better than he did. Like, he should be the guy on the objective. He only got 32 seconds in that final map. It's a bit frustrating.
We can kind of summarize this series as they clutched up majorly on the hard point.
Oh, yeah.
Their S&D, they made mistakes letting Scrism run the bomb. With Frost uplink, Hope was probably a little too aggressive with that E-Rad, a couple of too enthusiastic with those pushes a lot of the time, but really the Chiefs' defense, too strong in that one, was another point. And then, of course, that final hard point, I really feel it was just Chiefs picking them apart. There was no one point, and in fact, the win probably would have been greater if Chiefs' rotations were a bit more on point, but they were just the better team in this series.
Well, guys, the series has come to a close. This tale of revenge will have to be continued in another part. Who knows? It might even be a trilogy. But guys, we've now got the interview you've all been waiting for. We're going to send it over to the main stage where Sandman has got Eminence for a couple of choice words.
Thanks, Miles, mate. If it's a trilogy, I certainly hope it's not as long as Extended Edition of Lord of the Rings, because we will be here all weekend long. I'm here with Eminence, man. Congratulations to start off. You guys progressed through the winners bracket going up against Mindfreak next, and I'll talk to you about that in just a moment. Talk to me about game number 1 in that series. It was about as close as it can get. And I don't know if you want to go back and watch the replay or you see the GIF online, but there was quite a number of choking signals coming from across the stage there. Talk to me about that game.
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty hectic in that first map, to be honest. We were just getting our bearings together. You know, well played to them. They took advantage of our mistakes. Overall, that first map has been a bit iffy for us online, and even, you know, this was our first time playing it this weekend because I got taken out of rotation. So, you know, it is what it is, but we moved on to take them out 3-1.
You certainly did, and those last 3 games were very, very convincing. You guys really stepped it up a little bit from game number 1 and showed us what you're made of. Now, we spent a lot of time today talking about Hopey and the Chiefs and, you know, that sort of rivalry that's going on. But you have quite a history with some of the other players in this team. Talk to me about your decision to join the Chiefs and how that sort of aligns with some of those other situations.
I mean, I team with Gydra and Killerpie for COD champs. I've also teamed with Scrism in the past. But overall, the decision really came down to the fact that MFN team have formed really strong rosters, and their roster isn't formed based off friendship or anything like that. We decided to make the change, me joining the Chiefs, to make the roster stronger. Chiefs saw a weak point, and they replaced it with a stronger one.
That's a very good point. A lot of the very nature of esports and where esports is at, where we're progressing from amateur players through to pro players and semi-pro and things like that. It's easy to start off with your friends, but you make a very good point that, you go to work, everyone there may not be your friend, but you've got the best team possible. So perhaps we'll see a little bit more of that progressing through as esports evolves, especially in the ANZ region. Now, coming up next, you're going up against Mindfreak, probably most would consider the top team, if not obviously one of the top 3 teams in the ANZ region. How do you think you guys are going to stack up against them? How do you think you're going to fit into the roster in that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, they're the strongest team in APAC and have been for ages. We're looking to try and prove ourselves that we can take that throne. Ever since Cody's joined the team, I actually think they've become a little bit stronger. That's exciting. He just adds so much aggression to them. We've been playing them a fair bit since I joined the team. We've only been scrimming them mainly and a bit of Tainter Mines. So we've been going all right. I mean, we won the 2K. We beat them 3-1. But then, they beat us in our league match. So it should be a pretty close game. It just really comes down to who plays the best on the day.
Well, we've got the land environment. We've got the stage. Good luck in your next game up against Mindfreak. Guys and girls, this is going to be absolutely insane. 2 of the top teams in the APAC region coming up next, live here from CWL Sydney Open. It's the Chiefs up against Mindfreak. Don't go anywhere.
The thrill of victory has become quite familiar over time. And nobody knows it as well as I do. The money, the fame, the feeling. They say it's more difficult to stay on top than it is to get there. The thing is, I've been on top for years. I've always approached situations with one idea in mind, that I will do anything I need to do to win. Over time, I've watched veterans fall, old teammates turn into rivals, and new players entering the spotlight. I've won under different organizations, with multiple teams, and at tournaments across the globe. Yet the pressure to win is even greater than it was before. There will always be those who attempt to take my title, but there's only one thing stopping them. I'm not done yet.
There's a ton of things that go into the rivalry scene.
Oh, we need these rivalries.
Yeah, but E versus NA is good enough. But
exactly, that's what I need.
Rated as a player is a pretty good guy. Like, he's actually really, really good. Me and Rated got into it a little bit after our match, only due to him kind of trash-talking some other North American players. He made a pretty rude comment to Looney about buying his dinner with the money that he took from him at Champs or something like that. And it felt super disrespectful to me. Looney didn't really say anything back, so I felt it was kind of my place to, let him know that you didn't even win the tournament. You got second. Congratulations.
Just Clayster getting happy over saying, because there's no ban and protect, Europe's not taking a map this year or something, when it's just ludicrous.
I think last year Bance was probably their best player, and he kind of helped mold that team into a powerhouse that it was. But the team swap that happened, I think it was a really dumb move, and I think now his ego is carried over. I think he needs to calm down in the ego department.
I just looked at Clay, and he just gave dead eyes across the stage.
I think they definitely, I wouldn't say worried, I don't think worried's the right word, but I think they definitely know that we're not just pushovers anymore.
Rated hops up out of his seat, lets the FaZe players hear it.
If we match up against Orbit in Vegas, I'm going to play my game just like how I always play. They don't scare me. They don't scare anybody on my team. In the end, they've only had 1 year of good placing, so let's see if they can carry it over to another year.
I want to win everything this year. Obviously, second at Champs, like, people obviously think, oh, you'll be happy with our first European team, but if you're not winning, it doesn't really make a difference. So I just want to win everything this year, and I think I've got the squad to do it.
Cloud9 is one of the best stories at the beginning of Infinite Warfare. They have two great young players in Assault and Lacefield. One guy who's very aggressive, that's going to be Lacefield up in your face, and a dominant assault rifle player in Assault. And I think the real story with this team is just Aches, the resurgence of his play. When he gives them those performances, this team is very scary.
For Cloud9, when you look at the weaknesses, though, often they've been criticized as not being the biggest slaying team, and I think that may actually cost them in respawn. 2 hardpoints against a more slay-heavy squad, that may cost them in best of fives.
I think the sky's the limit with this team when everything is on all cylinders and they're putting in the time and getting better and working on their mistakes. This is a top 3 team without argument. I think if things start to fall apart, you see some bad placements, I think you can look at this team exploding or going down into your 7 through 8 area.
For Cloud9's potential this year, I think the key is you have to look at Aches. Traditionally, when Aches has enjoyed a game and when he's grinded that game, he's been phenomenal. Guess what? He seems to be having a ton of fun in Infinite Warfare, and he is playing more than I can think of in recent years. So for me, Cloud9, COD champs, who knows?
Personally, I have no rivalries against anyone. At the end of the day, we're all here to play COD. A couple of the Americans are stuck in their own little bubble, Aches being one of them. The guy needs to have a reality check ASAP, so I just want to play. I can't wait to play him.
I think the drama between me and Reedy definitely started because of the Europe versus NA conversation of who deserves what, and then Reedy just kind of came at me out of nowhere, and I was just like, who are you? Who have you ever been? I've been doing this 10 years, and I still can't remember your name. And I just don't think he's anyone I will ever be worried about. North America has always been on top in Call of Duty. Even if it's top 2, we always got the #1 spot. They want to be respected and maybe feel entitled to a little bit more than they should. The more that they perform, the more respect they'll get.
Hopefully when we play Cloud9 and it's on the side stage, I don't want to be on main stage for that game, but I want to like make him aware that we are there. I'm sitting across from him. Like, it's not no other timid gamer.
What makes Enigma 6 a special team is just their overall team chemistry, their confidence, and just the fact that they've been grinding much more than some of these other teams. Now you see them always in Pro Point tournaments, in matches on the GB ladder, and then you see them in the live event environment, and they do not back down from anybody. A very confident bunch makes them a very scary team.
For E6 weaknesses, the big thing that stands out to me is the experience on the main stage. A couple of these players haven't really been playing on that top level, in that big limelight that we've seen over the past couple of years. So for me, how are they going to react consistently being on the main stage? When you go back to Vegas, they reacted pretty well, and it was impressive to see. But can they keep that up for the rest of the year? That's the big question for me.
I view E6 right now as, a 6 through 8 team. They do have the potential to get into that top 4 at times, but I feel like right now they just need to work on some more consistency to really break through and contend with those top teams.
I think E6's potential is one of the best actually on the circuit right now. If they can keep their heads down and keep on grinding, I think this could be a squad which honestly could cause a lot of upsets later on in the year. Can they win an event? I think they can.
This one is done. Optic Gaming will not finish in the top 2 in their pool. Enigma 6 looked like a force to be reckoned with.
So if you want to look for some nice snipe spots in Retaliation, normally you're going to be on the bridge side of the map. For defense, that's the left side. For offense, that's the right side. You can just have the ability to use your jetpack and jump in the air, jump on some cars and get some leverage. And you can basically lock down the whole bridge by yourself if you're hitting shots. A lot of people like to snipe the bedroom window, which is kind of like a good line of sight. A lot of people peek it a lot over by the deep bomb site. So on your offensive plays, you can sit back, tank on your bridge and look into the bedroom window and kind of pre-aim and wait for somebody to peek in that bedroom window. So those 2 spots are probably the best places to snipe on Retaliation.
feels great representing Fnatic. Obviously, are a massive organisation. I thought it was too good to be true, to be honest.
To represent a big brand like Fnatic is, words can't describe. It's amazing. It's like it still hasn't sunk in yet.
For me, it's a bit of a weird one. Ever since I started playing Call of Duty 4, Fnatic was the main big org in Call of Duty. And then they sort of disappeared for a while, and it's always that one team that I've wanted to play for and represent. So to finally be able to do it, it's a weird sort of feeling to sum up in words. Mixed emotions, I guess, but it's really good.
Kills are traded off, and it is going to go towards Fnatic. Great setup from Fnatic, covering everyone's back.
Playing with two brothers on one team, I mean, it's got its ups and downs in game. I'm hoping soon there'll be a click where they'll just smash it together. But it's pretty funny as well when we're just chilling to have a few jokes on that.
Playing with them, it's a bit fiery at times. They're both a little bit hot-headed. But yeah, it's good. I mean, if they think they're not doing something right, they'll tell each other, and it's fine. You just carry on from that. It's forgotten about. There's nothing really sort of just left stewing.
Knowing that he's there, I can say anything I want around him. In game, I would say for example, if I'm in a 2v2 with my brother, I feel like we do have the advantage over whoever the other two people are. Because like, I feel like I know what he's going to do, and he knows what I'm going to do.
I love this team. Sonny B, I think, great player, and Tommy, and what a captain. You couldn't wish anyone better to mentor new players into the scene like Whiskin and Scraps.
My expectations this year as a team, obviously the goal is to win. I think we've got the capability of doing it. We've just got to focus, play loads, and just get better as a team each day.
I'd rather be real with them. To start off, I do not think we're going to dominate. Fnatic know this. I think the players and my teammates know that that's how I feel. We're going to be a team that we are aiming to get to the LAN League, maybe some solid performances along the way, win an event or two, but not to be that team that is known as the best from the beginning. We want to work towards that, and then from there push on and show that we have what we've started and what our journey is, to then push on and win.
Welcome to Fnatic, I think is the best way to put that.
Yeah, welcome.
So if you want to look for some nice snipe spots in Retaliation, normally you're going to be on the bridge side of the map. For defense, that's the left side. For offense, that's the right side. You could just have the ability to use your jetpack and jump in the air, jump on some cars and get some leverage. And you can basically lock down the whole bridge by yourself if you're hitting shots.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome back to the CWL Sydney Open 1. It has been some day. My name is Miles Ross, and joining me, Joshua and Maniac, of course, and James Milboss. Chaps, it's been quite a series we've seen on the desks here. We had the Chiefs take down Prodigy Esports. It was marvelous, it was wonderful, it was exciting, titillating even. But we've got a whole new beast to handle now.
Indeed, we do. We're finally seeing the juggernauts of the scene. Mindfreak getting up on the main stage. There's always so much hype around these guys, and for good reason. Probably the best performing team on LAN. They have, however, gone down in recent online events. Milboss, I'm not too sure if we're going to see the same, though, here on the main stage.
Well, you speak of recent online events. The last 2K, it was the Chiefs who took that one out, and I don't know, Mindfreak, they're going to be looking for a bit of revenge here.
Revenge has been, it's been the name of the game pretty much for most of the day. I mean, everyone, what's with revenge? Can't we just love each other? Can't we?
It's the theme of the day, Miles.
It is the theme of the day, and revenge is a dish best served on a very large silver platter. Probably, maybe...
Best served on a very nice main stage.
Main stages, I was going to go dirty with that one. I'm kind of glad I didn't. Let's face it, mostly this is a family show. But guys, we do have a very X-rated game coming up for you next. It is going to be Chiefs versus Mindfreak. We just saw the Chiefs come off the back of a delightful victory over Prodigy Esports. But yeah, Josh, as you said, the juggernauts of the region. You know, I like to think of, there's kind of a trifecta of APAC COD. And in my mind, that's at least Chiefs, Mindfreaks, and Tainted Minds. I mean, between the sort of top three of them, because that is essentially the top three in the region, however you want to spell those three out, you know, whatever places you put those pieces in, how do you guys see this one unfolding?
I mean, we haven't seen Mindfreak on the main stage yet, and I know they're coming into this one hot to trot, that's for sure. Whereas Chiefs as well, very, very dominant. Chiefs challenged pretty hardcore by Prodigy, but it still was comfortable wins. Now, a lot of people are touting Chiefs to actually be in one of those top spots and, you know, arguably and very honestly contending for the #1 spot and the title of champions here for CWL Sydney Open 1, and, you know, they may just do that.
Well, you know, it's going to take a lot of work, and whoever loses this, they're going to have to make him lose his bracket run as well. So that's going to be difficult.
All this talk of brackets, boys, you're getting me hot under the collar. Let's take a quick look at how the brackets have unfolded so far in the competition. As you can see on your screen, there's a hell of a lot of teams, and that is because this is the largest APAC event in recorded history. Before we recorded history, there probably wasn't Call of Duty, was there, guys? Let's face it. So either way, extremely exciting stuff so far. Top of your screen is the winners bracket. At the bottom, we have the lower bracket, and as you can see, we are slowly whittling these numbers down before we can crown a champion. Guys, are there any tremendous surprises there? I mean, look, there's a lot of games yet to be played, which are taking place next door, you know, in the pit, where all the players are getting ready and slaughtering each other, and it's a hell of a noisy in that room, and it's hot and it's smelly. It's everything that esports really should be. But again, top winners bracket, you know, we've had some upsets so far. You know, Prodigy, they're upset. Rather, it's not an upset, but they're upset. And, you know, TM took down Validate Red, which is quite interesting. We saw Validate Red doing a really good job in pool play, brought down there. And, you know, up next, Chiefs, Mindfreak, and on the other side of that, you know, winners bracket, Tainted Minds versus Validate Black. Guys, what do you think of that matchup?
Pretty keen to see that one, but looking through this bracket, before that match, we had Team Infamous versus Validate Black, and I was a little surprised that Infamous went down in a 3-0 fashion. I thought they would have put a little bit more of a fight. That will, of course, put them into the later stages of the losers bracket, and a couple of other standout points for me, but that's probably one straight away. I'm looking forward to the results of that Dark-Sided and Valor matchup in the losers bracket as well. Lots of hype around Dark-Sided moving into this competition as well. But to answer your question directly, Miles, I think that there's so much hype around Tainted Minds and Validate Black. I would not call that one, or indeed a whole bunch of series in this bracket.
Well, yeah, you look at how Validate Black have got here. They definitely have surprised a lot of people with how well they've done. And you talked about that infamous game. They won 3-0. It wasn't, you know, it looks one-sided in the big picture, but I was watching the games there and they were all very, very close. I mean, the uplink went down to a 1-point game in the last 30 seconds. So it wasn't like they were completely blown out. Tainted Minds, obviously, a juggernaut of the scene. We've talked about them over and over, taking out the sister team of Validate Red. They're looking very hot to go into that winners bracket final, but we'll just have to wait and see how that one plays out.
Well, competition is slowly but surely progressing, and man, it's been a good one so far. Guys, we've got a good one ahead of us, but it's not the last game we're going to be seeing today. So we'll take a quick look at today's schedule and see just what else is in store for you beautiful viewers. And alas, of course, it would be the winners bracket games. Up now, we're up to match 6. Mindfreak versus the Chiefs. Of course, this is going down right now. So don't go anywhere. That's what you've got coming in your eyeballs any second now. And shortly after this one, we'll be diving into Tainted Minds versus Validate Black, which we will close out of the stream after that one. So guys, it's been quite the day. You know, there's will be 7 matches today. Saturday has been unforgettable as far as COD goes, and you know it's also Mardi Gras, so yeah, get your flags out, get waving, get your pride out. There's a lot of pride in here for these players, and I think I'd rather be here, man. Any parades in the rain? Pff, no, dude. This is where you want to be as a big esports fan.
Even if it was in the Sunshine Miles, I mean, I'm big on the Mardi Gras, but I would definitely be here. Mindfreak versus Chiefs, and with the current lineup of Eminence, I am more than keen to see how that one's going to go down, and then the much-hyped Validate Black versus Tainted Minds is sure to be a slobber knocker as well.
Oh, you'd have to say so. I mean, and this is one of the things. This is a very important match for Chiefs, because if they can make it into the winners bracket final, they set themselves up very well to gain a hell of a lot of pro points, and they're going to need them if they want to get into that pool play. Going ahead into Dallas. We've also got the Tainted squad there. You know, they're above Mindfreak, just barely in pro points, so they're definitely looking to assert themselves above the rest of the pack. But Chiefs, I feel like this game is a make or break.
Speaking of the Chiefs, let's have a quick look at the team v team breakdown. You know what's about to happen. It's Mindfreak versus the Chiefs. Now, those two records, as you can see, guys, 12 wins apiece. Chiefs, however, the Giants have bled. Of course, James, we saw Chiefs lose a game to Prodigy Esports in that last series. It was an insanely exciting game. You know, is there anything you saw, because you were obviously watching that game, anything you felt was very exciting about that one?
That hard point was insane, so close, and all of those, I guess, matchups, the key matchups within that game went in the favor of Chiefs, and then the next one went in favor of Prodigy, and it was just so back and forth. You couldn't really tell which way it was going to go. But, you know, does that put doubt in their mind that maybe their hardpoint games are not as strong as they thought it was? Mindfreak, obviously, they're known for their respawns. They beat FaZe over in America on respawns. I feel like if Chiefs have that in the back of their mind, they might just falter under the pressure.
They may just do that, or they could clutch up against the beast. Mindfreak, though, they come in here. The word I would use is cocky. Confidence deserved, but also cocky. I think it's a bit OTT considering the talent that's in the room today. But here they are on the screen. Buzzo rocking the new glasses, by the way, looking very sharp.
I've been referring him to Dr. Buzzo.
I think I may do the same.
Dr. Buzzo, PhD in Call of Duty, and of course, you know, the rest of the squad. None of these guys are introducing Fighter, Shocks, and of course, the new guy in the team, Excite, aka Cody. He's been playing out of his goddamn skin. For those of you who saw him at MLG Atlanta, he really was spectacular. And the doctor is in the house. And if you've got any problems, I'd go to that man, because the COD knowledge is off the scale on that player right there. That is Buzzo on your screen. Thank you very, very much, cameraman. We're a big fan of all the camera work actually all weekend. It's been hilarious, and you're all listening. We know you're listening to us, and we thank you for answering every beck and call we have. Let's have a quick look at the other side of the board, though, guys. You know, everyone talks about Mindfreak all the time. Oh, Mindfreak this, Mindfreak that. They're great. But what about the other squads? Well, let's have a quick look at the Chiefs. That wasn't the Chiefs, but we can have a good look at the Chiefs, guys. Back to Dr. Buzzo, why not? I mean, Josh, the Chiefs lineup has changed somewhat over the years. You know, this is the most recent iteration of the Chiefs. Dean, Eminence, Chief Reef. We have Fate and FTL Lakey. I mean, these guys, we've just seen them come off a fantastic win. James, what do you think of this lineup? Is there anyone here that you know, who's your all-star player for this team?
Oh, that's such a hard one. It's such a talent-filled lineup. You know, it's gone from being, you know, you had very set roles. Now that they've picked up players like Lakey and Eminence, who are all very strong at pretty much everything. They can do objective. They can also slay out like crazy. It's hard to put a finger on who the best player on that team is. But as you see their Eminence getting warmed up, or rather, sorry, getting relaxed and into the zone, God, this team, it's just become so solid.
Guys, it's hard to make a sandwich without some bread and butter, and I would say Dean's the bread and butter of this squad. You know, he's a player that we don't talk enough, very talented player on the team. And you know, if you want to join in on the feast on the Chiefs Club sandwich, you need that bread and butter.
So solid in that last series. He was Mr. Hardpoint on every single rotation. You know, we saw some super clutch plays. Doesn't have to be flashy, but gosh, he really was consistent. Here we are, guys. Winners bracket round 2. We are into the championship. The pool play is dead and dusted. It is but history now, which you can probably read upon the COD Esports wiki. And I think you should, actually. It's a wonderful tome of information. Retaliation Hardpoint will be our first game, and my God, am I excited for that one. Game 2 will be a Scorch, Search and Destroy. Precinct Uplink will be Game 3, and should we need to get there, and my God, I hope we do. Throwback Hardpoint and Retaliation, Search and Destroy to tie things up, and that's possibly the prettiest bow of any bow on any package that we could receive there. If we can get to a Game 5, I would love to see Retaliation, Search and Destroy. Probably my favorite of all these Search and Destroys.
Well,
James, do you have any particular favorites there?
In Search and Destroy, Retaliation's up there 100%. You know, just gift wrap that thing, Tiffany box, just pass it on.
Oh, the Tiffany box!
Ooh, he's fancy!
Damn! You are a bit fancy, Millboss.
Damn.
Jeez. I could be your girlfriend if you're ripping out the Tiffany's boxes.
Don't let Trish know that.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. That's fair. That's totally
Got
fair.
me in, why don't you?
That's bros. You know, not on the desk, bros. Gotta
Come
look
on,
out for
man.
each other, bro. Gotta look out for the
I
bros
was
on the
keeping
desk.
it low key, and he just brought it to the next level.
Well, guys, there you are. Mindfreaks versus Chiefs. It is going to be a delight. I mean, let's face it. Part of the top 3. It's happening now in winners bracket round 2, and of course, oh guys, presented by PlayStation 4. None of this happens without them. I got a PlayStation 4 Pro at home, and it is awesome. And that's not even like a plug. That's legit. I got a Pro.
Does it make you a better gamer? Because I think the Pro in the name kind of helps.
Well, I'd like to think that, but frankly, no. I mean, I got 4 left thumbs.
You know what does make you a better gamer? Astro headsets.
Fact.
That is a fact.
That's a fact.
That is a scientific
That's
fact.
100% a fact. Yeah, for those who know, you know, when you get a pair of Astros, the first time I got a pair of Astros back in like 2009 or 10, like I'm kind of old in that respect. I got my first pair and it literally changed the way we communicate at tournaments. Before that, we actually just screamed at each other over the sound of a venue. So this is unparalleled. I mean, frankly, Astro have changed the way we play esports altogether.
Changing the game along with ViewSonic as well. Big shout out to both of those guys for helping to support the scene. But of course, utmost to PlayStation 4, who do bring us the Call of Duty World League, including this event, the CWL Sydney Open 1. Really excited to see what happens in future, including the future of both of these teams, Chiefs and Mindfreak. Again, look at this. Calm and collected. They just... what sets Mindfreak apart is that they know they're going to win. When I say no, like there is no alternate reality. There are no ifs, buts, or maybes. It is the epitome of confidence.
Well, Kyle talked about this briefly earlier. When you go into a game, you know, a lot of the game is mental. Everyone has relatively similar mechanical skill, and as long as you maintain, you know, a clear clarity of mind, and you know, you play the game you want to play, you're going into it very confidently. If you're not going in confidently, then frankly, you're going to lose, and you're only hindering yourself. It's basically you against you, or in this case, Excite against Excite on your screen there. In the zone. Cody had a fantastic run at MLG Atlanta, so we've talked about this a little bit. We can't rat on enough about this one. I mean, he had a really fantastic spell, extremely exciting plays. Let's talk a little bit about MLG Atlanta. That was a previous stop in the Call of Duty World League sort of roadmap. The guys placed fantastically there in 17th to 20th in that regard. You know, they managed to make it out of pools. They got in the champs bracket. Amazing stuff from them. We were very, very proud. Chiefs as well, who placed 20 to 23rd. Not the biggest disappointment. Tainted Minds let us down the most. Are you in the room, boys? I hope so. Where are you at?
Hey man, they still got in the top 40.
They did.
And #1 in the APAC scene on game battles.
That's also very important. Look, I can't say anything. I never did anything overseas in terms of like.
But they did disappoint.
But that is great.
Only because of the pedestal we hold them to, you know?
I know. We want the best for them. We're disappointed, as Valsider would say. I'm just disappointed.
We're not mad. We're just disappointed. What am I doing in Burns?
It was a full...
does not matter.
Guys, it was a forced error.
If we are proud of you.
It was a forced error, guys. We're about to get hardpoint underway. Here we go. Game 1 between Mindfreak and Chiefs. There are some very serious tactical discussions happening on the main stage right now. If you can see in the arena, those of you watching at home, we thank you for tuning in.
It's a tactical decision to watch the stream because that's where you get all of the exciting action from the Asia Pacific region, including this event, the CWL Sydney event, brought to you by the PlayStation 4. And James, it's been excitement all day. There's been so much action in the side stations as well, but mostly here on the main stage. We've fed it into the very hungry eyeballs. Hungry eyeballs is such a weird thing to say. To the hungry eyeballs of those viewing at home. And we do appreciate you tuning in to mlg.tv/COD. Share the stream. Make sure you get that hashtag trending, the official hashtag of Call of Duty World League, CWL PS4, as well as hashtag CWL Sydney. Very soon, that will change to CWL Sydney #2, or hashtag CWL Sydney 2, I dare say, as we warm up for that next one. We just touched on MLG Atlanta, but coming up next will be MLG Dallas as well. We'll give you more details about that, as I do know pro points are going to be locked down very soon for qualification for that event, and MLG Dallas will be the last event to get pro points for qualification into the Call of Duty Global LAN League. Nuts what Activision and PlayStation are doing there.
You know, you look at this event right here, and the team that takes this one out, basically, if they can continue that form, whether it's Mindfreak, Tainted Minds, Chiefs, anyone, if they can continue that form going into Dallas and make it out of pools once again, another Australian in New Zealand, another APAC team making it into pools, then potentially we're looking at the team that goes into the first stage of the LAN League. So I'm excited to see how this one goes down. We're going to be loading up into the map, and this is where it begins, ladies and gentlemen. Two titans of our scene going head-to-head. Hardpoint Retaliation is going to be starting us off here. And Josh, who are we going to start with?
I think we need to go to Buzzo. Mindfreak's where the hype is, and Dr. Buzzo, the captain of the squad. Let's see how he starts this off. Of course, it's Retaliation hardpoint, your first hardpoint over on the bridge. Buzzo, nades aplenty coming out, and Dean's got the first kill on his teammate to kick it off for the Chiefs, and Buzzo's going to be gunning evidence. 3 kills here from Mindfreak, and when you count the team kills out as well, back and forth between Mindfreak and the Chiefs, it's Mindfreak who are going to get the jump at the beginning. Buzzo Bazo and Fighter both on the outside wall run. Great positioning here, and they are gunning at the start of this game.
Fighter on our screen right now, he is 2-0.
Look at the flank,
shut down there. Yeah, the flank is coming in from this Chiefs lineup, but it doesn't work out for them, forcing Mindfreak now to spawn in lower straight. But one player from that is going to be Fighter. He's coming around back broken and potentially could clinch in on these Chiefs players from behind here. Fighter, can he spot anyone above the truck? He does, in fact. Can he get the second one there? He will. And he is just showing that he's ready to play and ready to take it to the Chiefs.
Getting set up for this next hard point will be the Chiefs. Eminence going to be running through Bike Shop and just trying to wrap around and get the kills on the players who might be maneuvering through the map. Here he is securing the hard point. One player on the stairs, guns him. He's got the support of one teammate in front of him as well. Eminence, Dean, both picking up kills. Dean does get dropped. Lakey now on the plat, just outside the bar here. Lakey gets gunned, and that was some quick triggering coming out of Mindfreak. Fighter and Excited going to be pushing out a market, and here we go. Dr. Buzzo is going to be get control of this hard point, but Chiefs do have the lead as we are about halfway through the second hard point.
Two players from Mindfreak are coming down the market stairway here, but Lakey, he's going to say no, and he gets both of them there. So a good, solid couple of kills from him, allowing his teammates to respawn and come back into things. But here's where we need to look at some potential rotations, because Mindfreak have complete control over that back market spawn there, and they want to get here, Chiefs, the graveyard spawn, to be able to set up for that next hill. But speaking of which, setting up, Shox is just at the top of the map, securing those spawns, not allowing the Chiefs any movement. But the Chiefs, they're getting some of the scrap time here, so they are in the lead by a small margin, but they're going to have to fight their way through market to get control of the next hill.
One of the biggest criticisms we had from the Chiefs in that series against Prodigy was their late rotations and the fact they could not set up for them. But what they did do is break Prodigy's setup instantly. Can they do the same for Mindfreak? It's looking like it's not going to happen so far. Buzzo, he's watching towards Bridge. Shox is going to be picking up kills as well, and Shox is someone we've got to focus on here because he is one of the superstars of the scene. 2-kill streak, looking towards Bridge. He's going to actually be taken down there as Buzzo getting all the points. Pre-firing here over on Graves. That player does challenge, dodges those nades as well. Call him Neo. Excite, Buzzo, both picking up kills as Mindfreak here on Graves are walking away with the points. But as we know, James, it's about this rotation, and it looks like Buzzo is going to be in a position to be the player moving out.
Right now, Chiefs have control over that broken side of the map, but that is not going to last for very long. If Shox has anything to say about it, he's able to find Eminence there, but there's one more player setting up in the hill. That's going to be Fate here, that he's going to try and pinch with his teammate of Buzzo. And they're just sort of circling around each other. One hiding behind the stairs there, two contesting him. Shox, he gets the first, can't find the second, so Fate still alive here. He's got some players to contest with. Buzzo's just going to jump out there. And Chiefs, they've been able to get control of this hill almost. They're just outside of it here, Mindfreak. They are in the lead. They were able to get a lot of time on Graveyard. But right now, Chiefs have complete control over this side of the map. They're trying to force Mindfreak to spawn way out on the other side of the bridge. And that means that there's long rotations to get back in and try and force a push onto this hill. Meanwhile, Lakey, he's just holding it down. Fighter trying to do what he can. And Mindfreak, potentially, they're going to have to give this one up and set up for the next one. Going into the hotel hallways. Eminence, he's not having any of it right now. 7 for 10 on a 2-point streak there. Just waiting for Mindfreak to make their final push, but it looks like they're going to give that one up. So here we go. We're rotating in only 5 seconds. And Mindfreak, they look like they've got complete control of the hotel.
That was a really great broken hard point for Chiefs. They've almost tied things up, but it is going to be Mindfreak's set up for this rotation. Fighter and Buzzo both outside as Excite holding down the points for the squad. Excite, the hero they needed over in Atlanta. Unfortunately, going down there in the hallway. Shox outside bar, having a drink before he goes in. He's going to need it. I hope it's a stiff one as he gives one back over here to the guys over on Chiefs. Dean gets dropped. Buzzo there to pick up the points as he gets dropped as well. So just going in, trading the kills out, but they are the ones holding it down. But still, a very close hard point here to kick off this winners bracket round 2 matchup. These guys are fighting for 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen. A guaranteed top 3 finish to the winners of this series. And of course, this is only map 1. And what an intense map 1 it is. Eminence holding the points. He gets dropped. Lakey, 2-kill spree. Dean's got 4 of his own. This is the player we focused on just before getting into the series. Unfortunately, that COD time is going to get him as he gets flanked from behind. Fighter and Shox both picking up kills, and Shox makes it 2. Hungry for more. 15 and 8. What a brilliant KD to kick things off as we move back over to the first hard point over on the bridge. Lakey with 14 kills to himself. He's going to be trying to move out, but he's under a lot of pressure here, and he doesn't have much support.
Lakey Gets dropped there, Eminence as well, so that's all players from the Chiefs having to respawn to get back into this one, and they're going to be spawning over at Broken, so that's about as far away as they can possibly get here. Scarab's going to be out from Shocks right now. He flanks one player, but that player decides to have Flakjack, so he's not going to be able to get anything out of that. Fighter, though, still holding down this hill with a massive KD ratio right now. 17 kills, make that 18, and he's going to finally go down here. Excite on our screen. Gets a flank on one player. He's got his FTL jump available if he chooses to use it. Can't gun down this player just yet. Dean, he's going to find the better of him right now. Fire, though, he's staying alive on this hill. As I say that, the Caster Curse comes and bites me in the backside. As we're going to see now the rotation coming in full effect. And Mindfreak, they've been able to flip the spawns.
Yeah, we saw Chiefs not really getting set up for the rotation, but Fake actually had the spawns over in market for the squad. Going to be allowing Dean to push out, but he's instantly dropped. Lakey going to be pushing in through bedroom, has support of his teammates, but there is going to be Buzzo, Shocks, and Fighter all teaming up here to shut down that push. So Chiefs, the biggest criticism with those rotations, we saw Fate do work to try and get the spawns, but Mindfreak already had control. Chiefs now, they do slay out a fair bit, but it's not going to be enough. Lakey, Dean trying to team up to get some points on the board as Mindfreak are ahead by a minute. You see that FTL coming out. Excite gets dropped. Dean picking up a kill. He was on a 2-kill streak before going down. Now Fate, he is the man getting spawns, but we want some more kills out of him. He picks up one. Currently going negative, double negative in fact. 10 for 20. But again, a pivotal person for the squad. He's doing work, but not as much work as Mindfreak. I keep going between the POVs of Chiefs because I want to see what they're doing to push out. Unfortunately, the shaky shots at range with that K-bar aren't going to be enough as Mindfreak are about to hit 200 if they can get this rotation.
Chiefs able to lock this one down just as of yet, but there's one player alive left on this hill. It's going to be Fate right now. Trying to find some players from Mindfreak, but he gets absolutely gunned by Shocks there, and Mindfreak get complete control. Chiefs now spawning out. They're not going to be able to get back into this one just as of yet. They're going to have to respawn and recuperate and join up forces to make a push onto this hard point here. Fighter is trying to stay alive, finds 2 kills there, and another one who's contesting. That's going to be Fighter going massive, and he also popped his reactive armor there, so he could find maybe another kill. Not going to get contested just yet, but the player looks like he's trying to come around the corner, and he's got the help of his teammate in Excite. Fate, he's not going to be able to do much more than that, and Chiefs, they're failing at every turn here, trying to get into it, but he is fully streaked out here, Fighter. He is not giving up hope. Chiefs, they get into the hill, but as soon as they do, Fighter just gets it straight back.
Fighter absolutely deleting Chiefs right now. 6-kill streak, make it 7, goes for more. He still has that bombardment and Scarab as well. The rotation's on. We do see Mindfreak in control of that. Excite's over there. Nade's coming out. Buzzo and Shocks teaming up. We finish it off with a 4-kill streak on Shocks. 250 to 141. It was close in the beginning, but Mindfreak absolutely dominated in the second half of that map.
Oh, and you saw 2 players on your screen hopping up and giving some words to the other side of the table. That was indeed a screamer. Wow, guys, game 1, Mindfreaks versus Chiefs, already off to a pretty confident start for the Chiefs. Now, Josh, before the game started, you said that Mindfreak were going to be cocky, but rightfully so, confident in their ability. And do you think that they really came through on that sort of attitude? You know, I certainly think they did, but how do you feel about that performance from the Mindfreak?
Well, when cockiness is deserved and earned, it's called confidence. So yes, I will have to retract the cockiness with a performance like that in that hard point. These guys just came in confident. They came in with their game faces, and on LAN, Mindfreak know how to play.
I feel like they're that sort of team that they'll say that they're confident, and they'll say, you know, we're going to 3-0 anyone. You know, Conor McGregor style, we're going to 3-0 them. We know exactly how we're going to beat them. And, you know, the way that they play then shows that. Our Chiefs, they just weren't able to match the rotations that they were having, that Mindfreak were putting on. And, you know, when you've got players dropping kills, 29 for Fighter, 28 for Shocks, I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Well, I mean, to be frank, Fighter hit God mode a couple of times in that one, and it was just unstoppable. Chiefs, however, you know, they're not looking bad. A couple of shaky plays here and there. They do need to shake off, you know, the last series they played on stage was very, very intense. Do you think, James, that that's taken any sort of wind out of their sails going into this one?
Oh, it definitely could have. It's hard to tell. We aren't in the minds of these players, but, you know, there's always that factor that you're in a tense game and you may have potentially lost some more maps than you did. How does that play into it? You could be feeling really down about that. You're second guessing your ability to play these top teams.
We're going to search and destroy up next, which, as we know, vastly different to the hard point. Mindfreak, though, throughout stage 1 and probably the first half of stage 2 of CWL 2016, we had some criticisms of their S&D play, but they got better and better at it. And now up against this squad, Chiefs, I don't know if they've got what it takes to lock it down. So much talent there for an S&D squad as well, though. It's going to be an uphill battle for them to turn it around, though.
Here are a couple of highlights from that game. Of course, Buzzo, Dr. Buzzo, I should say, PhD in whooping ass, as you can see here. All the boys on Mindfreak, great job there in those opening plays. James, anything that stood out for you? Any absolute standout, crucial plays for either side that, you know, turned the tide at any moment?
Not specifically. Mindfreak, they always just had 1 foot forward above Chiefs. Chiefs weren't really able to catch up. It's like one of those marathons that's so close until the very end. Mindfreak just pulled away and were able to end out the game with a rather large lead compared to what we saw in the first half of that hard point. But one of the things I want to point out is every single player on Mindfreak had above 1 minute on the hill of hill time. That's crazy.
Now, Josh, here's a question for you. If you had to go on a long-distance road trip with anyone from the Chiefs, who would it be and why?
Oh, man, it would have to be... I would have to choose Eminence for that, purely because he has such a history of jumping between teams, and I'd just love to hear his thoughts on someone who is... He's forced himself to be a premier player in the scene, and yeah, it would definitely be him. Plus, you know, I think he'd be a fun character to go on a road trip with. I think he's that guy that has the very straight-faced personality. It'd be great to open up with him and see where he goes.
Yeah, he's probably got great taste in music as well, so you know the tunes would be good along the way, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
You could kind of just get that vibe from him, hey?
I had a feeling, you know, you'd hit Pandora or whatever, he'd turn on his favorite radio service, and it'd be like, oh, nice, man, that's some good tunes. Guys, S&D is going to be coming up next. Game 1 is well in the books. That was over and shut before we could even think about it. 250 to 141 was that first Retaliation hardpoint. For those of you just joining us, it is the CWL Sydney Open 1 presented by PlayStation 4. And of course, Astro and ViewSonic are the wonderful sponsors. And again, Search and Destroy is going to be up next. It's going to be on Scorch. We're loving a bit of Scorch now that it's playing ball with us here at the Call of Duty World League. If we do have to get there, we've got a Throwback hardpoint and Retaliation, Search and Destroy. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, guys. We've got an S&D coming up. What do you guys think about this one between these two teams?
I'm just really glad that the Scorch is finally playable, as we were talking about. You know, it was like a match of tennis. You know, you said that they return serve. It was 6-0, 6-0. Then it was 5-0. We were getting up to match point. We finally got a return volley. Scorch, I think, is going to be a defining factor in this one. Search and Destroy, again, you know, I don't want to be boring, but surely Mindfreak are the favored ones in this one, James.
Yeah, well, I have to go back to that point you made throughout a lot of last year. They were looking a bit shaky on the Search and Destroy. That's definitely, even to this day, I think against top competitive teams, especially international teams and North American teams, that's probably their weakest game mode, but it's Mindfreak, and over in the APAC region, they just dominate in every game mode. It's hard to really see a flaw in their play against our teams, but you know, internationally, that could be a different story. But we'll have to wait and see, you know, going into Dallas, if they make it there, which I have no doubt they will, then that will be the real true test to their ability in this game mode. But I want to go back to the player you were highlighting before, Eminence, in the way that he's really set a high standard for himself. You know, we've seen him over the years. He's jumped between teams, as you said, to try and improve his standings within our region. And, you know, he even has dreams to go and compete in America. And he's got big aspirations for himself. And, you know, he joined this Chiefs team because he knows that they have the ability to take him there.
Yeah, exactly. In Eminence, he's definitely a dreamer. He's also a memer, part of the reason why I like him online. But he's obviously just a killer character, and I don't just mean his rig in the game. Now, Eminence, I'm looking for him to pick it up, but as I said, the rest of the squad as well. You know, Leahy, Dean, Fate, all of them really to step up. Now, Fate, I think he's the key guy for this. He's obviously a great S&D player, but he's the epitome of hot and cold. You know, he's the epitome of hot and cold. I'm not too sure if he's going to be hot in this one, but considering how, you know, it was a pretty bad beating in that hard point, it's by over 100 points. I'm looking for him to come out strong in this one.
Well, I hope he does for the sake of his team. You know, we've got some very experienced Search and Destroy players on this roster. Dean was part of that Chiefs team who last year were very, very dominant in Search and Destroy. They took S&D maps off the top teams in our region, and we are going to be starting off here with a massive team fight in the middle of the map. Mindfreak, they're just pushing straight down. They've lost a player in Buzzo, but Eminence and Dean are both down. So now we're looking at the player that you were just talking about, Fate, and his teammate Lakey to come into things here. They've reduced it to a 1v2 situation. Fate last alive for the Chiefs here, and this is where it comes down to crunch. Mindfreak, they're not going to have any of it. They're going to close them out very quickly.
It was over before we knew it. Mindfreak came in and crushed, and it was Fighter cleaning up the final kill there on Fate. He chased that. Fate tried to turn around and gun, but he couldn't even get barely a bullet out before he was destroyed by the K-Bar of Fighter. 1 round to 0, as S&Ds usually start off. Mindfreak getting the win there. Now Chiefs on the attack. Eminence is going to be the objective carrier in this one. I just want to raise the mini-map and have a quick look at how this is going to break. And you're going to see a pretty typical fallout as Lakey and Dean are going to team up, as they usually do, towards the middle of the map. Shots ringing out over towards into lab, and you can see that nade coming out, wisely backing off. No one down just yet, but a lot of guns firing.
Dean on our screen right now. Started off the first round without a kill, but never count him out. He's going to get found very easily there, giving Buzzo his first kill of the game. Now reduced to a 3v3 situation there. Eminence finding Excite, so that levels the score, or levels the paying in terms of player count. But Mindfreak, they seem to have read the fact that these players from Chiefs have to be somewhere around B. Shocks, he might come into contact here with Fate, but we're not quite sure. They're circling around each other, darting left, right, and center. Shocks, he completely missed him, and of course Fate has no idea that he's there either. So Chiefs, now's the time to get a plant. There's no Mindfreak players anywhere really near here. And Fate, that flank works out perfectly. But speaking of flanks, Shocks is on a massive one right here. And he could definitely put in some damage towards these Chiefs players if they aren't too careful.
Bomb does get planted. Shocks, the flank came up big, but he gets taken down. It's going to be all up to Buzzo. Buzzo gets dropped, and Chiefs. Speaking of return serves, here comes the volley from Chiefs as well. 1-1 at the beginning of this S&D.
And the man himself, the S&D player that you wanted to highlight here, Fate is going to find that one. Buzzo, wrong time, wrong place, or other way around, wrong place, wrong time. There, his back turned to the Chiefs player. Is going to level out the scores here. And looking at those payloads going into this round, Eminence almost halfway, Lakey as well. Meanwhile, Excite is the only one anywhere near halfway towards gaining his payload ability. We are going to see now the MF squad sending 3 players towards B. Only 1 player from Chiefs specifically defending that. That's going to be Lakey here. He's just watching over mid, fired up, trying to stop any sort of flank coming out of these Chiefs players. Speaking of Chiefs players, Excite, he's got the scope out. He's actually taken down Eminence real early here. And we could potentially see this 4v3 retake situation. Chiefs just trying to get some shots in. Buzzo doing as much work as possible. Not finding any kills just as of yet. But this 3v4 definitely favors this Mindfreak team. Speaking of that, Dean, he's going to be able to trade out Shocks there, but not before Shocks could get a kill onto Lakey, leaving Dean in a 1v3 situation. And this, with 15 seconds, is impossible to win.
Yeah, Dean, he's going to be left alone. Yes, it is going to be impossible. And he actually... I did not expect him to challenge out there. That's why I jumped away from Excite. But Excite doming with that scope. At least we get to see it in the final kill cam.
Shots such a hard scoper, man. What is this?
I know, right? Not even doing phase 420 Blazer. What the hell?
God damn it.
2-1 is now going to be your round score again at the beginning of this S&D. Mindfreak, they're just going 1 for 1. Early days, of course, but Excite, he does have that rig ready. Obviously, that's the FTL jump. And this time around, he's going to be rocking that K-bar.
5-1 after that round there. Very good performance from him so far in this Search and Destroy. Lakey and his teammate Dean, they're going to be in mid, but they're deciding to back off here. And Chiefs, they're coming together, joining forces. But as I say that, Eminence had his back turned to Excite there, and Excite's able to get a second one, can't find the third. Fate's going to be able to jump out in his face and gun him down. Dean and Fate now in a 2v3 situation, and this is where Chiefs seem to be failing. Whenever they get the man disadvantage so far in this Search and Destroy, they've lost the round. But if they are smart, they can go over towards A and potentially get this bomb down with no contestant, almost finding the kill there, Fighter, not able to do so just as of yet. But Chiefs, they're going to be wrapping around once again towards B.
See there, Dean turning it around, making his way towards the drill side. The B plant zone moving in. Fate's got point for him as well, but you're going to have Buzzo and Fighter both trained onto this building. Tagged up, Dean forced back. They know we're expecting the bomb to go down. Fighter tagged up Fate. He had to challenge there. He knew it was going to be pinched because his player died behind him. His teammate went down. He tried to go out. Unfortunately, he wasn't going nowhere, and Mindfreak now get 2 in a row.
This spot from Buzzo was dirty. You could literally just see his head, and that is so hard to contest against in a situation like this. 3-1 is the scoreline. Mindfreak over Chiefs. And after that hard point, you know, towards the end got very demoralizing. Mindfreak, they seem to be trying to do it again. 3-1. Excite still holding on to that FTL jump here, and no Chiefs players yet to gather their rig ability. Just a slow start here. 2 players on either bomb site from either team. Buzzo taking some fire. He's able to regen his health. No one dying as of yet. Fighter just watching down the hallway. He's the bomb carrier right here, so if he gets some intel, he might push up towards 8. And Chiefs, they're not expecting this necessarily. They've got 3 players sort of swarming around the B bomb site. Only 1 player really within earshot of 8. That's going to be Fate. He's going to be waiting it out, but now they know bomb has been planted and it's a 4v4 retake.
And now you can see all 4 players moving back as all 4 players from the Chiefs are going to be on that opposing side right near the bomb. And you can see they've got support here. Shots ringing out. Might there be a clutch defuse here? We're going to see Lakey try and go for it. Can it actually happen? They're defending well. This should be a defuse by the way this looks. Mindfreak all completely abandoned it, but there was the 1 player in the corner who set the trap. It was sprung. Beautiful stuff there. They set it. He was waiting in the corner. James, even we missed it there for a second. Mindfreak, way too good. That must have been some patient plays there.
It was. I mean, he was so close. I don't know exactly how much time he had left on that diffuse, but it was so close that any longer that the Mindfreak player waited, they would have had the ninja diffuse there, but not to be. 4-1 the scoreline here. Chiefs, really, they're lacking in this department of search and destroy. Only 2 players for 2 of their players and 2 kills for Eminence and I think Lakey, and 2 kills each for Dean and Fate. Well, 3 kills, sorry, for them. Not really getting much done here. Eminence, he gets the team kill and a kill onto Fighter. Excite's going to level that one out, and so quickly it's now Lakey in a 1v2 situation. He's going to be able to find the first. Can he see the second? He's above him, and somehow he misses him completely, and that is just one of those situations where a player's above you, you may not have high sensitivity, you're not able to snap over to him. Buzzo, I think he completely missed him there. A couple of shaky shots, but in the end gets the kill. Mindfreak asserting their dominance here. Chiefs are not looking good.
No, I mean, they're falling apart a little bit, which is unfortunate, but hopefully they can bring it back to make it a bit of a game. Mindfreak are on match point right here. And look, they can lock this down, and it's already a fairly convincing hard point. It's looking like a very convincing S&D as well. Fighter moves out. We're trading out FTL jump out. Excite actually dies from that, but it's a 2v2. Fighter and Shocks teaming up. Shocks picked up Dean just there, which leaves Lakey all alone. 1v2 for the hopes of his team to stay alive in this S&D, and he gets dropped. Mindfreak with a dominant 6-1 search and destroy. Chiefs had nothing, it's fair to say, in that map.
2-0, Mindfreak. The Titans of the region stamping down upon the Chiefs. 2-0 now in the series. On your screen you see everyone rehydrating. Very important to stay lubricated. Dr. Buzzo will give you that information for free in a consultation. On the other side of the board, Chiefs didn't really show up there, guys. I mean, across the stats, just talking pure stats, Excite went off. The rest of the Chiefs fell quite flat. What was your major takeaway from that series, James?
Excite is just a god. That's literally it. I mean, he's fit into this team so well. People questioning whether he could fill the role of Dens, but he brings a completely different element to it, an aggressive element that Dens never really had, and it's working out perfectly for this squad right now. And, you know, we put out Fate. He just did not show up.
He had Dens' shoes to fill, but he threw them out, and he brought Crocs, actually. And he brought his own style to the team. And, you know, I'm not a big fan of Crocs, but I'm a big fan of Excite.
Yeah, man. Look, the Crocs, before you knock the Crocs, I've actually worn a pair of Crocs, seriously. I think I was in a foreign country.
I was like, I was only joking, right?
What?
Yeah,
I was wearing a pair, I'm wearing now with 2D. Dude, they are so comfortable. They look funny, but they are so comfortable. Like, I cannot stress that enough. It's like the difference between wearing like a silk glove and like one of those like really tough outdoor like gardener's gloves. Like, I don't know, I'm one of those guys. I do my own
You
gardening.
know, when I looked at them, like I've never worn Crocs.
Oh,
They
no.
look like, you know what they look like? Like the plastic ring things that hold like a 6 case of cans of beer.
Yeah.
I thought it's like one, like having that wrapped around your foot.
Yeah, it's
I'm like,
not-
that doesn't look comfortable.
Look, dude, it's not the best thing, but trust me, when you slip in there, oh baby,
When you slip in, it is good, James.
Yeah,
So
well,
once-
you can actually get little like things to put into those holes and just decorate your Crocs.
Oh, now we're talking. Now
That's
this is
just-
like next level crocage.
Just little MF logos. Excite's got them stuck
The
into his
crocage
shoes.
is heading towards. There's some X-rated crocage happening.
Speaking of X-rated, the highlights from this game, oh wow, headshots aplenty, salutes, everything. Mindfreak putting on an absolute display for us. They were very, very comfortable in this one. You just saw like the intensity in their voices. You know, I can hear them across the stage, frankly. They're very, very noisy, but at the same time, quite reserved in the victory this time. You know, we saw Fighter and we saw Excite jump up at the end of the first series, but this one, look, fist bumps all round, everyone shaking their heads. That was a good display from the team. Very, very confident. Now we're in home turf for Mindfreak, guys. Uplink, where do you go from here?
Probably towards a 3-0, to be honest, but you know, they're that confident. It looks like the reason they were so reserved in that victory, it just shows how confident they actually were. I don't think they were ever ready for that. Miles, I mean, it's a pretty awesome victory for them.
Dude, what more can you say? 3-0 is the ultimate victory. It's perfect, you know. So, well, it's probably going to happen. Let's face it. Mindfreak are, of course, an extremely talented Uplink team. They have been always. And I don't think too much is going to change here. However, the Chiefs still in this one. They've got everything to play for now. Still in the winners bracket. They're playing for 3rd place and a shot at some of that sweet cash and all of 10,000 pro points to add towards their CWL repertoire. Oh, here we go. Uplink on Precinct. It could either be a bloodbath or it will be an exceptionally well contested game. If you're a Chiefs player right now, Josh, what's your mindset going to be like? I mean, are you going to go into this one all guns blazing? Is it all or nothing? Or is it, guys, don't worry about this too much. We've still got the losers bracket.
I think the attitude's going to be damn, we really need to win this.
Double damn.
Double damn. They obviously need to win this, otherwise they're down into the losers bracket of CWL Sydney Open 1. So I think that attitude is, okay, this is what I think the attitude should be. Okay, it's Mindfreak. We shouldn't let this one really get to our morale. They're obviously going to be, one of the hardest teams to beat here at this event. So don't let it get to us. Let's do what we do online. We know that we can do this. It's been done before. This squad, they've taken maps. They can maybe take the W or at least push it a little bit further in this series. With all of that said, it is going to be quite the uphill battle.
James, when Josh saying you kind of know you're going up against the top dogs in the region, how would you prepare, James, as a player? I mean, I'm not actually certain of what your background is as a player, but how would you go into this one? Would you go in knowing full well that they're the top dogs? It's okay if we lose, or would you be disappointed with yourself if it didn't work out?
Well, my history as a player is being really trash at ghosts, so
Hey man, that's okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for being honest.
Yeah, well, that's why I became a caster. But I think going against top dogs is always hard, and I guess it's not just the fact that they're top dogs in our region, but they've proved themselves internationally, and this Chiefs squad is relatively new still. One of the things that I want to point out is that Dean, though, he's still part of that original lineup that beat Mindfreak at the qualification for Citadel Stage 1 back in December 2 years ago now. And, he's got experience beating these players. Maybe he can bring some of that into it, especially in a clutch situation like this.
Well, we got top dogs on the stage, and you know what these top dogs like chasing? Drones and sticks. See if these doggies can't bring home the fetch here on Uplink.
Except we definitely don't want them to bring it home. You want to go back over to that opposing side. I don't know. I'm sending all of my warm, positive vibes to the Chiefs. But, I'm sending out the sonar signal, the radar signal, and it's just not coming back. I'm not hitting anything here. There's no real substance there. I'm feeling pretty scared for them. As Mindfreak, they are dominating so far throughout this series, as they have the entire competition. This is going to be make or break for the winners bracket for Chiefs, and Mindfreak may just knock them out.
Chiefs, they're going to be starting on the preferred side of this map here, so that could definitely help them get off to a good start. If they can start pushing up lanes, get control of Mindfreak spawn, and push them out towards that gas side, potentially we could see some 2-point plays. That's what I'm hoping for here into this one, but we never really know what's going to happen until it gets underway. I just have to point out one player that I think really needs to step it up for this game is going to have to be Dean. We saw him do quite well in the hardpoint. I think he was the top scorer for his team. Then fell off a little bit in the search and destroy, as did the rest of his team. But now it's crunch time. Now you really need to bring the fire. I mean, he used to play for Skyfire. Their hashtag is bring the fire. So let's get into this one and hope that he can do just that.
Let's see if we can get a mean Dean going into this one. Looking for him to step it up, but I'm pretty sure the man on your screen, Dr. Buzzo, has got something to say about that. We shall see. Both teams on your screen right now. Mindfreak versus Chiefs. Winners bracket round 2. The winner of this series is guaranteed a top 3 finish and will be taking home a very large portion of that $30,000 of prize money here at CWL Open number 1 here, presented by PS4. We are into the action, ladies and gentlemen, and we're kicking it off with Mindfreak. Excite just got domed by Fate, and Lakey follows up with another kill. So it's a nice couple of kills off the start here for Mindfreak, but this is just the beginning.
Shox here is going to be trying to contest into that drone spawn point. Eminence holding on strong, but Dean, he gets shut down from behind. Eminence was pinched into that situation, not able to do anything, so that's the 3 down for Chiefs. Lakey last alive to make a defensive play, not going to be able to do so. Buzzo, he's got the drone ready to get it going, and he actually gets that first upload, so Mindfreak, a great start off the rip.
That was a nice 1 point on the board. It only took just over 30 seconds to do so, and it went through by Buzzo. And I tell you what, he's got the arms for it, as it was proved just then. 3 players down for Mindfreak, though, and it's up to Buzzo, speaking of which, to hold back the assault of the Chiefs. He does get dropped, so Chiefs here with a possibility to make a move cross-map. Lakey's going to be moving out. Eminence on the 3-kill streak. Went over to him. Cast occurs as he does go down, but Lakey should be here through for 2 points.
Oh.
He does get through, and that gives Chiefs the lead.
Just within the inch of his life there, Lakey making that one work out. But here's where Mindfreak get the 3 down. They might be able to retaliate, get some map control, but they're all still in the back laneway there. They need to be able to come through and get some map control. No one really establishing dominance in that regards overall, just as of yet. But we're only a couple of minutes in here, so it's still time to find out who is more dominant. Excite trying to get some shots out of construction. Not going to happen there. He'll get dropped. Chiefs, they're playing very defensively here. They're all staying around their base. Only one player, Fate, trying to push into that drone spawn. And now we can see them push out here. They've got, I think, 3 kills there. Excite last alive is the front man for his team, allowing them to respawn behind him. But he actually is going to get naded out by Dean there. Meanwhile, Shox going to be trading some shots with a player from the Chiefs. That was Dean going down, getting absolutely domed. And Chiefs, they're still stuck in the back of their spawn, not really able to push out just yet.
Looking at fighters try and control the middle of the map here. Mindfreak were on the back foot for a little bit. There's only 2 players up. I'd love to know the thoughts of these players, as they are currently behind by 1. And if they can come back, in fact, here's a great opportunity as they tie things up. Let's delve into the minds of Mindfreak.
Are they going to you? I want one, just made hallway. Oh shit, playing right. Gas one here. I'm going to go pick up gas. Wait, top Ben, he's to the right, yeah? One hallway as well. Oh, got out. Gilly shot. I got my work. Oh, yeah, jump in the back left, go fast. Wait. I spawn left. Slow out, Ben. Shit. 3. Slow it up. I'm already venting. Ball, Dean. You with me, Cody? I can get a one. Like you, bull. Oh, yeah, I'm playing 2. Gotta get one more. No, one shot. Yep. I'm playing you, Yeah, I blocked statue. Statue blocked. I'm just gonna throw it down. Yeah. Right. I native. I've got their base still. Wait, attack one there. One on their base. I'm with you. One shot dead. Wait, pass. Yeah. I'm still cutting. I'm still cutting, guys. Yeah. One on their base again, dead. Switch your right here. Switch. On here. On their portal. Oh, one shot. Wait, spawn on their portal. Play one. Play safe one. Left. Yeah, 2. You're gonna play right? Yeah. I got full streaks. I'm playing toilets, yeah? I'm playing bitch toilets. Are they switching right? Yeah, looks like going right. Maybe shake, Cody. I'm going all the way through back alley. Yep. I want it board dead. You suck! Let's go. Jamming deep. Which I'm getting back alley. One shot, gas. Yes. One under AC. Watch out, get me. Okay, one's under AC. Yeah, one shot dead. Nice. Two. Under AC. One shot. Two. Unlucky. Play ball. Nice. Good fucking shit. I'm getting back in the ball. Oh yeah, one more got me. He flanked AC. Yeah. Yeah, I'll play him.
Watching that gameplay and listening to those comms was so pleasurable. I thought I was cheating on my girlfriend for a moment. 6-2 the score with a minute to go here in the first half. Buzzo's going to be pushing out here as well. Excite went absolutely bonkers for a few minutes there, James.
He's fully streaked out here and has his FTL jump to work with. He was stuck, well not stuck, but controlling the spawn of the Chiefs for a while there, and they were forced out to spawn over at Suju, where the drone currently is laying. They're going to be fighting for this one here. Eminence trying to get shots down on towards Fighter. He's going to go down. And here, MF, they really need to step up their game defensively. They haven't really had to do much defensive work in this map so far. With 18 seconds remaining here, it looks like this will probably stay a scoreline 6-2. As Mindfreak, they're just controlling everything that Chiefs try and do. Every little thing that Chiefs throw at them, whether it be a leaf or a bullet, is getting absolutely stopped. But I guess I have to say, Mindfreak, they've stepped it up. They've shown that even on the non-preferred side, they are still dominant.
Mindfreak, so dominant in that one. It was such a great half, you know, so well composed. It was great stuff. I'm getting excited over Excite. I'm sorry to use my terrible puns, James. I'm sorry you had to experience that.
Don't worry, man.
But I just had to say it because it really was a stellar performance. And going into the second half, very curious what Chiefs can do, because it is going to be a very, very tough battle. But look, we've seen you know, more extraordinary things happen before. Let's see if they can turn this one around. It's going to be tough with Excite already getting the drone moving and fully streaked out.
Right now, Mindfreak, they're just pushing up. They've got complete control over the top of the map. The drone will be pushing through the ticket booth, or rather, they decide to go the mid-street. And Buzzo here, he could go for a safe one. There's two players from Chiefs near that drone upload, and he will actually score one there. So, Eminence not really able to do much about it here. A 2-7 score line. Chiefs haven't been able to do much since they first got that 2 points on the board. The Scarab, they're going to get shut down, but the information is definitely good there from, I believe that was Excite. Not too certain about that one, but then we see a 3 down from Mindfreak, so that means Fate, he can use this drone now and push up a little bit. Mindfreak, though, they're spawning where they want to be spawning to defend this. They should be able to get the interception there. They do indeed, but speaking of good plays, Eminence, he's on a 7 kill streak here, so if we can just swap over to him, fully streaked out and working very closely towards that active camo. He's trying to make a resurgence for his squad here. They do not want to go down without a fight, and definitely not a 3-0.
This was a great push by Chiefs. Eminence as well. 7 kill streak, getting fully streaked out. I'd love to hear as well what Eminence is saying to the crew, so let's check it out. Thanks for an Astro listening.
Mighty China. Alright, Shox is pushing China. I'm saying. I have full streaks. Comrades. Two pushing. Pass one bullet to that. There's no one there. I'm with you here. He's weak. I can get him. Nice. Good shit. I'm con. Help him on ball. Statue. No, fuck, I didn't slide. He's on statue. I'm gonna flank. He's still on start. Statue jumping up. That one bullet. Fighter. He's weak. I'm behind. Hey, you got me. Fuck, I died. Balls hole. Yeah. Okay, go gas. Play hole. One up close. He went there. Cody got me right. Where's he going? He went behind me. He's staying still. Jumped over now. Back alley, Shocks. I'm gonna streak on Cody's mid. He's flying around high. Streak on Swan. Oh, absolute. One's holding out gas, Hoey. Whereabouts is he? I don't know. Ancestry? Let's go comp side. I'll streak him off Swan. Just wait. I'm coming. One shot, Spider! Oh, back on, one shot, Spider. One shot, Spider. Shock's flanking. Nice, two dead. No one in the base. Flank, dead. Nice, grab ball. I just hold. Yeah, slay. Lincoln's one shot, he's going to crouch instruction. I got left. I'm coming right side. Three. Con. Play it together, guys. Play it together. Wait, can't. Stay alive. Top side. I can streak him. Top. There's two on me. I don't see top. One more. He went back alley. They're gonna be back alley. Watch it. Yeah. Dead. You overdrive. One more. Stop it. I know. Yeah, went back down. Dead. Nice. Let's go. I'm throwing ball out. Fighter on ball. Nice. They're gonna spawn that con. They're gonna go con. I'm gonna streak him. They spawn their base. Get the ball reset. Get him ball. Wait, they were going cube. I streak cube. Do not push it. He's slid in the Z. Wait, let's go Kong. Grab it, come Kong. Yeah, I'm going. One is there. One kill. It's Kong, weak. One on me, easy. It's two con. One's pushing up, our ticket says. They stopped 2 there. 3 in mid. They didn't go mid. Ah, I took it already. Back alley, I'm weak. Top, weak. Fuck. Ozzo was top. One. Alright, we can go top. They threw it down. Yeah, they threw it down. Top tag. One flank street, shocks. Alright, one's in ticket, back alley. He's sitting there, he's just camping back alley. Alright, we need to pick up the pace like massively here, yeah? Go right. I almost, one more kill. Buzzer, one shot, he's hiding in the corner. Fuck Buzzer. Come right. Deep right. No, I'm coming. I'm starting over. Maybe in China. One's China. China weak. Shocks weak,
There you are, some of the comms from the Chiefs. I love that with a minute to go, down by 7, they still have their head in the game. You know, it's kind of what we saw of some previous teams as well. Props to them for keeping their chin up because, of course, there's going to be one hell of a losers bracket run for them after this one is done, assuming they don't make some kind of miracle comeback. There was an active camo and 2 extra points on the board there, James.
Only 35 seconds remaining here, though. It's going to come down to a very clutch play. If there is going to be some sort of resurgence here, it's going to have to be right now because Chiefs cannot afford to allow any space for Mindfreak to move up. And Chiefs, I mean, we're listening to them comming. They're very deflated. They're still in the game, but they're deflated and they're definitely not confident that they can take this one out. 16 seconds remaining. That is going to be all she wrote. Not enough time to get the draw even. Mindfreak, a 3-0 victory over Chiefs. Probably one of the top teams that they're going to face this weekend.
Yeah, that was one hell of a performance by Mindfreak. We're wrapping it up right there, ladies and gentlemen. 9-4 Mindfreak 3-0 victory over Chiefs. They have confirmed a top 3 finish at minimum here at CWL City Open, one presented by PS4. They're over there bumping fists for what was a hell of a series.
Those boys in blue, they've just secured themselves 3rd place. And fun fact, guys, this is their 15th win with absolutely no losses here at the event. That is no stat to sneeze at. Incredibly impressive stuff there from the boys in blue, Mindfreak. But look, Chiefs, they've still got the lower bracket run. They've got nothing to be ashamed of here so far. They came up against a very, very hot and heavy Mindfreak, who certainly laid a smackdown on them, boys. But taking away from something from this series, boys, is, you know, Chiefs, they've still got all the lower brackets to run through. I'm sure they're going to play some of those games today. And then they've got Championship Sunday with everything to play for. How do you think the Chiefs are feeling right now?
I think they should be, you know, they should have their chin up. Mindfreak are, look, I'll go out on a limb and say it, they're probably the hardest team to beat on LAN. And the fact that they got 3-0, sure, but they had a very, very strong performance against previous teams. They should look at their Prodigy matches and think, you know, that's a positive step there. The few changes they need to make on their hard point, obviously, they need to set up their rotations a little earlier, but there's a few other takeaways as well. If they could just look back at this VOD, see the little errors that went wrong, maybe they can make a miracle losers bracket run.
Oh, I'd hope to see so. And I mean, you look even at this uplink towards the end there, they started actually bringing it to Mindfreak quite closely. You know, they did get that first 2-point play of the game. Buzzo obviously got the first point on the board, but there's definitely signs of life there against the top opponents in Mindfreak. It's just hard to see how this was going to go anyway now looking in retrospect. Chiefs never really seemed in it in general across the 3 maps. Of course, that smashing in the search and destroy must have deflated them when they got into the final map, but what do we expect anything else from Mindfreak?
Once a team is on, they're on, and there's very little you can do to stop them. Once the pain train has left the station, it's only got one destination, and that's probably you and one of your orifices, but we'll let you guys decide which one that is. Guys, it's been a great series. Mindfreak 15-0 so far in games. They seem to be unstoppable. Is that the case?
I mean, it's looking that way when you got a 15-0 streak, confirmed top 3 finish, your LAN Warriors, and that's definitely something you can take ownership of. I think they are the team to beat. They're going to be going up against a very strong team, either Validate Black or Tainted Minds. Obviously, in the winners bracket round 3, which will be the winners bracket final, very, very keen to see that one, which will be coming up. But Mindfreak, so strong, and you know, we say that time and time again because the guys keep putting on a show.
James, to go back to just that Precinct game, I had it from the Chiefs that one of their favorite game types by far was actually Precinct uplink. Now, do you think there's a question of the Chiefs being outplayed here because Mindfreak are just so strong on uplink, or do you feel like that S&D really did pop the confidence balloon and just deflate everyone entirely?
I feel like it's a bit of both. It has to be, you know, you lose your confidence and then you go into the map that you like it, but it is Mindfreak on uplink, and you've seen them compete against the top players in the world, and sometimes they can't beat them. Sometimes they've been able to beat them. So it really has to play in your mind. It might have just been all done and dusted after that search and destroy. As much as they did put on a fight, it wasn't enough.
Well, there we are. The fight has been fought and won by Mindfreak 3-0. We have a little bit of an update from you guys, because of course, while all of this is happening, there's plenty of other games taking place. You know, the main stage may be where the glitz and glam, but the boys backstage are having a real rough and tumble fights happening amongst them. So we'll have a quick look at some of these updates. Of course, we've got Chiefs versus Mindfreak. That happened there, 3-0. Tainted Minds versus Validate Black will be happening in a matter of moments. They're getting ready now. This will be the final match that we stream today. Incredibly exciting stuff. I mean, any major surprises there, boys, from the losers bracket, as we're just taking a quick look at that one? I think that's just about to be updated.
I think, you know, what's something we can take away from is that the ANZ scene's definitely very guilty of underestimating the teams from Asia. And Unveil Nova, sure, they're in the lower bracket, but to get that far and the performance they've put on so far is obviously great. Along in that same round of the losers bracket, you are going to find Rampage Gaming up against Apotheon. That's going to be a hard fight. And then later against Validate Red, that's going to be very, very challenging. Unveil Nova, I think they can take that against Volume Gaming, though. And in scrims, they've been very, very strong. I think they actually have 3-0'd them before. But Prodigy, that one is actually going to be a really great one. I hope to see that one on stream, because Unveil Nova versus Prodigy, if they can get the best of Volume Gaming, would also be a great one.
I have to agree with your predictions there. I'm looking at this rebellious Node. They got 0-3 in the pools. They didn't beat anyone there. Now heading into the losers bracket, they were able to take out Frontline Black. Rebellious, they've been lackluster all weekend long, and you know, you expect so much more from players of their caliber. Haven't been able to produce that, but I am so looking forward to Valor versus Darksider. Valor have definitely shown that they have some skill, some good skill. Darksider as well, a bit of a dark horse in this. They could definitely make a lower bracket run. If they win against Valor, they definitely could bring it to Infamous, and then who knows going forward.
James, we talked about it a little bit before, some of the most exciting moments in Call of Duty, or even any kind of competitive gaming history in all of esports. The best stuff tends to happen in the lowest bracket run. So very exciting to see if those teams you mentioned, Rebellious, you know, 4 great players, maybe not necessarily gelling too well in the last few days, but they've got a little bit of gameplay later today. They've got tomorrow, and hopefully they can make a bit of a run through that lower bracket, guys. It has been one hell of a roller coaster today. We've seen some incredible games. By the Mindfreak performance, or was it all open and shut?
I thought it would be slightly closer from the Chiefs, considering, you know, they're one of the teams touted to be top 3, top 4. But it really just shows the experience of Mindfreak. They went so well in Atlanta. They're gunning for that 1 8-pack spot in the Call of Duty Global LAN League. And this is the kind of performance they need to do to get there. They have one thing on their minds, and it is the broader scope of the Call of Duty World League, and this performance really shows it.
I'm really excited to see what happens in that next series, because if it does come down to a Tainted Minds Mindfreak winners bracket final, that is going to be a true testament to whether Dens was right making his move, and that is going to be a grudge match to look out for.
All any of us want to be we all just want to be proven correct. I just want you to go, oh, you're right, Miles. That's all I want. That's all I've ever wanted.
You're right, Miles.
Thank you, man. That's all I want. That's really all it has ever been. Now, someone who has been proven right in making a wonderful team decision is Excite, and we're about to hear a few words from him on the stage. Ben, take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. Yes, I'm here with Mindfreak's newest member. It's Excite, man. You look very proud to be in that jersey. Congratulations on making the way over to Mindfreak. My first question is, what is it like finally being in a team that actually wins games?
Oh, it honestly feels great. Like, I was in the Chiefs. They somewhat knew what they were doing, but just to join this team, like, it literally opened my eyes to how you're actually meant to play the game. Like, it's crazy how different the best players play compared to, like, other top players that aren't at the, like, peak of their game yet.
Well, break it down for me. What do they do differently? How do they keep winning? What's the secret sauce?
Oh, well, I can't give too much away, but pretty much it's just like the simplest stuff works. It's like the easiest play that you can think of in your head. We just do it to the best possible way we can. It's just the easiest way is the best way.
it helps when you can hit your frags as well. And today you've been slaying, man. Like we saw you when you went to MLG, you played well. Over here today, you played well. Do you feel like you're on top of your game?
I feel like I could be playing a little bit better at times, but for the most part, I feel like I'm playing my game, and I feel like I've kind of earned my spot in this team.
Now, that game we just saw, you guys picked it up 3-0. An impressive scoreline, to be fair. I think most people, including myself, expected the boys from the Chiefs to maybe throw a little bit more at you. Did that scoreline surprise you? Did the ease of win surprise you? What's going on?
Well, honestly, in the 2K last weekend, we lost 3-1 to them, got absolutely destroyed. So we had a bit of fire to start off the series. We were like, all right, we want to just destroy these guys since we got 3-1. We don't usually get destroyed like that. And we just put it down to really online. And I think we've proven that they beat us because of online.
Now, the only other team that you guys haven't played this weekend, or only other top team, obviously would be Tainted Minds. How are you feeling about that matchup? Should you guys end up going against them? We're going to see them in the next upper bracket game. Where do you think they sit at the moment?
Well, they're currently playing Excellence. I think they're Validate Black now. I feel like they're going to have a tough match. Obviously, Validate Black are a really good team. I think that it'll go the mile, but when Tainted come up against us, I feel like if we're on point, we'll leave them in the dirt.
Well, man, you progressed through to the upper bracket final, so congratulations on that one. We'll be seeing more of you guys tomorrow morning, I suspect. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not finished here today at the CWL Sydney Open. We have one more game left. It's Validate Black up against Tainted Minds. This is going to be an absolute ripper. We'll be back very, very shortly.
Feels great representing Fnatic. Obviously, are a massive organisation. I thought it was too good to be true, to be honest.
To represent a big brand like Fnatic is, words can't describe. It's amazing. It's like it still hasn't sunk in yet.
For me, it's a bit of a weird one. Ever since I started playing Call of Duty 4, Fnatic was the main big org in Call of Duty. And then they sort of disappeared for a while, and it's always that one team that I've wanted to play for and represent. So to finally be able to do it, it's a weird sort of feeling to sum up in words. Mixed emotions, I guess. But it's really good.
Kills are traded off, and it is going to go towards Fnatic. Great setup from Fnatic, covering everyone's back.
Playing with two brothers on one team, I mean, it's got its ups and downs in game. I'm hoping soon there'll be a click where they'll just smash it together. But it's pretty funny as well when we're just chilling to have a few jokes on that.
Playing with them, it's a bit fiery at times. They're both a little bit hot-headed. But yeah, it's good. I mean, if they think they're not doing something right, they'll tell each other, and it's fine. You just carry on from that. It's forgotten about. There's nothing really sort of just left stewing.
Knowing that he's there, I can say anything I want around him. In game, I would say for example, if I'm in a 2v2 with my brother, I feel like we do have the advantage over whoever the other two people are. Because I feel like I know what he's going to do, and he knows what I'm going to do.
I love this team. Sonny B, I think, great player, and Tommy, and what a captain. You couldn't wish anyone better to mentor new players into the scene like Whiskin and Scraps.
My expectations this year as a team, obviously the goal is to win. I think we've got the capability of doing it. We've just got to focus, play loads, and just get better as a team each day.
I'd rather be real with them. To start off, I do not think we're going to dominate. Fnatic know this. I think the players, my teammates know that that's how I feel. We're going to be a team that we are aiming to get to the LAN League, maybe some solid performance along the way, win an event or two, but not to be that team that is known as the best from the beginning. We want to work towards that, and then from there push on and show that we have what we've started and what our journey is, to then push on and win.
Welcome to Fnatic, I think is the best way to put that.
Yeah, welcome. So if you want to look for some nice snipe spots in Retaliation, normally you're going to be on the bridge side of the map. For defense, that's the left side. For offense, that's the right side. You could just have the ability to use your jetpack and jump in the air, jump on some cars and get some leverage. And you can basically lock down the whole bridge by yourself if you're hitting shots. A lot of people like to snipe the bedroom window, which is kind of like a good line of sight. A lot of people peek it a lot over by the deep bomb site. So on your offensive plays, you can sit back, tank on your bridge and look into the bedroom window and kind of pre-aim and wait for somebody to peek in that bedroom window. So those two spots are probably the best places to snipe on Retaliation.
Gaming is currently considered one of the top teams in competitive Call of Duty. A crowd favorite, a media powerhouse, and tournament favorite in every competition. They have brought home championships from every major tournament in Call of Duty except the elusive Call of Duty Championship, which has yet to be placed in their trophy case. No one wants to be known as the best who have never won. They have the talent. Scump is regarded as the best player in the league. Crimsix and Karma are former COD World Champions, and Formal is one of the best slayers in the game. Each year they don't win, the pressure builds to succeed. This Optic Gaming squad has the potential to win it all. If they don't, could there be changes?
Team Envious are your 2016 Call of Duty World League champions.
JCap, John, Slasher, and Apathy. This is the team that cemented themselves in the Call of Duty history books. But the true testament of a great team is their ability to build off success. And with a new game comes a new season. Since the inaugural Call of Duty World Championship in 2013, no team has ever won back-to-back championships, and only 2 players have. COD XP MVP John has proven he is among the best. Slasher has placed top 3 in every World Championship he has competed at, while Apathy has now had 2 top 5 finishes. Captain Jordan J-Cap Kaplan won the 2 previous COD championships and looks to make it a 3rd, but more importantly, win a 2nd title for his team. The new season will poise new teams and new challenges, but with their experience, a 2nd title isn't far-fetched. Can Envy win back-to-back World Championships and cement their legacy in the history books?
Feels great representing Fnatic. Obviously, are a massive organisation. I thought it was too good to be true, to be honest.
To represent a big brand like Fnatic is, words can't describe. It's amazing. It's like, it still hasn't sunk in yet.
For me, it's a bit of a weird one. Ever since I started playing Call of Duty 4, Fnatic was the main big org in Call of Duty. And then they sort of disappeared for a while, and it's always that one team that I've wanted to play for and represent. So to finally be able to do it, it's a weird sort of feeling to sum up in words. Mixed emotions, I guess, but it's really good.
Kills are traded off, and it is going to go towards Fnatic. Great setup from Fnatic, covering everyone's back.
Playing with 2 brothers on one team, I mean, it's got its ups and downs. In game, I'm hoping soon there'll be a click where they'll just smash it together. But it's pretty funny as well when we're just chilling to have a few jokes on that.
Playing with them, it's a bit fiery at times. They're both a little bit hot-headed. But yeah, it's good. I mean, if they think they're not doing something right, they'll tell each other, and it's fine. You just carry on from that. It's forgotten about. There's nothing really sort of just left stewing.
Knowing that he's there, I can say anything I want around him. In game, I would say for example, if I'm in a 2v2 with my brother, I feel like we do have the advantage over whoever the other 2 people are. Because I feel like I know what he's going to do, and he knows what I'm going to do.
I love this team. Sonny B, I think, great player, and Tommy. And what a captain. You couldn't wish anyone better to mentor new players into the scene like Whiskin and Scraps.
My expectations this year as a team, obviously the goal is to win. I think we've got the capability of doing it. We've just got to focus, play loads, and just get better as a team each day.
I'd rather be real with them. To start off, I do not think we're going to dominate. Fnatic know this. I think the players, my teammates know that that's how I feel. We're going to be a team that we are aiming to get to the LAN League, maybe some solid performance along the way, win an event or 2, but not to be that team that is known as the best from the beginning. We want to work towards that, and then from there push on and show that we have what we've started and what our journey is to then push on and win.
Welcome to Fnatic, I think is the best way to put that.
Yeah, welcome.
My ascension in Call of Duty has not been easy. I reached the peak, but in a blink, it was gone. I found my way onto a team with a lot of fans and brought them a championship, only to be pushed away again and have to start over. I was kicked to the side, forgotten. My only choice was to rebuild. They said I should quit. They said I can't come back. Maybe I wasn't as good as I once was. The top looked so far away. Seeing my former peers having success, I decided I could not stop. When I could have quit, I just went harder. Played harder, led better, became smarter. The fire was lit inside me. Now, no player can stop me. Now, no team can stop me. Now I am fazed by no one.
The thrill of victory has become quite familiar over time. And nobody knows it as well as I do. The money, the fame, the feeling. They say it's more difficult to stay on top than it is to get there. The thing is, I've been on top for years. I've always approached situations with one idea in mind, that I will do anything I need to do to win. Over time, I've watched veterans fall, old teammates turn into rivals, and new players entering the spotlight. I've won under different organizations, with multiple teams, and at tournaments across the globe. Yet the pressure to win is even greater than it was before. There will always be those who attempt to take my title, but there's only one thing stopping them. I'm not done yet.
Team Envious are your 2016 Call of Duty World League champions.
JCat, John, Slasher, and Apathy. This is the team that cemented themselves in the Call of Duty history books. But the true testament of a great team is their ability to build off success. And with a new game comes a new season. Since the inaugural Call of Duty World Championship in 2013, no team has ever won back-to-back championships, and only 2 players have. COD XP MVP John has proven he is among the best. Slasher has placed top 3 in every World Championship he has competed at, while Apathy has now had 2 top 5 finishes. Captain Jordan,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World League Sydney Open LAN event number 1. We're in our final series of the day in the championship bracket. And what a series to finish off was 2 of the favorites. A lot of people counting these guys as top 4 teams have made it to winners round 2. Of course, is Validate Black and Tainted Minds. Joining me on the desk for this fantastic series is Kyle and James. Guys, are you excited for this series?
Will, I'm hyped. This is going to be great. This is going to be a huge series now. This is really going to be what sort of separates the men from the boys, as I've repeated all weekend. This is going to set up who is going to be your, what are we looking at, T4, T5 here? We know
Top 3, actually.
Top 3.
Yeah.
Wow, okay then, jeez.
So that far into things, and Tainted Minds, this is their opportunity to cement themselves as that top 3 team. Everyone's been saying, you know, Chiefs, Mindfreak, and Tainted Minds, they are the definite top 3, but Tainted Minds have been a little bit shaky over the time. We'll see if they can bring it here.
It's been a while since we've seen both Tainted Minds and Validate Black on the main stage, but they're definitely not going to ease up on this series. Guys, talking to a few of the pro players before the start of this series, they think it's going to go to Game 5. Do you support that claim?
I do agree with you in some sense, but I know that TM absolutely want to be asserting their dominance here locally. They want to be getting that 3-0. I mean, look, MF just 3-0'd Chiefs. They're going to want to do the exact same thing right here, right now.
Now, James, you had the pleasure of actually commentating that game. Are you surprised by that 3-0?
To an extent, yeah. I would have thought that the Chiefs would bring it a little bit further than they did, and a little bit harder than they did. They looked good at the start of that first map. The hardpoint there was close towards halfway through. Then all of a sudden, Mindfreak just took over. They just dominated. Obviously, that Search and Destroy, absolute blowout, 6-1. Nothing Chiefs could really do there. And then the uplink, it seemed to be, you know, a little bit back and forth at the start, first maybe 2 minutes, and then once again, Mindfreak, they just get rolling, and you couldn't get back from that.
Let's check out these 2 teams and the lineups between them both. Tainted Minds, of course, 12 wins, and Validate Black, 12 wins to their name as well. The only thing separating them is that 1 map loss. I don't think, though, that's something we should really focus on. Is both of these 2 teams, 12 maps, that's a big deal, and only 1 loss between them both. That's crazy. These guys, they got a lot on the line here. The pressure is definitely going to be on them.
Yeah, Will, I mean, that 1 loss, what was it? It was a 6-point loss? I mean, that's really nothing at the start of the day.
And Validate Black on a 12-map win streak. James, do you see them coming into this first hardpoint, making it 13?
I could definitely feel that. I mean, Validate, they've put together a very nice lineup, and some solid players that we've seen throughout the history of our scene have been dominating on hardpoint alike since obviously its introduction into the scene back in Black Ops 2.
it's hard to say how it's necessarily going to go, whether it'll be a close map or a blowout. You can never really tell with two teams of this caliber, but Validate, they'll be looking to repeat what Mindfreak have done and go 15-0.
Well, to complete and continue that streak and bring it to 13, they got to go up against Tainted Minds. Let's have a look at that squad as a whole. All household names here in the Australian New Zealand scene and internationally. Zeus, Nimble, Dens, and Damage. The combo on the right-hand side. Kyle, how big of an impact are those two players going to have on this series?
Well, I'm hoping, since earlier today, we did see them have a little bit of a slow start, so I'm hoping now it's late day. They've had a good chance to warm up. They've had a good chance to sort of practice and get their gear basically together. So I'm hoping they're going to slay out pretty hard here.
And the player in the middle to the left there, Nimble, he's had such a phenomenal event so far, James. Yeah. He's just going off.
I can't speak more highly of him at this event specifically. Definitely turned things up since, of course, their upset in Atlanta. Their upset in general over the past couple of weeks. They haven't been able to win the 2Ks like they did at the start of the season. They've lost the last 3. Obviously, Mindfreak took 2, Chiefs taking the most recent one. They'll be looking to bounce back from all of that and prove our scene wrong and prove the world wrong. And just say, you know what? We had the hype going to Atlanta. It wasn't necessarily going to carry us through there, but we can bring it over in our scene and then we can build from there.
Let's see their opponents for this series, of course. It is Validate Black, Bakabek, Maka, Rival, and Swiftazor. Carl, we had a very interesting conversation before the start of this. Swiftazor, he's been a little bit inconsistent so far this event.
I mean, it's only been a couple of maps talking about that. It hasn't been a lot of series for us to get probably a good feel for Swift, but he's lacking that duo, I think. He's missing Nimble.
Do you think, James, that's a big deal, not having Nimble next to him?
Massive. You saw throughout the whole of the last season when they were together, they were both just dominating. They're like the old school Double D duo of Dens and Damage. When they were together back in Ghost, they were unstoppable. Going into Black Ops 3, that's the way that Swift and Nimble were. Now, they just haven't repeated that just as of yet, but, you know, that's somewhere where they can prove themselves wrong, or specifically Swiftazor can prove that he doesn't need Nimble to be one of the best players in our region.
Did make it this far, winners round 2, of course, in the championship bracket. They most certainly deserve that spot. Let's have a look at how this series is going to go map-wise. It's Retaliation, Hardpoint to kick things off, Scorch, Search and Destroy, Precinct, uplink, and of course we'll go back to Throwback, Retaliation if it goes the distance. I want to focus on that first map though. It is Hardpoint, Retaliation. Now, the interesting thing is both of these teams undefeated on that map so far at this event.
Well, I mean, we did see early in the day how close that match with TM and Prodigy went on that first map. It could be a little bit scary for TM here, especially I was having a chat with the guys on Validate Black, and they reckon that this hardpoint here is definitely their best.
Yeah, Damage didn't perform too well in that hardpoint, James. We're looking to him to just come out of the gates blazing and help his teammate Dens and get that double D combo going.
Well, it's really now that they need to kick it up a notch in that regards. You know, we've talked about it so many times, the history between the two, but now is crunch time. We're getting into the finals of the of the first ever event for Infinite Warfare in our region. They want to step things up here, and we are into that rig draft right now. Nothing out of the ordinary as usual here. Zeus, he's finally getting that power slide.
Yeah, it's about time they're actually picking up these correct perks like they should be. They make no difference. I mean, they should be reading on our COD Competitive.
Well, definitely. I mean, we saw on the COD Competitive Reddit there that they have patched that back over at Infinity Ward. There was an issue that some players were saying that it kind of, you know, it messed with their memory, muscle memory when sliding, but they have fixed that. It now just takes a little bit less boost every time that you do a boost slide. But, you know, it's one of those things with the FTL in general. It is such, or it can be such a dominant payload.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Let's have a look a little bit more at this fly-through. I'm going to go through Retaliation. I'm expecting a lot of heavy AR battles across this map. I mean, looking at this, I think Maka and Swift are pretty strong, but I mean, they're coming up against Dens and Damage, both international players.
Well, all players on both teams have had a bit of experience in that regards. Maka and Bakabek, you saw in their profile shots, they're wearing their COD XP jumpers. They are very proud of the fact that they made it there last year. But, I mean, this is just like an all-star studded lineup of rosters. There's nothing that you can say is, you know, a definite positive, or sorry, that definitely makes one team better than the other in any regard. They're both just so high-tiered. I can't see which way this is going to go.
Look, I spoke with Maka just before the match, and they're not entirely confident. They've been playing well all day, but I mean, they're really just sort of predicting themselves to get sort of a bit of a 3-2, maybe clutch this out. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, we are going to be loading up into the map. You can see on your screen flying over this Validate Black lineup. They're ready to roll. They've had a lot of time over in the pit, listening in on other teams, watching other teams, and playing themselves to get to where they are right now. And I'm really looking at Rival here, right? We've talked about him many times this event so far. Maka has said that Rival is his protege, the person who he wants to mold into the type of player that can be dominant across the board. And, you know, one of the things that we love about Maka is his S&D ability, but we're on hardpoint this time around. Hardpoint on Retaliation, ladies and gentlemen. Let's kick it off here. And who do you want to start with, Kyle?
Yeah, let's open with Rival. We just talked him up. Let's see what he's got.
Rival starting things off. He's going to be pushing towards Bedroom, hoping that someone is on a flank from Tainted Minds or going on one for himself, but it's not going to be the case here. We'll swap over to Swift. Oh, as I say that, he just goes down there. Back. He's in the middle of the map. No one really contesting the hard point right now. Rival, he's going to be able to sneak up on one player of damage here. And can he get the second across the water? He's going to run out of bullets there. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, that was a nice little wall juggle back and forth. It's one of the sort of new features we do see in the game where you're able to just bounce back and forth off of the wall and basically just like air strafe. I think it's a really nice little feature, and it almost clutched him up that kill if he only had a few more bullets left in his mag.
Rival now going to be coming up as backup for his squad towards this bridge hill, but with only 15 seconds remaining, you've got to be looking at getting those spawns going into the next hard point over towards the lower street here. Swift, he's going to be doing just that, watching to the tunnel, spots the player, going to be throwing out that nade there. Back now on our screen, he's trying to vouch for that Hall's control and then get patio, which is such a vital point for this hill. Going to spot one kill there, goes for the ground slam, and he's just going to be able to set up and hold this hill.
Nice, that was exactly the usage I was talking about before with Shockwave. You're able to jump off that high ground and immediately slam to the ground. And a lot of players have slower sensitivity, so it really does work out in your favor.
Zeus taking control of this side of the map here, just raining shots down on the Validate Black players on that hard point. He's going to be just helping his teammate of Nimble, who does go down there to Swift as well. Can he get in behind here? The hip fire there not working out. Den's trying to get control over this hard point, and there's still 25 seconds here, so it's definitely a lot of time can be gathered.
Yeah, Damage was in a good spot there to cut that out, but he gets destroyed by our little mate here.
Minds player of Nimble not really expecting that one to come through. A very close start here. Validate Black only 10 or so points up, but we look at the minimap here. A couple of players from Tainted Minds going down. They're trying to just push in, but they are getting spawned way out.
Yeah, there was a nice little 3-and-1 pinch happening just there from Tainted Minds. They did a really good job of pushing up as a squad and then sort of waiting for each other for that pinch to come in, but it just did not happen. Validate was able to just push out and clean things up, exactly how you should be playing hardpoint.
Den's now trying to be the lead man for his team as they go forward towards breaking this hill. Now 25 seconds remaining. They've jumped in, contested it, and now Validate Black. They've been pushed out. Only Mako alive near the hard point. He's going to get dropped there, and 15 seconds remaining. Once again, rotations are the name of the game. Broken is where you want to be, and it looks like right now Rival has been able to get control of the spawn that they want for that one. One player to contest with here. He just gets absolutely demolished by Swift in the background, and Rival has set this one up perfectly for Validate.
All right, this is exactly what we want to see here. Basically, Rival's rotated early, got into the bosses of headshot spots he possibly can, and cleaned up kills. It's going to be huge here for Nimble to clean up this player in the back. I'm not sure if he's going to get it. Swift is jumping around, and he cleans up that kill nicely.
He's got 2 streaks here and 25 points away from his third, which will be the bombardment. Let's hope that he stays alive long enough to use it. No one really from Validate Black in immediate contention of this hard point here. They're trying to push down this bridge side. They get 1 kill, and 3 of them. They're going to be making their way towards Nimble's position. He needs to stay alive, definitely. And that streak so close. Can he find the kill here? Not going to be able to do that. His teammate does it for him. If he gets this, that will be certainly all that he needs. And there we are, fully streaked out. But as I say that, Swift has actually gathered his FTL jump and a kill to boot. And this is looking very good right now for Validate.
Yeah, Nimble did a really nice job on that last hard point. He managed to clean up score streaks and get a good amount of scrap off of that. It's alright for them to sort of lose to concede these sort of final points on the hill and win the rotation, but they haven't done so. Validate Black done a great job of cleaning up scrap and getting the new rotation. That's a little bit of an error from Tainted Minds right there.
Swift just trying to hold this doorway, not allowing any Tainted Minds to come in. But as I say that, the timing, the Call of Duty timing, not working in his favor. He's going to lose that gunfight whilst putting his gun in his back pocket there. Nimble now trying to push out. Can he find the kill onto its rival? He does indeed. 37 seconds remaining on this one. And Tainted Minds are holding it with an iron fist. But Validate, they want to be the ones to break it. They want to get back into this one. But Den's on the massive flank here. He gets one. He gets the second. Can't find the third one there. And that's going to be the break from Validate, spawning all of the players from Tainted Minds out here. And right now, Validate, they just keep on being able to get back into this no matter what the circumstance.
I mean, that was almost a perfect flank there from Dens. He had his two teammates on hill who should have really picked up those frags, but they weren't able to. So he was able to get that pinch and sort of slay up a little bit for his team. And if he had won that, he would have won total rotations for this next hill.
As you say that, rotations are in full effect here. There's going to be a gunfight. Swift going down off my screen. I tried to swap over to him, but not enough time. And Co are controlling this one right now, and I have to say the setup of Tainted Minds is looking quite nice, but Validate Black, they're not going to allow that to be the case for much longer there. I don't know what just happened with Swiftzor, but he just gets cleaned up completely. Back now trying to watch the cutoffs, but little does he know the players from Tainted Minds are going to be spawning out, and now here's where we get some score streaks in from both squads, I believe. Here, Nimble, he gets one team kill, but also the kill on towards Maka. Zeus, he's going to be alive with his FTL jump ready in hand, and this scoreline right now is very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, it is close, but we've still seen Validate Black pretty much control every single hardpoint to retain that lead. I mean, perfect use of score streaks there, just to touch on those. I think we saw Validate Black set up really nicely, sort of like you would see on your track's hardpoint, where they were pushed out both sides.
Damage now, he has to watch over this next hill. It's going to be coming up in a short while, but he gets taken off the pedestal there that he was standing on. So swap over now to Swift, who's been able to take control of the hardpoint. He's still got his FTL jump to work with, and he's got 16 kills to his name. Very nicely done. Nimble now going to be coming up through towards Bedroom. He can spot the player in the back of the map there, gets that first kill, jumps onto the hardpoint, and he is getting very close to getting his Scarab again. He also has his camo available if he chooses to use that one. One player contesting him, he does pop it. Can he get both kills here? One, wow. Can he get the second? He does there, and another one there. I think he did get the assist on the first kill. Dens actually cleaned that one up, but nevertheless, Nimble going off.
That was bloody flawless. That was excellent. Perfect use of camo. Waits for the kills to sort of line up so he can nail both of them with basically just a collateral. Great job from him there, and he's still slaying up. What streak is he on? He's on a 6-kill streak. He's about to. Has he doubled up on his streaks again?
He definitely has here, and Tainted Minds have taken the lead, and they're also looking to the rotation towards Cathedral. Nimble and Co have it on lock, and Validate Black are spawning way out here. The Scarab comes out from Nimble. This man is on a mission, 27 kills already, and we're only halfway through this one. He's able to find a tag there, nothing substantial coming out of it, but once again, more score streaks coming through. The Scorch is going to try and stop anything happening with Validate Black here. They're trying to push, and he's actually going to get dropped there by Maka, so a good hold from Maka to be able to get back into this one, but still, nevertheless, Tainted Minds are in it, and they're just not giving up. Bakabek is going to be the last man alive in 3 down for Validate Black, and this is where Tainted Minds can start racking up some points. They've had very good control over this Cathedral Hill. I have to say, Tainted Minds, they're bringing it back.
Yeah, it's more than bringing it back. They're up by 40 points now, and that's all in the back of Nimble, just going absolutely huge with camo down on the lower street, and then getting the rotation and just slaying out Market against a head glitch. Flawless play from Nimble, and look at him. He's got a 2 KD right now and a minute 20 of hill time, more than anyone else.
He's literally doing everything for his team, and right now you can hear the players on stage getting loud. They're trying to hype each other up. What are we going to do here? Damage. He is going to be setting up, trying to get the first few points on this broken hill, but little does he know Rival is going to be just sneaking around underneath the staircase. If he pops his head up, he is going to get absolutely decapitated there by Damage. A great hold from him.
All right, so what we're going to see a little bit of here is sort of one player from TM is spawning pretty far out. Not quite sure why they're pushing up so aggressively, but we're going to see a Validate Black pushing up as a nice little group. They're not going to decide to basically flood through one of the more difficult head glitches, and they're going to push through middle map. I like this decision because it's the fastest possible way to heal, but it's not going to matter because Tainted Minds have pushed up and they've made pretty big kills within that middle ground and basically held out this entire hill. And I mean, this is close. Can they win off this hard point? It may be down to about a second here. I think Validate have to break this, and they have.
Just as you say that, they do get into the hill, and that is perfect play from Validate to stop any chance of Tainted Minds winning off that hill, but it is definitely getting close here. Validate, they've taken the foot off the pedal, and Tainted Minds have done the exact opposite, putting the pedal to the metal here. Zeus and Nimble combining for 2 more kills. Nimble, he's got 33 of his own, just watching the middle street as we are just waiting to see if Validate Black can get back into this one. They're trying to push in, trying to get control, but Tainted Minds, computer says no, but as I say that, Validate, they get back into it. They are now getting a few points on the board, but Tainted Minds, they're only 8 away from taking this first map.
Yeah, it looks like Dens may have misread those spawns. That could have really closed out the map there if he'd pushed up to the other side, but I mean, someone's going to pick up flank, so not a bad play. We're coming to the final seconds of this hard point. About 20 left, and we're going to have to see a pretty solid hold from Validate Black and an excellent rotation here, but it looks like they've only left 1 man on that original hill, and all this Tainted Minds need is 8 seconds.
Dens right now, he's just going to be setting up, going towards, or looking towards the middle of the map here. Oh, sorry, the bridge side. Swift and Co, they've been able to get quite a few points on the board from this previous hard point, or sorry, current hard point. It's about to swap over here. Kill in the back from Dens, he's just playing the sneaky little beaver role at the moment. Validate, they've just gone completely past the hard point here. Damage, he's able to get control, but he's going to get shut down here. Only 4 seconds, as you say, Kyle, and this is getting to crunch time. Validate Black, there's a 3 down, and that should be game here. Tainted Minds, they bring it. They bring the fire, and they take this one with a pretty commanding lead after what we saw was so close at the start.
Well, Nimble just carried that entire map, basically, and he even finished the game with a game-winning 2-piece. That's just Nimble, MVP right there.
38 kills from this man. I mean, Curry, how do you say anything about him? We were talking about him pre-game. We were saying he needs to be the one to carry his team into the win, and he's done just that.
Yeah, Nimble is having a phenomenal event so far, and even looking into tomorrow, I know it's a bit too far, but he's going to be the player on Sunday, regardless of if Tainted Minds go into the winners or losers side of the championship bracket. He is just playing incredibly. Hardpoint Retaliation is now done. Guys, that actually was Validate Black's best hardpoint map. Safe to say that was a convincing win by Tainted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, it took him a little while, but in the latter, late game of the map, TM basically just ran away with it. It was all just Nimble, clutching up, huge camo play, and then pushing straight out into market and cleaning up another player that really should have won that gunfight. But that basically just solidified them grave, and they rotated nicely over to Broken and won the game.
James, what do you think was the pivotal moment in which Tainted Minds, what changed in their gameplay to just create such a dominant performance in those final few minutes?
The rotations just became a thing of beauty. They weren't really rotating well enough at the start. The first sort of half of this game went basically fully in favor of Validate Black. They had their best foot forward, and it looked like they were going to take it out. They were just keeping on going, but Tainted Minds, they just came back into it and decimated.
It was after that Cathedral hard point, once Nimble picked up those streets, that's when it's all I could hear you guys talking about was Tainted Minds, Tainted Minds, Tainted Minds, because that was when they got to that new level, and just raw gun skills seemed like it was just beating the guys as well over Validate Black.
Oh, definitely. Again, I know we keep saying Nimble's name, but I mean, he's the one that was just absolutely decimating everyone. He's the one that won them that series.
We're going to be going into a search and destroy Scorch. We have yet to see that to this weekend, but it's going to be interesting. It's a weak map for both of the teams, to say so. Validate Black are not confident. Tainted Minds, however, to quote them, they're fine on it. They're fine. So was one map under their belts on a hard point that technically on paper they shouldn't have won. This is starting to look like a great run by Tainted Minds.
Yeah, well, look, this is pretty scary for Validate. I mean, this isn't their favorite map. I think the map after this, they're pretty iffy about as well, which is uplink Precinct. I mean, as well, the hardpoint throwback, they're not too confident in that either. So this could just, well, be a 3-0, and I really hope it doesn't go to that.
Let's start talking about this Search and Destroy Scorch. That's up next. Backabek and Maka from the team of Validate Black have been dropping some great numbers so far in that game mode. They need to step their game up coming into this.
Yeah, they definitely do. They really need to slay hard. I mean, I'm a big fan of Maka on S&D, but if he's not confident on a map, that's scary.
Do you think that the Validate Black guys are going to be confident coming into this map after a convincing loss?
It's going to be a difficult one to tell. Of course, we can't really get into the minds of the players just at this point, but they have definitely shown some prowess on Search and Destroy as this event has gone. As we said before, before this specific series and before that map, they were undefeated on every single game mode. They're looking very strong, but yes, definitely that loss could play into this.
As we run through Scorch, I want to ask the question, Kyle, who's the player to watch to be getting these first picks throughout this series?
Well, definitely Maka. I know he likes to whip out the scope here. He's pretty clever with it, and he knows when to put it away as well, but I'm hoping that he pulls out a little bit more and just sort of clutches up and maybe just catches Nimble off guard a little bit with that scope.
I love the scope. I mean, we've seen it a few times this weekend so far, and Maka, if he brings it out and actually does some things with it, I'm going to get really hyped. I'm excited for this one, ladies and gentlemen. It is, of course, Tainted Minds and Validate Black going head-to-head on Search and Destroy on Scorch. I mean, we saw the way that Mindfreak absolutely decimated the Chiefs 6-1 on this map in the previous series. Can Tainted Minds do that and continue their run of good form in this series? We'll just have to wait and see. But Carl, I have to ask you, who is the key player to watch on Tainted Minds apart from Nimble, who is, you know, an S&D god in your opinion?
Apart from Nimble, I know Denz and Damage both have a lot of experience. I mean, Denz has had the experience from Mindfreak, so I'm hoping he's bringing a little bit of that talent back with him to this squad here. I'm expecting him to sort of maybe not necessarily drop numbers because he's not quite the star of the show at the moment. But I mean, he's got that prowess, he's got the experience, he's played plenty of 5v5. I'm expecting a lot from him.
Well, yeah, I was just about to say about the 5v5 Denz and Damage. They teamed together on the PlayStation 3 back in the old consoles and back on Ghosts. They would, you know, they'd play 4v4 and they'd also play 5v5, and they were, you know, generally on the top teams in that 5v5 ranking here in the ANZ region. And obviously, they took it to the international stage, winning very, very nice games at Call of Duty Championships back in Ghosts. Can they do it again? Can they repeat that form with this new lineup?
Honestly, yes, I think they can. But I mean, they're coming up to a lot of experience in Maka here, and I think it's all going to come down to Mac to really show up and go big against these guys.
Well, speaking of Maka, let's start it off with him, the man who is ready to roll. He doesn't have that scope out this time. It's going to be the MV4, but still looking for those long-range engagements. As I say that, kills already traded in the middle of the map. This one has started off very hot damage. He's got 3 already. Oh, sorry, I should say 2. But he's going to make it 3, and there we go. Damage. We speak about his S&D prowess, and he brings it out in the first round.
Hell yes, that was clean. It looks like the team of Validate Black decided to opt for a 4-man stack through middle. And I mean, if you're sending that many people through middle, you have to pick up kills. And they just lost to basically Damage. Just got a 3 down. Like, what are you doing?
It's hard, man. It's hard when you go into that sort of situation. It's a 4-on-4. It all looks even, but then one player's just like, you know what, guys? I could 1v3 this. I don't need my teammates. Let's just do it. And he does that just. We'll swap over to Damage and see what he can do here off the rip. He's going to go on this wall run, maybe contest a player who's on that perch. Not going to do so. So he's going to be the A-bomb site's protector here, but one player is going to be watching over mid from Validate. That's going to be Swift. I'll just look at him on the mini-map now. He's sort of rotating in and out between A and mid. No contestants really made so far, but Damage did spot back there through the hallway. And it's very unclear right now where this Validate squad wants to go. They've got a few players rocking up. Damage, though, he's going to get... Actually, I thought he was about to get flanked, but Zeus had his back there. Swift's going to be down as First Blood. It's the 3v4 here, and Tainted Minds, they're setting up very well in this defense.
Yeah, Zeus has a great little crossfire. He's sitting deep enough to basically allow the players of Validate Black to push in. I mean, I guarantee you they've called out exactly where Damage is, and that would have been the kill that Swift was looking for, but it's not going to happen. I mean, look, we've got Nimble here on flank as well. He's basically been given free map control to push up and rotate around and basically just trap this Validate Black team in.
Well, we thought they were about to do that, but then they do get 2 kills, so it's reduced it to a 2v2 situation here. I'm excited to see what Denz can do. He's coming on the flank almost, but as I say that, 16 seconds remaining, this Validate squad, they haven't got the bomb plan, and they have to commit to A here. There's no other option other than to get the kills, but Denz and his teammate Nimble, they're going to be rotating towards B, and he's going to get caught in the back here, so now they know that this is going to be an A bomb plant, potentially, if he's got enough time there. He didn't.
That couldn't be more flawless timing for those for the TM guys to rotate and for Validate Black to just walk in behind them. That was literally just perfect COD timing, and they managed to get the plant within about literally the 7.5 seconds.
That was crazy there. I think it just went down a millisecond before the kill was finalized there. Nimble, he wasn't able to do it, but that evens the scoreline. 1-1. 1 round apiece here. And we are back on level pegging 0-0 for all intents and purposes. One thing I have to point out is Maka, the man we were talking up so much, he's 0 kills to start things off.
Yeah, I'm pretty, a little bit disappointed by that. But I mean, he's been doing a good job. He's been doing his, well, exactly what he needs to be doing, despite that early round was a little bit messy. He didn't really have a choice but to sort of be aggressive, so you can't really blame him. I mean, he's doing his job here right now. He's playing smart, he's playing B. He's going to call that it's potentially going to be a B, and he's going to play around him, but he doesn't have any support just yet. This is going to be big for Maka. Damage does take out Back though, and it's just going to be all on Maka once again, and it's rough. It's rough in those situations, because he should have been expected to be pinched there.
Maka was hoping his teammates wouldn't fall as easily as they seemed to do here, and I guess the way that Nimble played this was very perfect. He was waiting the time that Maka needed to reload. Maka was just spamming bullets, pre-firing, hoping that Nimble would run into his crosshair, but he didn't do that. And that meant Nimble, who could take advantage of that situation where Maka literally could do nothing. He had no utility to work with in regards to bullets. I don't know if he even had a pistol that he could have pulled out in that situation here, but Tainted Minds, they bring it to 2-1. Right now, Rival, he's going to be the bomb carrier.
All right, I would like to, yeah, we'll jump on board with Rival here. Looks like it's a nice little passive, sort of slow split. I think that player number 5, Maka, is going to look for a pick, but you just can't die like that when you're playing these slow splits, because it's going to make things very awkward to push the A site. Because, I mean, Tainted Minds, they've recognized it was only Maka there, they haven't seen any more players, and they've begun to rotate across map.
Swift and Back are going to be starting to rotate towards B. Rival coming in close behind. There is one player who's going to be chilling on that bomb site here, using a little bit of cover, but he might get caught out from behind if he's not too careful.
This is a very interesting play. I haven't seen this sort of stuff
oh my god, Dens.
Oh wow, since really Black Ops 1, where you sort of just sneak up and lay prone on bomb, but that's the round out. Dens, pretty flawless, honestly. Good two-piece, great call-outs from his team to play like that. I'm a fan.
They were effective trades there. Dens able to find 2 kills. He couldn't get the third, was cleaned up there, but Rival, just not enough life in him. You saw his health bar just there, literally an inch of his life. He was shut down quite quickly. Tainted Minds, they're asserting their dominance early. 3-1 is the scoreline. And if they keep it up like this, they're going to mirror image the way that Mindfreak took out Chiefs.
Yeah, basically. I mean, I think we need to see maybe a little bit more grouping with Maka, because, I mean, he's not really shining on his own so far. So I'd like to see some more of those team plays like we saw on that first round from their aggressive defense. Looks like Zeus is going to take an early frag on Mac again. Winning this first blood, they have numbers here. Looks like a couple of players are rotating back. I'm not 100% sure on this play. Looks like they're cutting flank. This could potentially rotate out to an A, but I'm not sure.
This is an important point here, Maka. He's actually gone down in every single round so far, and the last 2 has been the first blood in favor of Tainted Minds. It's not helpful when you're, pushing things that maybe you don't need to push. Maybe you could play a little bit more passively on defense. You are trying to set up to stop a push, but it can be difficult. I know that Zeus and Nimble, they're just trying to see what the situation is, assess what's going on with this squad. Denzo, he is going to get traded out by Nimble's grenade. That is devastating, but the bomb does go down, which gives the advantage to Tainted Minds. They've been able to reduce the the timer down to 38 seconds now. The Scarab available to Nimble as well. And, we saw his streak usage in the last map. He was very effective with it, and he knows to watch his teammates back here. But Zeus, he's going to find his death anyway. Nimble gets the better of one there. Damage, he's going to fall to his death, and Nimble at the same time. So Back and Rival clutching this one up in the 2v2 situation. And Rival is going to get the defuse here. He's only 250 points away from his Scarab, and very, very close to getting that active camo.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough for Nimble to die there. He was only 225 off of his next streaks, which would have been absolutely huge. Because, I mean, we've watched him how well he plays with streaks previously. So it's a bit unfortunate, but he still does have that Scarab to work with on this next round.
Well, heading into this next round, Nimble, Scarab available, also very close to his active camo. See whether he can't get that one there. Gonna head over and see what Rival can do though. Gonna be running with his teammates down this A hallway, and they're not expecting any sort of A play here by Tainted Minds. Tainted Minds just waiting it out.
Yeah, Rival's just thrown a nade out and sort of announced their presence towards A. But, I mean, it's not quite the wisest. I mean, you're not exactly going to get a complete kill off of a flèche like that at that range. Yeah. A little bit risky. All you do is really announce what's happening, and then probably should bait out to the other side. But we do see Maka here with the scope. This could be cool. There's only one player left, though.
Yeah, he's picked up a assault rifle there. Can Damage find the kill on the bomb planner? He will indeed. Now he can back off and maybe rotate just to change up his position and not allow the last 2 players on Validate to get to know where he's coming from. But they're gonna, they're gonna set up thinking it could come from anywhere. He gets the first one. Can he get the second one? Damage in the 1v3 clutch. He actually gets that one. The players had their backs turned, and the bomb planner didn't have a chance. Now, Damage, he picks up his overdrive and a Scarab, and 200 points away from getting the Trinity Rocket as well. What a great clutch from him.
Wow, that was honestly just straight up impressive. He basically just baited back around the map and sort of forced an awkward plant again for the team of Validate. I'm not quite sure why they were playing that side. They knew he was sort of around that area. They could have sort of sat basically that one defending player deep where he was and had another player, or had the planter plant on the other side because he could see that full cross. And I mean, Damage didn't have time to flank all the way around the map. They knew it would only be coming from one direction.
Well, they should have been, I don't know who the planter was and who was watching over him, but the player watching over should have been ready for that gunfight. I feel like he just wasn't, but Damage, we've got to stay on with him, see what he can do going into this round here. He may come across a gunfight against Bakabek, but nothing of the sort as of yet. Ten Minds, we're talking about this passive play. They're doing it now. They're changing things up, changing the pace of the game, and, you know, making it their own. They're dictating what's going on in this search and destroy right now. Validate. They're just trying to stay alive. They don't want to get first blooded again, as it has been the story of this search and destroy so far. Looks like it's going to be a B-bomb hit, though. Damage is going to back off. Bakabek now trying to see if anyone's going to push mid. I think he just spotted the player there, so he might be able to get a kill onto it. But as I say that, 3 of his teammates go down, and he's now in a 1v3 situation. Nothing he can do there. He is not Damage, and he goes down. So 5-2 the scoreline here. That was a very good round from Tainted Minds, using the passive play to just eliminate the players one by one from this Validate Black lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice slow push, and again, they didn't really throw any grenades to announce their presence until really late in the round when they could actually follow up on them.
And that seems to be the difference between these two teams right now. It seems like Tainted Minds are a lot more composed, but as I say that, I need to swap over to Damage really quickly. He's used his overdrive. He might get into mid a lot quicker than this Validate squad would be expecting here. Can he get the first gunfight? He's going to do just that, and it's now going to be a 3v4 situation, sorry, I should say, and he's got his Trinity Rocket too, and only 100 points away from that bombardment as well.
Yeah, he's playing excellently, honestly. I should have probably called him instead of Dens. Rival does pick up a frag on Zeus's back. And this is going to be a nice little 3v3. Validate do have pretty solid ground, and Tainted Minds sort of are wildly out of position for this. I think Validate Black are just sort of expecting Tainted to make an error here. I mean, they're not going to do that this late in the round. They've got streaks.
Here's the Trinity Rocket coming out of Damage. He tries to find some players, but hasn't been successful just as of yet. Goes in towards the building. Not even tag on that one, but he does still have that Scarab to work with. Swift. I wonder whether he's going to try and get the bomb plant to not going to be the case. They're going away from B here, but the Scarab is going to hear it by now. It's taken out very, very quickly there, but the information has been gathered, so Dens is able to make a play on towards Swift as well, drop that bomb, and it's a 2v3 situation. And with that being said, Nimble, he's also managed to gather his payload ability. I'm not sure what it is. It's going to be active camo. But as I say that, Maka, he's turning up your rival as well. Now they've reduced it to a 1v2, so here is where Nimble has to clutch up if he wants to take this map right now. 7 seconds remaining. I don't think they've got the bomb plant. That's it.
There's no way they have this plan. They're going to lose
it.
basically on time right now. And Nimble's popped his camo. He's going to go in, destroys the bomb plant, and almost gets a second player right there.
No, Nate. That's it. Validate Black, they ran out of time, and that's one of those situations where you think, you know, okay, be passive. You can do that, but don't be too passive. Don't rotate when there's only a limited amount of time left. That was a little bit... look, I don't want to take anything away from Validate, but that just seemed amateur.
Yeah, honestly, just rookie errors throughout the map. Maka getting first blooded so often, and just basically like playing slow against a slow team that have been pretty notorious for sitting back with their ARs.
Maka only getting 1 kill that entire map. We highlighted him 2 in the end, highlighted him towards or at the beginning of the series as a player to watch. Tainted Minds, Carl, they shut him down perfectly.
Yeah, honestly, it looks like they just had Maka's ticket and they just punched it over and over and over again.
Zeus, before the start of this series, had said his team hadn't played teams of a higher caliber. I feel like that statement can be used for Validate Black. It seems like they're going up against a much stronger team and they're starting to fold.
They're a top 4 team, this Validate lineup, and they're just not showing it right now. It seems almost too easy for Tainted Minds. They brought it to them for the first half of that hardpoint. We've talked about it, but that Search and Destroy was all Tainted Minds.
All these players have been at the venue competing and playing for a fair few hours now. Kyle, can we kind of make excuses here for Validate Black? Is fatigue maybe starting to play a bit of a problem?
Coming from experience, usually this late in the day, I mean, this is the final match, so this late in the day, things get a little bit I don't know, you sort of get a little bit slow, you passed your peak, it gets a little bit rough.
Is that safe to, like, can we blame the fatigue on the fact that in such an important round they couldn't even get the bomb down? They had almost beaten themselves?
They did, yeah, they ran out of time. They just didn't make anything, they didn't make a play when they needed to, and they were in a 2v1 situation. You would have thought, okay, we've got the numbers advantage, one person plants, one person watches over. You've got a relatively good idea of where he could be coming from because you knew where his teammates were, and so you have to make an educated guess, of course, as a pro player. And, you know, with the experience that some of these players do have, once again highlighting Maka as one of those players who is a search and destroy, who's known for his search and destroy play. You would have thought that they would have been able to, you know, make a better situation out of that.
You would have hoped so, or at least expected.
Yeah.
Now that those 2 games are done, we could be into our final map of day 2 of the Sydney Open LAN event 1. It is going to be an uplink on Precinct. Now, the guys over at the team of Validate Black, they've been quoted as saying it is an iffy map for them. Meanwhile, Tainted Minds, they feel confident. James, is this going to be the final game of the day 2?
I'm expecting it, honestly. The CWL Sydney Open has been all, you know, or not all, but very much those dominating wins so far. We haven't seen a lot of close games. There's been a couple of open bracket and off-screen best of 5-game series, but so far on stream we've seen some very dominating performances from some of our top teams.
Let's focus on Validate Black right now because they're in such a tough situation. I want to highlight Rival. Back in Black Ops 3, he was such a strong submachine gun based player. Going into Precinct, a close quarters combat map. Kyle, does Rival need to turn up to give his team a chance to get a map here?
Oh, absolutely. It looks like the Protege is going to have to put the Master in the backpack and basically just show up and slay hard. It's going to really have to happen.
Other than that, James, what else do the team of Validate Black need to change?
It's really difficult to predict how this next map's going to go, so I can't specifically pinpoint any type of move that they could do, but it seemed just in both the latter half of the hard point and in that whole search and destroy, their rotations were just a little bit iffy. And you know, that goes to testament in that last round. They rotated so slowly and so late that they didn't have time to get the bomb down, even if they wanted to.
Into the rig draft we go on potentially the last map of day 2 for the Sydney Open. Nothing out of the ordinary, guys. We mentioned it at the start that the player of Tainted Minds, Damage, during those series in which he wasn't able to drop solid numbers, teams were able to really take them on the ropes. In that first map, he didn't get the most kills, or at least a number that we would have expected, but still, it was a dominating performance. Everyone across Tainted Minds right now at this stage seem to be performing on another level.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. They're playing pretty hard out. I sort of predicted this 3-0 to sort of happen from the perspective of TM. Like, they want to assert their dominance here. And I think that's happening right now. These have been completely dominant wins. They're following in the footsteps of Mindfreak, and I think tomorrow we're going to have some serious games on our hands.
I'm really excited because, you know, this is where Tainted Minds, they're coming up and, you know, as they said, they haven't necessarily placed the top tier competition just as of yet. This team of Rival Black, oh, sorry, of Validate Black, I said Rival because we were talking about him. Validate Black, they're considered a top 4 team. They're 4th in pro points. They've been competing well online. But Tainted Minds, they're just bringing it to them. And I want to highlight Damage here. We talked about him, and Curry said, you know, he didn't necessarily bring the most numbers or what we were expecting necessarily out of him in that first map. But he didn't, I don't think he either could or needed to with the way Nimble was playing.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Nimble carried through the respawns, and then Damage just put Nimble basically in his back pocket and just went for a jog. Actually sort of destroyed in a lot of those rounds.
Search and Destroy is his playground, ladies and gentlemen, but we are going to be heading into the next game mode. Uplink now is the talking point. And who, I guess, Kyle, from your experience with these players competing with or against, which one of them from each team has to be the key uplink player?
I think I'm going to keep rolling out with Damage. He's been playing pretty impressively.
Yeah.
This is sort of like, I guess there's some mixed combat ranges here for Damage, but I think it really suits the K-Bar. And I'd like to see Damage continuing with that K-Bar dominance.
Well, he's actually going to be bringing out the MV4 by the looks of things. We'll
Okay.
see if there's anything out of the ordinary from either squad. 4 ARs on Tainted Minds, probably the similar thing coming out of this Validate Black lineup, and it will be, in fact, exactly that. A lot of K-bars, a couple of MV4s, but let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Potentially the last round of the second day of the CWL Sydney Open, presented by PlayStation 4. Damage will go down very early on here, but Nimble, he's been able to get a couple of kills, and that is going to be Denz, but able to bring out this drone early on. Validate Black, they've been going down very early here.
Denz could not be more one-shot just then. Looks like his teammates have managed to rotate up and stop that. No, they haven't been able to stop that ball at all, but they've been able to maintain sort of a little bit of map control here. I think Validate Black sort of, yep, they've slayed up. They're going to take block. Zeus really in a great position to stop this next push, and he gets one kill on Swift. Is he going to take the second one? No. Gets traded out by Back-a-Back. Good job of rotating back to his teammate and getting that trade.
But a very good start from Tainted Minds to get that first point on the board so early. Literally within the first 30 seconds, we were with a point on the board. And now, as we head into the remainder of this half here, you can see on the minimap, players are just everywhere right now. There's one player, Swiftazor, trying to contest in the middle of the map here towards the Tainted Minds base, but it's not going to happen. As I say that, Maka, he's going to be on the side of things, working towards Ticket. He's going to get shut down so easily, absolutely decimated there by the player Nimble. And we'll see Tainted Minds they have to reset here.
Yeah, it's a nice little snapshot from Maka, but it didn't work out in his favor. But Validate Black is still going to retain ball control. Playing nice and slow, this is what I like to see. They're playing for map control here, but I mean, they haven't really rotated anyone out to block, to pinch things, so they're just sort of fighting off one doorway. I mean, there's good cover, but the cover is equal as long as a Tainted Mind player slides in.
Well, the Validate Black guys trying to get some map control here. Let's have a listen in and see where their minds are at.
What the fuck? He's one shot. Renee's one shot. Nice. One fight. Oh, he's one. Game, jumping on portal.
Yeah,
nice, big kill.
I'm nading ball.
Wait, I spawn left.
Looking for one on ball. I think he's still ball though.
He's still he is. I'm nading Z.
Can't see him.
Where'd he get out?
Oh, it's He's on stat. Wait, I'm
behind him. I'm in the ticket.
One shot.
I got one.
He's dead. That's a cube. Let's go cube.
Play left. They spawned
they're owing to ball. They're owing to
get him. Yeah, they're going hallway.
Can we bring this out?
No, two tickets. Last two ticket. If you that guy ball.
Netting.
Oh, dude, he ran back at me. Should I hit
I
spawn cube.
He'll be behind me. No, he's on ball.
There's two.
Both on ball.
I got one. I got two.
One shot.
There's two.
Last two stat.
Weak. They're both there.
I got one name.
That's last two.
Ging one shot. They just naded me. They're going out statue. Ging, and then one on ball. Z came out. Three right. Just force the one. Nice.
He's on ball. They're gonna get two.
Throw it off.
Oh fuck, they got me.
That's right. Go straight to the ball. There's three behind us, yeah?
Oh, they're gonna go straight to you guys.
One of them's gone to you.
All of them are. Oh, he's already statue. He's already on ball. He's on ball.
Focus, aim there.
Oh, Jake came behind me.
One shot. Nice check.
No one, he's got statue. He's still on a portal. One's on a portal.
Ging's portal.
You're gonna pass it to him.
Ging's on portal.
I spawned behind him.
I've got one left.
Nothing done left. Wait, one shot on our base.
Still in our portal. I'm going straight to the portal.
One shot on the left. He's using the streets. That's the streets. He's gonna kill me.
What's that?
He's in our base still, Ging.
Let's go.
Yeah, watch out for the streak.
I'm going top ticket.
There's gonna be one here.
That's the top.
I spawn our base still.
Getting naded.
Oh, there's two.
And a good listen in there to what Validate Black are thinking right now. They've been really thwarted at this point. Finally getting 2 points on the board there in the hands of Rival, but Tainted Minds were able to accumulate 5 points in this first half.
Right, so I'd like to point out a little bit of a moment we heard there in the listening. Basically, they just conceded they were going to lose a point, but they said, force a one. So they basically just slayed as best they could, played slow, and just prevented a dunk from happening. I like that play. Good heads-up stuff.
Well, it wasn't to be because then they were slayed out. They actually conceded the 2 in the end there. It was a bit unfortunate, but we will see them trying to gain some map control here. They're pushing up quite aggressively, and Swift, he's in a good position. If he can get a kill or 2, he might be able to help his teammates get that drone out of there, but unfortunately, wasn't going to be. Drone in control of Tainted Minds now, and they're just playing the time by the looks of things. 35 seconds remaining here. They're pushing up towards this Sushi side, but so far, nothing happening. The 4 down there, but they threw the drone out, things are reset, and Tainted Minds, they're going to be able to respawn before Validate Black can do anything about it.
Yeah, it was a pretty solid play there from Tainted, although they sort of got outslayed, which is a bit unfortunate, but they managed to reset ball and basically just force this down to be the last 15 seconds of the map. So we have Back-a-Back up here, getting the cuts. Looks like this should go straight in for a dunk. Rival's going to put it straight in for 2 points, and this is a 5-ball game. Great play from Validate Black, bringing it back in the last few seconds of the match.
That was a great play there to be able to spawn out the Tainted Minds player. Bakabek doing a lot of work to slay out and get control of that upload point. But right now, it is going to be the lead to Tainted Minds, and they are, in fact, going to be going into the favored side of this map. And with the way they've been playing so far, Kyle, what do you think? Do you think that they can take it from here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at these KDs. They're pretty close. There's nothing really separating these two teams. And we see, it looks like a couple of carries coming out from Nimble, and 2 more from the guys of Validate Black each on Rival and Swift.
Well, speaking of Nimble, he actually has full streaks. We didn't see him pull out that Trinity Rocket. Unfortunately, must have missed it. He's going to get naded out real quick there. But he does have his other 2 streaks available. Meanwhile, Swift, the only one with his payload, it's going to be the FTL jump. Speaking of payloads, Zeus is very close. If he can't get 1 kill, he's going to get pinched in there. Swift now rocking with his team. They're going to find 1 player in Zed. He uses his FTL jump to great effect there, but he gets past the drone by the opposition, and that is exactly how to stop a play. Tainted Minds, some great work there. They're able to recuperate from that, allow their teammates to respawn into this one, but at the same time, Validate, they can do the exact same thing. Set up once again to try and defend this one. Damage, he's trying to get the drop shot on Maka, manages to do so, tries to go on the black wall run there, doesn't do that, but the throw is in. That is the upload, and now it's a 2-point game.
Yeah, that was honestly clean plays there from Tainted. You can see these rotations coming up now. Looks like Validate Black are a little bit spawn trapped. Yes, they are. That's a 4 down straight away. Validate Black down, and it looks like we're going to see a 2-point play come in here. We have a player blocking out these back spawns, so this should 100% be a 2-point play. I'm going to see this go up 8-4 in favor of Tainted Minds.
Let's see if they can't relay that one. We're going to go into a listen-in with Tainted Minds as soon as they get 4 downed.
What's your front game? Come on! We're front, I know you're front. Should be 1 call. Yeah, I'm aiming up. Con game. Go. I'll get him. Tag, Nate. I'm ready up. I'm coming, guys. Good shit, gang. Tagged up. This is the fucking game. I'm dropping it. I'm coming glass now. Dead. Another here. Tag. Nothing OE. Go. I'm coming, guys. Go. One shot on ball. One ball. Oh, play top. Nearly FC. He's top. He goes for it back to glass. Yeah. They're gonna go. One weak at glass. They're not pushing you, Hayden. There's no way. Glass came. I got your AC. I got your AC. They're going. There's balls AC. AC. Oh, glass 1 shot. Nate. I'll take him mid. Yeah, go. He's on me. That's fine. Hayden's fine. He's in mid ball. He's close heady. I'm pushing up top. I mean, heady. Tag. Push. One on me. Tell me. He's just going. I'm playing kills. I gotta help. I'm front. You won. You got the one. Top tip. They're going glass, switching left, guys. We need to pick up on this. One's middle. It's not playing a bit slow. Yeah, behind you, see. Oh, okay. One can be. Where they're playing. Yeah, he's on keep. One coming. Back close line. Two left. Alright, kill both. Yeah. Drive. Kill one middle with ball. Ball. Play new. I'm on the heady. Wait, I've got overdrive. None of them died, right? Only one? One. I've got overdrive. I'm overdriving to Charles. Yeah, go. Come. Connect. One start. What are you doing, Becca? They're going to be a back. No, we're good. Hold on. Glass. I pass, guys. I'm literally spawn killing. Oh shit, I'm gonna rape him. I'm gonna shake him. I think it's going top, yeah? Like 3 points, yeah? This is 2. I have my camo, dude. 2-play game, yeah. Alright, give me ball. Yeah, I go top. Come on,
Tainted Minds there. Good insight into what they're thinking, and they are thinking confidence right now. They've been able to get a couple more points on the board since we last left off, but so did Validate. A couple of 2-point plays there. As I say that, though, Nimble, he's going to pop his camo. They've got no idea where he is. Another guaranteed 2-point plays, and now they're in the lead by quite a considerable margin here. Tainted Minds, they're doing very well.
Yeah, for a moment, I thought we had a serious game on our hands. It was only 8-7, but Tainted Minds managed to answer back instantaneously. This game is now 12-7. Validate Black haven't been able to really answer back that well. Sort of not a great deal of map control. It's been a little bit scrappy for them. I would expect more of a setup from Glass down to Statue, but it looks like they're opting to run this mid. Camo is out. It's used probably a little bit early. He's trying to juke this player, but that's heads-up plays from Zeus. He just backs down and waits for Camo to go out and just resets the ball because there's only 36 seconds left. We hear some serious smash talk coming out from Zeus onto Bakabek. I like it.
Zeus is definitely the one shouting across the stage. Nimble as well, getting rowdy up on the main stage. But right now, we got to look at the man Dens. He has definitely turned it up. Those first 2 maps, he wasn't necessarily the most influential player, but 34 kills for him this time around, allowing his teammates, Nimble specifically, to get a lot of that objective work done. 6 points for him. He's going to go down there. Zeus, he still has his FDL jump available. He should definitely use it here if he's not able to get the first kill. Unfortunate there, but that is going to be game, set, and match. Tainted Minds are going to be going into the winners bracket final against Mindfreak, the matchup that they wanted, that they need to be able to redeem themselves after Atlanta.
Miles, I absolutely cannot wait for that matchup. This is going to be the serious match, much like our Chiefs versus Prodigy match earlier on in the day. I cannot wait.
Don't think any of us expected that to be a 3-0. At the start, we were predicting a map 5 potentially, but Tainted Minds, they flexed their muscles and they did it big. What a way to finish off day 2 of the Call of Duty World League Sydney Open LAN event number 1, brought to you by PlayStation 4 in support of Astro and ViewSonic. Guys, now that we're done for the series for the day, what were your key points to take away from today's action?
Well, Nimble, basically, he had streaks every single map, even in the S&D. Is just impressive, and he even got a huge turn on a lobby, which basically saved Validate sort of map control. Sorry, prevented Validate from getting map control in that last uplink.
I was very impressed with Nimble's play, especially in that hard point, but he brought it to the table in this uplink as well. Definitely showing their prowess now, Tainted Minds, and as I said, they are trying to find redemption from Atlanta. They didn't perform as well as they wanted. They didn't ride that hype wave into success, but now is their opportunity to do that. Now is the time where they can say, look, our move, our roster change was all worth it, and it's going to work out for the better. And I don't know if it's because Dens is there, but something has elevated Damage's game. I know last year he wasn't necessarily that #1 player that we've seen of him before, but now he's stepping back into that role, and I'm very excited to see where they take it.
Watching these highlights from that uplink, Kyle, it was Tainted Minds was the lead, and then Validate Black, they made a bit of a comeback, and then Tainted Minds took the lead back. What was going into that series in terms of like Validate Black? Why couldn't they just actually take the lead and hold it?
They never really had solid map control over by Statue. It was sort of a scrappy game, and there was a moment there where they could have had control, but they sort of opted to take it straight into basically an entire team of Tainted Minds spawning up there, which sort of just slowed them down. They were never able to get a really proper control.
Well, can I just say one thing quickly? Let's talk about, just Validate, the way that they've performed. They just didn't bring it to the table, you know? They're trying to vouch for that top 4 spot, but they just were so lackluster coming up against top opponents.
They're not out of it yet, though. They will be going into the losers half of the championship bracket, where they're going to have a very daunting task. They've got a lot of good teams that have now dropped in there, but congratulations on Tainted Mind. That is a guaranteed top 3 finish for them, and at least a minimum of 4,400 CWL Pro points that are so vital throughout this Call of Duty World League. Throughout the year, there is your map run through in case you missed it. The hard point was close, and then after that, it was just Tainted Minds running away with it. That Scorch, Search and Destroy ended up being 6-2, and finishing off on the Precinct uplink, Tainted Minds running away with it. Tainted Minds, redemption from MLG Atlanta. We've been talking about it all weekend long so far. Kyle, are they on track for a bit of redemption?
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is an impressive showing here. This is a T4 team. There's nothing to shy at about basically just knocking the crap out of Validate Black. That was just straight up great plays from them. There was no real moment where they looked particularly weak. Our rotations were on point. S&D was clean. Pretty impressed, in all honesty.
Impressed, definitely. That's the words. But let's have a look at the schedule that we had today in the series that we did view. Starting it off, of course, was the guys that just won that series, Tainted Minds against Prodigy. We then saw a Rampage game against Validate Black. And match number 3, Validate Black against Garlic Bread, who we just saw. They performed so well there in that series, James. Kind of let themselves down at the end.
You'd have to say, they looked so dominant there. I know Garlic Bread isn't necessarily one of those top teams, but going into the rest of this competition. They're going to have to bring their A game in the lower bracket. But next up, we have Prodigy Esports and Unveil Nova, the Asian champions, coming to this event, trying to prove their worth in the on an international scale. But Prodigy, just way too good.
In those final 3 series of the day, probably our top 6 teams, I'm willing to say. Chiefs, Prodigy, Mindfreak, and Tainted Minds Validate Black in those series. Sorry, not the 6, but the 4 of them. Out of it so far, are we willing to still keep Validate Black in a top 4 position?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, it wasn't as sort of a good series like we saw with Chiefs and Prodigy. I'd say Prodigy is probably edging them out for that sort of spot right there. What do you think, Harry?
I'd like to think Validate Black can make a run, but it just begs the question, James, of what do Validate Black need to do tonight in preparation for Championship Sunday to even still be a contention for a top 4 finish?
Well, it's obviously, apart from the obvious of going over the VODs, you need to look at just in general, the competition that they're going to come up against. You know, you need to look at other people's plays and forget about this series, because otherwise you're just going to be down in the dumps thinking, oh, you know, we lost against Tainted Minds. We thought we could take it to them. A lot of people at this event thought that Tainted Minds was overrated because of what they did in Atlanta, or didn't do to that extent. But they just weren't able to bring it here. They're going to have to reset, and you know, maybe it's all about getting some good sleep, coming in early, getting some practice, warming up, and taking it to the lower bracket teams.
Outside of the games that we saw on the main stage, let's check out the rest of the bracket and how it unfolded throughout day 2. At the top half, you do see the winners side of the championship bracket, where Mindfreak and Tainted Minds will meet up at each other in the winners bracket final. But let's focus on the lower half. A few interesting games will be going on down there. I have to bring it up. Garlic Bread versus Rebellious. Kyle, maybe that's the one to watch coming into day 3?
Well, that's going to be huge, realistically. I mean, Rebellious haven't been playing too crash hot, so I think they're going to come into Sunday. I was talking to Chillians earlier, and he really wants to bring the fire. They definitely want to get a W out here. It'd be pretty embarrassing if they just went straight out in loser bracket in that fashion.
Outside of that series, James, do you see any other ones coming into the Championship Sunday that could be hotly contested or entertaining series?
Well, there's a couple of ones that I really want to focus on here. We don't actually have the update for Unveil Nova versus Volume Gaming yet, but whoever wins that is definitely going to have a struggle on their hands against Prodigy. But Validate Red going against Apotheon. I don't know much about the Apotheon squad, but Validate Red are definitely trying to cement themselves alongside and on par with that other Validate team that we've just seen.
Oh, definitely. I agree with you there. I saw Validate Red play against Chiefs, and they cleaned up pretty nicely. They had a pretty solid hardpoint. Well, they didn't take the map. They had a lot of great early game. A little late game was a little bit rough, but I mean, that's to be expected against an experienced team like Chiefs.
Unveil Nova, the last team from the Sona Call of Duty championships that are remaining in this competition. We have talked and watched a lot about them, guys. Do you feel as though they can make a solid losers bracket run in that championship series?
We're going to have to wait and see whether or not they make it past Volume Gaming. Volume Gaming did all right in their first pool play opening game, but it wasn't necessarily... You've got the update.
Yeah, I've got the update.
Okay.
Unveil Nova actually took out Volume Gaming 3-2. So that is big news for the squad of them. They'll be going up against Prodigy Esports again in that losers half of the championship bracket. They played them once, Kyle. Do you think maybe a second chance might be what they need?
Well, I mean, we talked about what they need to do coming into the rest of this tournament. Basically, they need to go back and look at their errors, and I think if they just look at the little things, sort of work on a little bit how they're going to push out from hard points, I think they can really probably bring a little bit more of a fight against Prodigy Esports.
A lot of preparation for these teams coming into the Championship Sunday of the CWL Open event number 1. It's just been a crazy day of action. The Friday half, it was more of us testing out the waters, was where these teams stand. Now we're starting to see our top 4, but I want to talk about our top 3 for just a little bit. Mindfreak, Chiefs, Tainted Minds. Does it still seem as though Mindfreak are the dominant squad in the ANZ region?
Well, I mean, looking at the results of the past 2 series, I think Mindfreak were pretty dominant up against the guys at Chiefs. Yeah, they had a slightly more dominating win. It was 250 to 141 on Retaliation hardpoint, and then a 6-1 win in S&D. So it's marginal, but I mean, it's still a clear-cut victory. I think it's gonna pretty much go down to the wire, though.
Well, let's talk to one of the players from those 3 teams who was just on the main stage and had a phenomenal series himself. Throwing it over to Sandman with Zeus.
Thank you very much, Dr. Curry. Yes, I'm here with Zeus. Firstly up, congratulations, man. You guys have made it through to the winners bracket final. That's got to feel good, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, we expected that from the beginning with the bracket that we had, so it was just pretty much playing our game and making sure that we got there, so we're happy.
Now, there had been some questions about the Tainted Mind teams coming into this competition. Do you feel like yet you've had a chance to prove yourselves? Do you feel you don't need to prove yourselves, or do you think that that upper bracket final is where you're going to get that opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously disappointed ourselves in Atlanta, and we kind of came here to prove ourselves that we are still, one of the top 2 teams in this region. The Validate team is really, really good. And I think, beating those guys 3-0 is a huge confidence boost going to the final tomorrow. We played our weaker maps in the hardpoint against them, and we won pretty convincingly. So, we've got a lot of confidence going tomorrow.
As an outsider looking in, it looks like you guys have progressively gotten better and better and better throughout the weekend and are now sitting in a very good spot. Mindfreak took on the Chiefs a little bit earlier in the day and really made very, very light work of the Chiefs Esports club. How are you feeling going up against them tomorrow? I don't think many people expected that quick 3-0 coming out up against the Chiefs. How do you think you guys are going to match up?
I think the Mindfreak vs Chiefs series, I mean, if Mindfreak are playing well, they should 3-0 most teams in this region, and that's including Chiefs. I think, the game tomorrow is going to be really good. If both teams bring their A games, I think it's going to be, neck and neck, and hopefully everyone enjoys it back at home.
You personally have been looking pretty good across the last 2 days. Do you feel that the boys are on point? Do you feel that everyone's firing all guns at the moment?
Yeah, I think Ging's on Nimble's having the event of his life. He's playing absolutely amazing, and like I said, if we bring our A game tomorrow and he's playing like that, then we're really, really confident going into the Mindfreak series and any series beyond that.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I think most people are really looking forward to your matchup up against Mindfreak. I know I certainly am. I think it's going to be an absolutely amazing game. So very good luck when you get into that matchup tomorrow. I suspect it's going to go all the way to 5 games, and that would be very, very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for day number 2 of the CWL Sydney Open. Tomorrow, it's Championship Sunday. We'll be kicking it off at 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time with our losers bracket games. After they're done, we're going to be moving into our upper bracket final, our lower bracket final, and that amazing grand final. Who's going to make it? You're going to have to tune in, guys and girls. We'll see you tomorrow.
Again, similar to map number 1 in that